Chapter 3301, Louder Song. After the battle, the Larkinson expert mechs had all been moved to the personal workshops on the Spirit of Bentheim. As with any intensive battle, no mech was able to come out unscathed. Some of the frames were in better shape than others, but no matter their current condition, they all required personal attention in order to restore their peak battle effectiveness. When Ves entered the workshop, he approached his wife, who was currently wearing a fashionable hazard suit. Just like her other gear, it was covered with a symbol pattern that made it seem as if she was about to walk on a catwalk instead of working on a fleet that was still traveling behind enemy lines. When Ves embraced his wife from behind, he had to be careful not to put too much pressure on her. His unending regalia distorted his movements and forced him to employ more strength to move around all of that metal. As Ves took a deep whiff of her scent, Gloriana grew annoyed and tried to push him away. "Don't do that. Your combat armor is too cold, and it feels weird as well. I don't know why you insist on wearing something so excessive when we're in the middle of our fleet. No one can get past all of your layers of security, especially inside a ship filled with Larkinsons." Ves shrugged as he let her go. "It's better to be safe than sorry. In my opinion, you should also wear something that offers more protection. I don't think your hazard suit offers much protection for our baby. If you want, we can shave some more unending alloy from the shield of Samar to build another protective suit." "No thanks. Don't underestimate my outfit. I paid good money for this, and it offers a lot more protection and cushioning than you think. Besides, I can't perform precision repairs when my limbs are being weighed down by all of that heavy metal." This was indeed a serious problem. Ves wasn't affected by the high density of unending alloy due to his unnatural physical strength and endurance, but Gloriana did not possess any physical enhancements. Her attitude towards him wasn't pleasant at the moment, and it was his fault. They already had a shouting match a few days ago where Gloriana loudly complained about how he squandered 4 precious gems on expert mechs that were already built. From her perspective, Ves just wasted 4 good opportunities to turn a high-quality mech into a masterwork. Though Ves was not unsympathetic towards her opinion, he did not regret using up his available resources. The performance of his expert mechs during the previous battle fully vindicated his decision. The unstable Chaos Essence gem granted the Riot an unpredictable defensive enhancement that saved it from destruction. The Bastet's Favor gem caused the first sword to unleash a sharper battle formation attack and also wound the Dwarven expert mechs with significantly greater ease. The Bastet's Regard gem bestowed the Dark Zephyr the agility it needed to evade the Gauss Baron's targeted bombardment with greater ease and also improved its ability to outmaneuver enemy mechs at close range. The Bastet's Affection gem provided the Amaranto with a crucial all-round firepower boost that amplified its formidable offensive capabilities to an entirely different height. Venerable Stark would have never been able to steal the show and cripple 8 expert mechs in quick succession without the amazing 20% damage boost provided by the gem that Ves had sacrificed. Even though he could have saved it up until he could make another ranged expert mech into a fantastic masterwork, he was more than willing to give up this opportunity. Ves had a long life and career ahead of him. The premise was that he was able to maintain his life and freedom, and that was something that Gloriana wasn't properly considering. As someone who dealt with risk many times, even he knew that there were instances where he needed to make the safest choice instead of allowing his greed to overcome his common sense. After a moment of silence, the wedded couple eventually discussed their work. "The Riot is in the worst shape out of all of our expert mechs." She gestured towards the torso that hung like a carcass in a primitive abattoir. "The 3 limbs it lost are in such poor shape that they need to be reconstructed from scratch in order to restore their full integrity." Ves did not have much of an opinion of this. "It's okay. We plan to refit and upgrade the internal architecture anyway, so we were planning to pull out the internal components anyway. Gloriana nodded. I think we can perform some minor tweaks and adjustments to the overall design so that the new replacement components can withstand external shocks a little better. I can do this work myself. Don't spend too much time on these upgrades. Keep them minor. We should wait until we have settled into the Red Ocean before we implement any major overhauls to our expert mechs. The tech and materials that are available over there is a lot better than what we have access to at the moment. I already know that, VS. I would have preferred it if we could postpone the completion of the Bulwark project and the Chimera project so that we can take advantage of the better conditions on the other side of the Beyonder Gate. He firmly shook his head. We already talked about this. We can't keep pushing up our expectations for our projects and engage in feature creep. We set a firm vision in mind of the expert mechs that we wanted to provide to Joshua and Janzi. Our original concepts are already more than sufficient. They have already been waiting for their expert mechs for a long time and their patience is running out. It is also highly detrimental to their future progression if their practice is delayed by another year. I'm sorry, Gloriana, but you'll just have to wait until we can bring our expert mechs up to the standards of the Red Ocean another time. VS was also eager to move on from working on expert mechs. While he loved their awe-inspiring power and their greater potential, a mech designer like him wanted to serve many kinds of mech pilots. He had not forgotten about the masses, and the recent battle provided him with an immense amount of inspiration for his future mass production models. Before the Battle of Fort de la Zentra occurred, the concept of designing a series of mechs that were all meant to cooperate seamlessly in combat had been a bit abstract to VS. Though the mech corps of the Bright Republic already showed this mode of combat to a certain degree, the rather basic tech and means available to third-class military organizations limited their toolbox. Second-class militaries possessed a lot more options. The many battles between the Friday Coalition and the Hex Army featured multiple layers of synergy and cooperation between different mech models, but the scale and scope of them was too grand for him to fully comprehend all of this depth at the time. It was only when he personally witnessed a battle of this level unfold in front of him that his eyes were fully opened. The direct comparison between the simplistic mech roster of the Larkinson Army and the more logical and well-planned mech roster of the three ferro-mech divisions made it abundantly clear that a good mix of mech models provided a lot of additional battle effectiveness without requiring any extra investment. VS was eager to apply this approach to his own mech legions. He already came up with dozens of different ideas that he couldn't wait to discuss with the legion commanders. Of course, first he needed to conclude the current round of mech design projects. He not only had to finish the Bulwark project and the Chimera project, but also complete his work on a new expert rifleman mech for Venerable Brutus. His priorities kept growing. If he didn't invest enough time on addressing them, they would continue to pile up until he ended up with a mountain of uncompleted projects. Since he was eager to prevent that from happening, he immediately turned his attention back to his current work. He examined the condition of the different expert mechs up close in person so that he knew exactly what he needed to do for the coming weeks. The Amaranto required the least amount of work to repair, but neither VS nor Gloriana felt confident about outsourcing the maintenance work to a crew of mech technicians. The Amaranto is a masterpiece and it needs to stay that way. I'll perform the repairs myself, Gloriana demanded. The Dark Zephyr, the Riot, and the First Sword weren't masterworks and did not impose any exaggerated demands. However, the Larkinson clan was short on highly qualified mech technicians that possessed the skill and experience to perform independent repairs and adjustments to expert mechs. VS and the other journeymen of the Larkinson clan had to supervise all of the necessary work in person. It's going to cost us a fair amount of time to design a minor refit, he said. That will delay the refit for at least a week. Given all of the time-consuming steps they needed to perform, Ves was afraid that it would take a month before the Larkinson clan was able to field 4 fully functional expert mechs. Fortunately, the dwarves shouldn't be able to threaten the expeditionary fleet in this time span. Even if the Vulcan Empire was suicidal enough to launch a surprise attack on the Empire of the Lost, the Larkinson clan wasn't anchored to the Emswick system. The fleet could leave at any time. When Ves and his wife reached the damaged frame of the first sword, another mech designer happened to be present. Kedis, who wore a formidable suit of combat armor of her own, gazed up at the expert swordsman mech with affection. The decapitator was resting right next to it. In order to prevent any accidents, its gigantic blade was covered by a giant metal sheath. "Are you happy, Kedis?" Ves asked. The tired woman nodded without saying a word. Her force of will and mental strength had yet to return to their peak. Ves was concerned about that, but Kedis was made out of sterner stuff. She was not only a transcendent in 2 different professions, but Sharpa was also helping her recover her energies. He estimated that she would return to her peak within a month, which was quite impressive despite not having a companion spirit like Blinky. "That was a really nice trick you pulled off during the battle," Ves remarked. He did not hide his appreciation for her actions. "I didn't know that was possible, but once I realized what you had done, I tried it out myself. If we hadn't made our moves, who knows how many more Larkinsons would have perished." His wife looked confused. She didn't know what her husband and his student were talking about. Kedis smiled. "I did it for Venerable Dice. To be honest, I wasn't quite aware I could do that either. It's just, I always felt that I was in tune with the decapitator. I spend hours of my spare time staying close to it. The sword sings to me, you know. Every good sword does that, but the ones that I've made myself ring clearer to me than anything else. At some point I found that I could still hear the decapitator singing to me even when I had returned to my stateroom. I first thought it was just a lingering dream, but when Venerable Dice fought with it for the first time, the singing grew louder." Ves became completely engrossed in her story. Though Kedis obviously found it difficult to describe her experiences, Ves did not fail to recognize that the objects that she was interacting with were alive in their own way. Chapter 3302 – Different Life. With the progression of his design philosophy, Ves could easily make a living product if he wanted to. In fact, the instinct of bestowing life to his creations was so ingrained these days that he consciously had to mess up his own work if he wanted to produce a lifeless object. While he was glad of his improvement, he sometimes felt lonely. As the pioneer of this new field in mech design, Ves had to rely on himself to invent all of the theories and methods that allowed him to make better living products. This inevitably led to a lack of diversity and perspective. Because every living product or mech design came from him, the forms they took inevitably conformed to a single monotonous pattern, his pattern. It was like baking an old-fashioned cake with only one type of mold. If Ves only became exposed to a circular mold in his career, all of the cakes he baked would come in the same shape without any meaningful variety. This was why Ves was so pleased with encountering Kedis' work. She had clearly inherited some of the concepts of living products from him, but she did not possess a domain that was oriented towards life. Nonetheless, she managed to develop her own means to create a living product that fit her own talents. The outcome was similar, but the approach was different. The mold she used to bake her unique cakes was different. Hers was rectangular, which resulted in cakes that looked substantially different. Yet as long as someone tasted a slice of their cakes, that person would find that the ones baked by Ves and Kedis had a lot in common. Ves was intrigued by the similarities and differences between their works. The decapitator was almost entirely designed by Kedis and represented her unique strengths the best. At this distance, he could clearly sense that the decapitator was alive in some way, but it was different from what he was accustomed to. While it did possess a spiritual foundation like his own work, it was configured in a radically different form than he was accustomed to. There was much less life and a lot more purpose, for a lack of a better word. It was like the difference between an animal cell and a plant cell. Both types of organic cells possess different traits that ultimately produce different life forms. An ordinary animal cell was flexible and morphable, allowing for the emergence of creatures that could move with ease. An ordinary plant cell was lined with cellulose, which caused it to become more solid and rigid. This produced plants that were stiff and unmoving. Yet no matter whether Ves was looking at an animal or a plant, both of them were alive. They just worked in different ways. Did this mean that Ves, who was accustomed to designing mechs like animals, suddenly thought it was a good idea to design mechs like plants? Not necessarily. He knew what he was good at and what he wasn't good at. Creating an exceptional sword character on products like the Decapitator was something that only Kedis and possibly her inheritors could master. At best, Ves could attempt to imitate her approach, but without her domain along with her passion and obsession for swordsmanship, his copies would probably be only a tenth as effective as hers, and that was just a generous estimate. Ves possessed his own strengths, and it was much better if he continued to develop his own approach on living mechs. His products shouldn't be any weaker from that of Kedis. They just possessed different strengths. It was up to the customer to decide which one met their needs and solved their problems better. That said, it was still helpful for him to broaden his perspective by exploring different takes on living products. The new remote energy channeling method that Ves had added to his toolbox was directly inspired by Kedis. After all, this was actually a rare case where he was able to apply the same method as hers without needing to make any substantial changes. Ves even wondered if he could obtain even more solutions once he passed on his teachings to more students. Though Michael and Xantha were a bit too far away from becoming journeymen themselves, he had high hopes for their future. "What do you actually mean when you say your swords are singing to you?" he asked with obvious interest in his tone. "I've tried to hear this supposed song many times, but I haven't even heard a peep from the Decapitator." Kedis smirked. "That's because you perceive them in a different way from mine. You're not a swordsman or even a warrior, so you don't understand how people like myself treat their weapons. A good weapon is more than a tool. It's a partner who you entrust your life with. When you spend so much time mastering and getting to know your weapon, you will find that it will sing to you at one point. At least, that's the way that I experience it. My weapons sing to my soul instead of my ears." Ves looked confused. If he wasn't wearing his unending regalia, he would have scratched his head by now. "It sounds like we perceive life in different ways. I mostly perceive it by feel, though in practice I imagine the life that I am working with on a visual level. To me, living products are a wonderful tapestry of art that is constantly evolving." While Ves continued to talk shop with Kedis, he completely forgot about his wife. Gloriana looked increasingly upset. The two were completely ignoring her. She didn't understand anything about what they were talking about. Her exposure and comprehension to living mechs was much shallower than theirs, so she lacked a background that could allow her to participate in the discussion as an equal contributor. Seeing that Ves and Kedis weren't about to stop anytime soon, she simply threw her hands up and decided to complete the remainder of the expert mech survey by herself. "Let me ask you a question," Ves said. "Did you gain the ability to hear this singing when you advanced to journeyman and became a sword master?" His student hesitated. "I'm not sure." "You're not sure?" "It's difficult to say. I like to think that I have always been able to hear the songs of my swords. I just experienced it on a more intuitive level back then. I don't rule out the possibility that was all happening in my imagination, but I think I was truly working towards something. After my breakthroughs, I can hear the singing a lot more clearly. It's unmistakable, especially for my Bloodsinger and the Decapitator. Those two stand out from the rest. Ves hummed for a second. Can you hear singing from other swords or mechs? Not that well, to be honest. The first sword sings a different song from that of its sword, and it is also a lot weaker to me. I think I would be able to hear its song a lot better if I designed it by myself. That's interesting. We'll need to work on that in our future projects. If the interference from other mech designers keep producing incompatibilities between different design philosophies, then that will make it less worthwhile to collaborate on mech design projects. Do you think this is the reason why the first sword failed to become a masterwork while the mech sword you were working on succeeded? Maybe. It's just a guess. It sounds logical, but I don't think it's that simple. There are many possible reasons why the first sword didn't match the quality of the Decapitator. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with the expert mech, though. It's a good fit for venerable dice, and it has proven its worth in the last battle. VS wasn't satisfied with this, though. If there was a potential problem with collaborating with Keddies, then any subsequent swordsman mechs they designed in unison would fail to reach their greatest potential. That sounded like an enormous waste. I think we may have put you to work on expert mech design projects too soon, he theorized. The timing of your breakthrough to journeyman happened just as our design department decided to embark on a batch of expert mech design projects. This has pulled you away from a normal trajectory. Properly speaking, you should spend your first years as a journeyman working on the basics. You need to know what you are capable of and develop a set of theories and methods that you can use as the foundation of your unique design approach. I've been doing that, though. I learned a lot and came up with many different things while I was working on all of the expert mech design projects. I know that, but the expert mechs are too high-end for a journeyman who is just at the starting line. The complexity of mechs like the first sword are exceedingly high compared to a more regular mech model such as the Bright Warrior. Many of the solutions that Gloriana and I employ on our expert mech designs are all derived from the ones that we have developed for our standard mech designs. This smooth progression from low-end to high-end allows us to implement our respective design approaches with fewer mistakes and consistently high quality. Keddies frowned. What are you saying? You wanted to design a swordsman mech all by yourself, right? Yeah. I already told you about the Monster Slayer. Even though it's just a land-bound mech design, I'm confident I can develop something that is just as valuable as one of your living mechs. I think this is an excellent initiative. In fact, I think you should design a couple more mechs by yourself. Your mech design career is anything but usual, Keddies. You haven't designed a single mech by yourself that has been produced and is used by actual mech pilots. Have you tried your hand at designing virtual mechs? No. Of course not. That's for amateurs. She huffed. Hey, that's a little too harsh. While virtual mechs aren't as good as the real thing, they can still teach you a lot about what I'm talking about. Seeing that Kitty still showed disdain towards virtual mech design, VS went back to his original point. Much of the design work you have done since you joined the Larkinson clan went into collaboration projects. You learned how to adjust your own contribution to the work of others, but you haven't spent enough time learning on how to stand on your own. I think that might be the reason why your design philosophy hasn't fully taken hold in the first sword's design. You lack the maturity that a proper journeyman should possess. Keddies was not a weak-minded person. She held plenty of confidence in her design capabilities. Yet there was a part of her that did not dismiss this theory. As much as she put a lot of faith in how her status as a sword master provided her with a strong advance in relevant design projects, her progression so far was indeed unconventional. Unlike VS, who designed a lot of mechs on his own before he started to collaborate with Gloriana, she never designed any serious mech during her novice and apprentice days. She began to buy into his suggestion. I won't say no to spending a couple of years exploring what I can do by myself, but will it be okay? My own designs will probably lack the advantages of our collaboration projects. I would hate to deliver mech designs to the Sword Maidens or any other client that turn out to be weaker than our collaboration work. Ves stepped closer and placed his armored hand on her shoulder pad. Believe in yourself, Keddies. Your swords sing to you, and so should your mechs. They're just as alive as my own work. Once we are done with this round of design projects, I intend to let you loose and handle your own schedule. You can start up as many projects as you like and design whatever mechs you want. This will be your time to show the Sword Maidens and everyone else what you can truly do with your talents. Her eyes shone as she thought about how she could prove her strength and capabilities. She felt gratified by his trust in her even though she never fully showed her individual design prowess at this time. Chapter 3303 The Dead Mech. Ves did not come up with the idea to let Keddies loose on an impulse. Even if he didn't suspect that Keddies had a problem with designing mechs in collaboration with others, he still would have wanted her to explore her potential without needing to compromise with fellow journeymen. In every mech design project where multiple capable mech designers were working together, no one was able to get their way all of the time. Even when someone like Ves or Gloriana made the final call, they could never completely disregard the contributions of others, especially when the work division ensured that the more capable contributors worked on design tasks that they were best at completing. However, the flaw that people like Master Willix warned about was that long-term work on many collaborations risked eroding a mech designer's ability to handle every aspect well. This was why Ves wanted her and the other journeymen of the design department to fly solo as well for the next round of mech design projects. Gloriana, Juliet, and Ves himself all needed to go back to their roots and find out what they could accomplish if they weren't able to rely on others to prop up their weaknesses. There was also a more practical reason why Ves was thinking about letting every journeyman work on their own design projects by themselves. The Larkinson army needs way more specialized mechs. The well-rounded performance of the Feral Provincial Army's mech divisions showed that there were huge inadequacies in the way the different Larkinson mech units fought in battle. The shortage of mech models and the dominance of the rather plain and boring Bright Warrior model caused his mech pilots to lack sufficiently strong and distinctive tactical options. Ves was eager to make up for this shortcoming, but he knew that it would take way more than just a handful of mech designs to provide every mech legion with a fitting synergistic mech roster. So instead of making every journeyman work together, Ves thought it was more expedient for them to split up. In any case, the design department had already expanded in size. There were enough design teams to allow every journeyman to work on 3 or 4 design projects concurrently in a single design round. Maybe we can handle even more if I hire another batch of mech designers, he muttered. He knew that there would be one final opportunity for his clan to recruit a lot of skilled and talented personnel in the near future. The star systems where the Lesser and Greater Beyonder Gates were based had become hotspots for any ambitious person who wanted to go on an adventure to the Red Ocean. Billions of people who couldn't afford the expense had moved to the gate systems and tried to get hired by the pioneers that passed through. Of course, many of the people who wanted to get in on the Red Ocean were frankly rubbish. Still, with the sheer amount of manpower that piled up in the gate systems, there were gems everywhere as long as someone looked hard enough. Special hiring companies had also emerged that specialized in seeking out these brilliant talents. This way, pioneers like Ves didn't have to scour the personnel markets in person and could just pay a fee in order to get a list of potential hires that satisfied his demands. The only question whether Ves would be able to get enough high-quality personnel was whether his clan was attractive enough for them. He wasn't sure whether the most skilled and promising mech designers and other professionals were willing to get on board his drunken party boat. Well, the recent publicity will likely help with attracting more adventurous and open-minded personnel, Ves guessed. Our clan needs people with guts, not caution. There are plenty of other alternatives if people can't stomach any excitement. The personnel market in the Red Ocean was a lot worse than the ones in the Milky Way. Even though a lot of free passengers still managed to flow into the dwarf galaxy, the truly skilled professionals were all locked into long-term contracts. Perhaps this might change once the first colonies bloomed and a large population base began to emerge from those sites. But at this stage, the children who were born in the Red Ocean weren't even old enough to study math. I should make sure our clan stuffs our capital ships with people. They're more than big enough to accommodate a huge amount of crew and passengers, so we shouldn't be stingy. Ves was sure that the chief ministers and other leaders in the clan had already made preparations for this, but he intended to check up on whether their recruitment targets were ambitious enough. In the meantime, he still had to address his current tasks. I almost forgot about that. Gloriana had already gone ahead and completed her survey of the damaged Larkinson expert mechs, but that didn't mean Ves was familiar with their current state. He read all of the reports and witnessed how much damage they accumulated over the course of the battle, but if he really wanted to understand their condition, he needed to examine them in person. What was important was that he did not just pay attention to their physical state, but also their spiritual state. What gratified him was that none of his expert mechs showed any problems in this regard. Even if a machine like the Riot looked like it was a few steps away from becoming a wreck, its spiritual character was still as strong and vigorous as ever. In fact, the influence of the unstable chaos essence had altered its character and added a touch of madness to the expert mech. When Ves initially bestowed the gem unto the Riot, Ves was quite fearful of the consequences. Now that he saw how much value it added, he no longer held any concerns. Lucky's gems were always geared towards helping mechs in some way. That was their basic purpose, so even if their descriptions sounded dubious, the Riot was probably fine. Ves was able to perceive the changes induced by the gems in the other expert mechs as well. The first sword gained a sharper vibe, while the Amaranto appeared brighter to his senses. These clear differences made him feel better about using up his gems on them even if he didn't get any new masterworks. Then there's this, he said in a weary tone as he stopped in front of the remains of the Valkyrie Prime. The Prime mech was in a sad shape. If Venerable Joshua hadn't ejected his cockpit in the nick of time, the Burza fens would have cleaved right through his body. The Valkyrie Prime's defeat not only dealt a mental blow to the expert pilot, but also caused his mech to gain a somber vibe. Ves could practically feel the sadness flowing from the broken machine. This was a strong contrast from his expert mechs, and he suspected he knew why there was a difference. You know what is going to happen to you, am I correct? He asked the ruined Prime mech. His living mechs weren't alive in a conventional sense, but the older and stronger machines tended to possess a greater personality than the younger and weaker ones. All 4 expert mechs were smart enough to figure out that they would remain in use for a long time. As long as they weren't totally blown to pieces, the living mechs could always count on the Larkinsons to take care of them, and even upgrade their capabilities in order to keep them competitive. The Valkyrie Primes was different from theirs. Venerable Joshua had been piloting it for at least a year, and it had grown a lot in the process. Not only did it benefit from being used by a powerful expert pilot, it also happened to be paired with the one whose life domain was exceptionally suitable to accelerate a living mech's growth. Ves suspected that the latter factor caused the Valkyrie Prime's growth and maturation to exceed that of any other Prime mech by a significant margin. Venerable Joshua wasn't his favorite expert pilot for nothing. It's a pity that not all growth is good. He slowly shook his head. He slowly stepped forward and placed his armored hand on the surface of the Valkyrie Prime's broken torso. Though the contact wasn't direct, both his unending regalia and the exterior of the Prime mech were made out of unending alloy. The spiritual conductivity of this material was excellent, so the indirect contact allowed him to examine and feel the Valkyrie Prime's spiritual foundation to a much more intimate degree. A sense of death and malaise suffused the Prime Mech. I see. VS became enlightened. You've seen and inflicted death so many times that you have inadvertently become sensitive to your own demise as well. That's quite remarkable. I never knew something like that could happen. This made it all the more harder to go through with his decision to break down the remains of the Valkyrie Prime and recycle its materials. The Prime Mech performed above and beyond what VS demanded out of it. Together with Venerable Joshua, the Valkyrie Prime truly saved the clan with its fantastic capabilities. Yet that did not stop VS from going through with his intention to take out of unending alloys so that he could use the recovered materials to construct the base form of the Chimera project. The Larkinson clan needed an expert mech. The performance increase was too great, and Venerable Joshua also deserved to pilot a machine that better complemented his current strength. The Valkyrie Prime must have been aware of all of these considerations. After all, Venerable Joshua had been entertaining these thoughts as well when he interfaced with this mech. This direct exposure caused the Prime Mech to show no objection to its final fate. "Thank you, Valkyrie Prime," VS sincerely said as he leaned his head forward until it touched the metal exterior. "It's not right for you to suffer this fate when you have done everything right, but that is the way it works around here. I need to reuse your unending alloy, so I have no other choice. I am glad you understand." The Valkyrie Prime might be a hexer mech, but its lifelong partner had always been Venerable Joshua. The Prime Mech knew what its expert pilot needed and wanted the best for it as well. Even if that meant that the Valkyrie Prime needed to be replaced by a newer and better machine, it chose to support the course of action that was best for Venerable Joshua. The more he looked at this situation, the more it seemed as if the Valkyrie Prime loved Venerable Joshua. Of course, the love it exhibited towards its only pilot wasn't the kind of love that Kitty's held towards her boyfriend. Instead, it was a more sisterly or platonic love. VS found it difficult to find the right description for the subtle affection that the Valkyrie Prime held towards Venerable Joshua. This is the love that one family member holds towards another family member. Just like how his own mother did not hesitate to sacrifice everything for her son, the Valkyrie Prime also showed its willingness to embrace its own death as long as it benefited Joshua. VS was speechless for a moment. The Larkinson clan's embrace of kinship wasn't limited towards its clansmen. Even its mechs had learned how to love the Larkinsons. This sounds too weird. He knew that if he told this to others, they would just look at him as if he was mad. What was next? Mechs marrying humans? How could that even be possible, and how would they even be able to reproduce? Well, modern human tech is able to solve many problems, so an issue like this might not be impossible to resolve. If that didn't work, then maybe VS could truly and design a biomech. It would be a lot easier for it to reproduce with a human. "I'd bet a biomech designer has already pulled it off," he guessed. Chapter 3304 Recognizing Reality. Just as predicted, the expeditionary fleet safely exited the Smiling Samuel Star sector without any further incident. Though the Golden Skull Alliance eventually declined to accept an escort from the armed forces of the Empire of the Lost, the exiled humans did not miss the upheaval that took place across the border. The Lost mobilized a lot of reservists and readied its mech armies and other military assets for anything that might happen in the coming period of turbulence. The spreading war tension also affected the other states that lived next to the Vulcan Empire. If the dwarves ever decided to lash out at its neighboring humans, the latter were determined to defend their homelands. Though many people didn't have a choice where they lived and where their hearts were rooted, Even those who had the choice to emigrate to a different state still chose to remain loyal to their roots. Now, these brave and patriotic citizens were answering the call of duty and taking up arms in preparation for whatever the dwarves did next. It might be that this was just an overreaction and that the Vulcan Empire would eventually settle down again. That would have made these mass mobilization orders a huge waste of time and money. However, the threat posed by the Vulcanites was so great that few leaders wished to take the chance that their precautions were unnecessary. Slowly but surely, the drums of war began to beat in the Fermi Star sector. If the Crown Uprising wasn't enough, now a dominant element within the Vulcan Empire was actively agitating to attack the humans. No matter how foolish or ill-advised such a notion sounded, the fanatical believers in the true dwarven god were not known for their rationality. Even if declaring war against every tall folk in the star cluster was mad, the Vulcanites could still do a lot of damage with their large and well-equipped mech armies. It was in this troubling climate that the culprits that sparked this tension returned to the Amswick system. The Lost were already in the process of reinforcing the defenses of the strategic port system. Military vessels belonging to different mech regiments poured into Amswick on a constant basis. Multiple construction vessels were erecting defensive platforms and supply bases throughout the star system. The inhabited planets all went on a war footing as the cities were being transformed from commercial and industrial centers into hardened fortresses that were supposed to become strong enough to withstand orbital bombardment. A lot of foreign and neutral trading ships hurried to complete their business and leave this developing hotspot with great haste. Those crazy dwarves always talked about conquering the rest of the star cluster, but how was I supposed to know they're being serious? I'm sorry for breaching our contract, but I would rather lose my money than my life. The local economy underwent a huge upheaval as lots of traders changed their minds and pulled out of Amswick and the Empire of the Lost. Fortunately, the government anticipated that this might happen one day. The administration offered plenty of support to its local businesses and also provided large incentives for traders to supply essential war goods such as raw materials, ammunition, and mechs. Where there was money, there was greed. The flow of trade no longer centered around consumer goods. Instead, luxuries such as organic food and toys made way for nutrient packs and spare parts. "It's all your fault, by the way," Gloriana commented as she and her husband enjoyed a sober breakfast in their grand stateroom. "If the Lost ever do something to us, I know who to blame." Meow. Meow. Their two cats briefly lifted their heads above their food bowls to nod in agreement. "Hey, how could I know the Vulcanites are mad enough to defy the MTA? No one in the galaxy ever does that," Ves defended himself. "Humph. Besides, have you looked at the news media lately? The Lost are celebrating us, not blaming us. We're the first humans in a couple of decades who have managed to beat the Vulcanites. We've managed to break their spell of invincibility." Even though the Larkinson clan showed a lot of impressive tricks that many powers wished to grasp, it was not worth the risk to force the issue. Just as Minister Shadarin predicted, the Golden Skull Alliance turned into heroes. The huge civilian population of the Lost had become fans. The local humans thought that the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers deserved a reward for giving the Vulcan Empire a black eye. The foreign minister also went out of his way to warm the clan's relations with the Lost. Though Shadarin still had to abide by his patriarch's desire to maintain distance, a friendship was not an alliance. The smooth operator managed to cultivate numerous new relations with individuals in high standing who have always obsessed about taking back the territories they lost in Smiling Samuel. Obtaining the backing of the war lobby of the Empire of the Lost was a huge step forward. The only price the Golden Skull Alliance needed to pay was to provide a detailed and accurate accounting of the Battle of Fort de la Zentra. The Lost were highly interested in learning more about their potential future opponents, so they demanded a lot of information about the dwarven mechs and the tactics they employed. The more information the expeditionary fleet provided, the more gratitude it received from the local humans. Another guarantee of safety was the contracts the Golden Skull Alliance signed with a handful of large and reputable mercenary organizations. Each of them were large, trans-cluster security companies that could easily dispatch at least half a mech regiment each. They all signed on to protect and escort their clients for up to half a year or until they reached a gate system. It doesn't matter whether the thousands of mercenary mechs are reluctant to fight any large private organizations or government forces, Minister Shadarin informed Ves. The presence of the mercenaries are meant to discourage fights from happening in the first place. The security companies they hail from are large, well-connected enterprises that enjoy powerful backing and maintain a lot of friendly ties to important institutions. Ves nodded in understanding. I've worked with security companies before, so I'm already aware of this dynamic. Do we have to sign so many expensive contracts at once, though? Chief Minister Raymond Billingsley Larkinson has already been complaining to me about the financial hole you've dug by spending hundreds of billions of hex credits. The foreign minister remained unapologetic. You wanted to prioritize safety over frugality, so we did as you instructed. The risk of betrayal or non-compliance is rather significant if we entrust our safety to just a single security company, but if we pull in half a dozen of them, the chance that all of these mercenary organizations are willing to collude against our best interests is virtually nil. I have carefully selected them to make sure that they are based in different regions and maintain different relationship networks. That also makes it more expensive to bring them over. Don't forget that you usually get what you pay for. I think a successful entrepreneur like you should understand this concept. You don't need to patronize me, Ves responded with a grim expression. Besides, I'm not sure how good I am at business after hearing how many times our financial position keeps growing weaker. Raymond became increasingly more concerned about all of the debt the clan was accruing. Certainly, the LMC was still as profitable as ever, but the lack of new commercial products and the lackluster sales of the Sanctuary Treatment editions resulted in stalling revenue growth. This was quite inconvenient as the Larkinson clan kept spending more money every month. Though all of these expenditures were necessary in order to start off his true grand expedition on a stronger footing, when Ves saw that the debt his clan owed to various creditors kept moving closer to the psychological barrier of 10 trillion hex credits, he began to get really concerned. Ves was not without his options, though. If the clan truly required a short-term cash infusion, he could always adapt one of his exclusive mech designs such as the ferocious Piranha IB to the commercial mech market. In fact, he was already planning to suspend his rule of not selling any of his second-class mechs once he reached the Red Ocean. No matter what storm he ignited in the Yana star cluster, Ves would already be hundreds of thousands of light-years away. He could even turn his former stomping grounds into his experimental playground once he became assured that none of his mistakes would come back to haunt him in the Red Ocean. Minister Shadarin just happened to bring up their plans for the future. It would help my work immensely if you told us what you have in mind after our fleet has completed its repair and reorganization efforts, he said as he gazed at Ves right in the eye. Whatever goal you intended to pursue in the Vulcan Empire is not attainable anymore. The Vulcanites do not welcome us, and the growing war tension has increased the danger factor of this region by an order of magnitude. Our strength is minuscule compared to the main players. There is no rationale for us to get caught up in their game any further. The most prudent course of action is to resume our journey to the Beyonder Gate, and leave all of our troubles from this old galaxy behind. This wasn't the first time someone advised Ves to forget about the Vulcan Empire and just move on with his life. I haven't made a decision yet, Ves slowly responded. I can't give up my goal just like that. Not yet. Our fleet isn't going anywhere until the emergency repairs on the graveyard have concluded, so I still have plenty of time to consider my options. I'll get back to you in a few weeks about this topic. You're leaving a lot of people hanging by remaining indecisive, the Purnacer warned. Our clansmen and our allies are all left with uncertainty while you keep weighing your choices. At some point, their patience will run out. Many of us chose to follow you because they believe you can lead them to prosperity. Once they believe that you are about to do the opposite, then. Ves irritatingly gestured his hand. You don't need to remind me. There are greater issues at stake here that are not convenient for me to explain. Let me just say that I will not choose to stay here any longer once I am certain that I have exhausted all of my options. The two separated after a fruitless discussion. Ves refused to give up on his goal even though his prospects of attaining it had shrunk to a minuscule possibility. He was aware that it wasn't logical for him to remain stuck at this juncture. Timpala steel had to be an extremely rare substance for it to be valued so highly by the Mech Designer System, but he was pretty certain that there had to be other sources of this substance out there. Humanity definitely came in touch with it once for the system to refer to it with a clear human-sounding name. Years had gone by without any progress on his supply missions. Ves could easily wait a couple of years or decades more. The materials the system demanded were too high-end for a journeyman like him to get in touch with. He suspected he had to advance to master before he could even begin to inquire about them in the open. Ves crossed his arms. Am I being too hasty for my own good? Maybe I should learn to give up for once and just wait for another opportunity. It's impossible that the Smiling Samuel Star sector is the only place where I can find a chunk of Timpala steel. Human civilization was vast, and it was about to expand even further. The Red Ocean concentrated so many powerful and well-connected pioneers together that he might be able to obtain what he sought through trading with their backers. Why should I go through all of this trouble to dig up treasure when I can just pay someone else to do the heavy lifting instead? This was how mech designers truly obtained what they wanted. Ves just thought it was a pity to abandon this opportunity to complete a supply mission early, considering that the system went out of its way to set it up during his last mastery experience. Yet he couldn't deny the dangers were too great this time. The game had escalated to the point where individuals were no longer able to exert any influence anymore. Only the major factions and power players of the surrounding states were strong enough to play the game going forward. While Ves had thought about working together with them, the risk of getting used only to be tossed away was too great. His previous experiences with politicians and official institutions had burned him too many times for him to put any trust in the likes of the Empire of the Lost. Maybe it was best if he learned his lesson and acknowledged his current reality. He couldn't keep endangering others in order to satisfy his greed. His thoughts briefly lingered on his unborn daughter. Just the thought about dragging her in the middle of another battle caused him to feel pained. I'm about to become a father soon. Perhaps I need to learn to let go, he whispered to himself. Chapter 3305, Stalling. The local news organizations keep requesting to interview you or any other member of our clan, Gavin dutifully reported during the daily briefing session. They still want to know how our mechs are able to unleash giant energy attacks and why our expert mechs are much more difficult to kill than normal. Ves leaned back on his desk chair and casually waved his hand. My answer to that hasn't changed, Benny. We're not talking and we're not answering any questions. They'll have to make do with the public footage of our battle. His assistant looked concerned. I highly advise you to reconsider, boss. By not saying anything, we are letting other parties define the narrative of the battle. Ugly rumors about breaking taboos, consorting with crown terrorists, and other ridiculous stories keep spreading over the galactic net. Plenty of parties who harbor ulterior motives have taken action. It's all talk. No one will do anything to us, not with 6 mercenary fleets protecting us at the same time. I really don't care if we piss people off. We're only passing through the Fermi star cluster so we don't have to please anyone. A lot of people wanted the power displayed by the Larkinson clan, but Ves already thought about it. He worked with Shedaren to come up with a plan that relied on two measures. First, as long as the Larkinsons kept saying nothing, the stories would slowly die down. Once the expeditionary fleet definitively left the star cluster, it was likely that the repercussions of the Battle of Fordilla Zentra would be buried in the archives. Human space was too big and technology offered endless possibilities. This was not the first time that someone came up with a trump card that was able to deal massive area damage. The biggest difficulty in obtaining this power was to master the requisite high technology, or alien technology. To that, Ves proposed a simple solution. The Larkinson clan simply published a statement that its expert mechs were designed in partnership with Master Moira Willix of the Mech Trade Association. That pretty much shut any direct demands to sell, trade, or share his battle formations. Even though Master Willix had no involvement with battle formations, others didn't know that. By truthfully stating that Master Willix collaborated with Larkinson mech designers on developing expert mechs for private use, the clan essentially insinuated that Willix, or the MTA, was on its side. The truth was a bit more complex, but as long as Master Willix didn't go out of her way to clarify her complex relationship with the Larkinson patriarch, the public's imagination would surely go wild. Though Ves felt rather mixed with the decision to use the MTA's reputation as a shield, he was willing to perpetuate any fiction as long as it worked. The emissaries from the Empire of the Lost also insist on meeting you in person. They wish to discuss ways to cooperate with each other. My answer to that is also the same. Ves frowned. We don't cooperate with states, and we have no intention of committing to anything in the Fermi star sector. We are simple travelers who only wish to complete our peaceful journey to the Red Ocean. If they really want to talk to someone, then they should get in line until they get their turn with Minister Shedaren Pernes. He's our only authorized spokesperson and they can answer all of their questions. Gavin twitched his mouth. Minister Shedaren has been doing everything but answering questions lately. He's gained a reputation for being vague and intractable as of late. Good. Ves grinned. That means he's doing his job. He's not supposed to clarify anything. He's only there to buy time and stall all of those petty bureaucrats and representatives until we are ready to depart from this messy star cluster. He would have become a lot more troubled by this issue in the past, but all of that had changed now that he had hired a slick and competent diplomat. Minister Shedaren could wear different coats as needed. If the Larkinson clan needed to forge a new partnership, then he could come across as friendly, sincere, and persuasive. If the Larkinson clan needed to rebuff other people and organizations without offending them, then he could smile and keep saying empty words. Whatever Ves wanted, Shedaren or his capable and well-organized staff took care of it without needing the clan patriarch to take action in person. Ves couldn't be more thankful for himself that he took the risk of bringing the Pernes family on board. Do you have something that is actually new and interesting to report? He impatiently asked. Well, there is one more issue, his personal assistant said. Have you decided? No. Okay. Once Ves was done with dealing with these routine matters, he left his office and headed over to the personal workshop, moving much more freely than before now that he had gone back to wearing his uniform. The alertness level within the Larkinson fleet had relaxed now that the clan had safely returned to the Amswick system. With almost a mech division's worth of mercenary mechs on guard, no one should entertain any ideas of messing with the Larkinsons. The mood and the spirit of Bentheim had also recovered. Though the vessel along with every capital ship had become a lot more crowded than before due to transferring so many people from the sub-capital ships, the clan administration had already done a lot of work in resettling them so they could get on with their lives. Once he reached his personal workshop, he went through the mandatory security check before entering his personal workspace. One of the more interesting spoils of war he obtained from the previous battle was the remains of several dwarven expert mechs. A couple of them had already been transferred over the graveyard in order to break them down and recycle any usable materials, but some merited further study before they contributed to the strategic material reserves of the Larkinson clan. The Paravad was the most valuable and interesting out of the dwarven expert mechs that the Larkinsons managed to salvage. It was a mid-tier expert mech that the Vulcanites expended a lot more time, effort, and creativity to design than the more generic low-tier expert mechs. Even though it was a dream for many mech designers to receive the opportunity to develop an expert mech, there weren't as many opportunities for them to express their creativity when they were limited by cramped budgets and limited availability of resonance materials. This was why Ves and Gloriana quickly dismissed most of the wrecks such as the Morka Mark II or the two Slug Ranger expert mechs. Compared to the Larkinson expert mechs, the general expert mechs fielded by the Pharaoh Provincial Army didn't possess much depth. "What a beautiful mech!" Ves sincerely expressed his admiration. The Paravad was a different expert mech from what he was accustomed to. Not only was it designed by dwarven mech designers who possessed distinctly different ideas on mech design, it was also an avian machine. Due to his origin and background, Ves hadn't been exposed to many bestial mechs. His clan and many of the enemies it fought against usually employed humanoid mechs without a second thought, and that was not universally good. It wasn't a big deal if Ves intended to remain in this region, but he and his clan were about to venture into the Red Ocean. The pioneers over there came from all corners of human space. There were many star clusters in the galaxy where bestial mechs were much more popular than humanoid mechs. The people who utilized these types of mechs accumulated a lot of know-how and advantages when designing and fielding them. Anyone who was only accustomed to fighting against other humanoid mechs would surely suffer the consequences. "In the last battle, our forces didn't fare so well against the bestial mechs of the Hiverorers," he admitted. The Larkinsons needed to make up for this inadequacy as soon as possible. Ves wanted to understand the properties of bestial mechs like the Paravad in order to satisfy his professional curiosity and to learn how to deal with them in future. If possible, he didn't object to designing more bestial mechs himself, though the Larkinson army didn't have any mech legions that were able to make use of them. Without any mech pilots who were trained in the use of bestial mechs, Ves didn't feel the need to branch out at the moment. "Well, let's just see what further gains I can make." Every expert mech was alive in some way. Even if other mech designers did a shoddy job and instilled this quality in them, the constant interaction between strong-willed expert pilots and their battle partners naturally generated an X factor. Over time, this hint of life evolved into actual life that Ves was familiar with. The older the expert mech, the more remarkable they became. "It's just like aging nutrient packs," Ves smiled. He didn't even have to inspect the aging of the Paravad to know that Venerable Marek Bolferon already piloted it for several years. According to the intelligence reports, the talented dwarven expert pilot received it as soon as he grew from a low-tier expert pilot to a mid-tier expert pilot. This was generally considered to be an important watershed in the careers of military expert pilots. Once these talented individuals showed that they still had further growth potential, their superiors were much more willing to invest in their development. Ves began to float above the deck in order to move closer to the exposed internals of the Paravad. Just as he was about to conduct a study on its novel internal architecture, he suddenly halted in place. That wasn't there previously. Several components were missing since the last time he inspected the dwarven expert mech. What was even worse was that there were many more parts that had shrunk in size. The small and distinctive bite marks immediately told him that Gloriana wasn't responsible for this unannounced tampering. Ves narrowed his eyes and immediately noticed something. He moved up to the open cockpit and entered it only to find a familiar cat gnawing on the neural interface system. Lucky! Meow! The gem cat jumped in the air but did not forget to finish chewing his bite. What is the meaning of this? His cat arrogantly lifted his head and tail at Ves. He did not look guilty at all for using Paravad as his buffet. Meow meow meow. What do you mean, compensation? Ves responded with a disbelieving expression. This goes way past that. I can look past your actions if you just took a bite here and there, but the Paravad is missing entire parts. You've devoured half the power reactor and pretty much every energy cell. Several tons worth of alloys and exotics have literally disappeared into your stomach. Meow! Lucky proudly rubbed his belly with one of his paws. You bastard! Before Ves could make his displeasure known, Lucky cheekily blinked before he quickly phased through the interior of the Paravad. Damn it! Ves briefly thought about dispatching Blinky to chase after Lucky, but his companion spirit was not a match against the gluttonous cat. Forget about it, Ves muttered. Though the Paravad lost a lot of mass, there were still enough materials left to reinforce the Larkinson expert mechs. Ves and his wife just had to be a little more economical about using up the scarcer and more valuable exotics. In order to prevent Lucky from enjoying another buffet, Ves decided against examining the Paravad any further and ordered his staff to transfer what was left of the avian expert mech to the graveyard for processing. Maybe I should just hurry up and get on with completing the refits on my expert mechs. To be honest, he had been taking his time on this matter. The longer it took to restore and upgrade his expert mechs, the more time he gained to make his choice. I really don't know what to do. Chapter 3306, Ship of Theseus. Though the work was rather tedious and time-consuming, Ves and the other journeymen enjoyed restoring their expert mechs. Not a lot of time had passed since the powerful machines had been built, so everyone involved in the repair and refit operation were still familiar with their designs. This helped a lot with implementing targeted upgrades. Even so, the journeymen made sure to limit the scope of their revisions to strengthening the internals. Any other changes demanded a lot more modeling and simulation testing in order to make sure that none of them detracted from the performance of the important expert mechs. While Kitty spent most of her time on fixing up the first sword, the rest allocated their time as evenly as possible. The riot was in a particularly poor shape, so Ves, Gloriana and Juliet spent a lot of hours slowly putting the expert mech back together. They painstakingly designed a strengthened internal architecture that made express use of the high-quality exotics derived from salvaged dwarven expert mechs, and slowly reconstructed Venerable Orphan's proud machine step by step. Ves sometimes had the illusion that he was building an entirely new riot. So much of the mech had to be reconstructed from scratch that it was hard to imagine that it was still the same expert mech that he had initially brought into this reality. Ever heard about the Ship of Theseus? Gloriana asked as she petted Clixie while they took a break. Meow. No. Lucky had been making himself scarce ever since he got caught eating portions of the Paravad, so Ves decided to push Blinky out of his mind and use his companion's spirit as a petting object instead. Mro! Stay put, Blinky! Mro! The Ship of Theseus is a classic thought experiment, his wife explained when she predictably learned that Ves never heard of it. Imagine a small frigate called the Theseus that has been in use for an extended period of time. Her captain is an adventurer explorer who often flies through hazardous regions. With each completed journey, the Theseus returns to civilization and undergoes repairs. Her hull plating, her propulsion system, her life support system, her FTL drive and every other ship part and system gets replaced over time. Let's say that 1 century after she initially went into service, not a single original component of the initial frigate is left. Every single part down to the keel has been replaced over the course of her service. Is she still the original Theseus? That was indeed an interesting thought experiment to Ves. He understood why it became a classic. Still, unlike many other people, Ves had a clear answer in his mind. He just needed to look at the current state of the riot to provide an answer that completely matched how he perceived his own work. I think the identity of something is more of an abstract notion than a material quality, he began. Think about the Shield of Samar. It initially started off as the first production copy of our old Aurora Titan design. Over the course of its service with Venerable Janzi, we upgraded it 4 times by my counting. You don't get to evolve a third-class mech into a second-class prime mech without replacing all of the cheap and weak parts that worked fine in the Bright Republic but are wholly insufficient to keep up with the battles we tend to fight these days. Gloriana looked thoughtful as she lifted Clixie up in order to rub her furry belly. Is the Shield of Samar truly the same mech to you, or are you just claiming that to fool Venerable Janzi? Ves shook his head. I don't joke around when it comes to matters like that. I'm a professional. In my judgment, the Shield of Samar is the exact same mech as before because its living element has always remained the same. I have witnessed it grow from just a regular mech to a formidable prime mech that feels more alive than any other machine. Only the Quint can give it a run for its money, but in terms of age and time progression, the Shield of Samar is the undisputed champion. It is the oldest continuous mech in service in our fleet. His wife looked quite impressed with his statement. If the Shield of Samar is already this impressive, what will happen to it when it becomes 10 years older? 100 years older? Even I can't imagine how strong it will become, Ves carefully answered. One of the core principles of my design philosophies is that my living mechs all have an opportunity to grow and evolve into something greater than their initial state. It's the same for humans like us. When we are born, we're so small and vulnerable. Give us a couple of decades, and we can become so powerful and capable that we can lead entire organizations. He smiled as he gazed at Gloriana's stomach. His firstborn child was developing nicely and was growing spiritually stronger and firmer with each passing day. His future daughter's companion spirit was also developing vigorously. There has to be limits to growth, his wife countered. Humans can't live forever. It's not a leap to assume that mechs can't last forever. Where there is growth, there is also decline. You're right. I don't deny the possibility that living mechs only have a limited amount of life potential before they reach their respective limits. None of my mechs are old enough to ever come close to that point, though. I think they can easily last for at least a century as long as they are constantly taken care of, not that this will happen often. It's a lot easier to replace older mechs with newer ones than to expend an exponentially greater effort to renew the same mech all of the time. Even I don't think it is realistic to give the same treatment that the Shield of Samar enjoys to every mech in the Larkinson clan. His wife looked surprised at that. Don't you advocate for the use of sustainable mechs? You once told me that one of my ambitions is to change the way that owners and users treat their mechs. You wanted to move away from people replacing their old mechs and encourage them to stick with them year after year. I haven't changed my mind about that. But considering how mechs are used by many different people and organizations, this is not an economical choice for everyone. It costs a lot of money to constantly renew the same mech so that they can keep up with the pace of technological advancement. Every major leap in mech generation entails a thorough transformation in tech, materials, and standards. It's a lot easier and cheaper for clients to just replace their last-gen stock with the latest models. VS never thought he could convince every single person to embrace his vision. This was also why he mainly set his sights on the premium segment of the mech market and up. Only those who were willing to invest in their mechs were the most suitable target audience for his products. If you truly intend to continue your investment in the Shield of Samar, I'd imagine that it will undergo so many physical transformations that it becomes increasingly harder to justify that it is still the same mech. Perhaps its personality and its character are the same, but its meaning to everyone else has become completely different. Is it still justifiable for it to be called by the same name in that case? This was a more ambiguous question, and one that VS could not answer immediately. I think it becomes a definition issue at that point. However, even if everyone else truly thinks of a century-old Shield of Samar in a different light, what do the opinions of others matter? Its pilot and its closest partner will always regard it as the same mech, no matter whether it started off as an ordinary third-class mech or has reached the apex of what mechs can become. If the Shield of Samar has become a god mech, then it has become a completely different existence, Gloriana quietly said as she slowly scratched Clixie's ears. Gods and mortals exist on separate levels, you know. No matter who you used to be when you were still human, once you become a god, you embrace a different identity. Nobody knows who the superior mother was before she ascended to become a supreme. Her mortal name has become dust and forgotten. VS snorted. That's not true. Her name is Cynthia, and she used to raise me for a couple of years before she decided to leave me behind without finishing the job. Both Gloriana and Clixie stared silently at him after he said those words. Meow. The ship of Theseus was an interesting thought experiment, but VS and Gloriana still had a lot of work to do. They stopped talking about useless philosophy and turned their attention back to what really mattered. After several weeks of diligent work, 3 of the 4 Larkinson expert mechs not only became as good as new again, but also acquired crucial internal defense upgrades. Though the revisions were a bit too rushed and modest for Gloriana's tastes, VS insisted on prioritizing efficiency. The Bulwark project and the Chimera project need our presence. Our design teams can't keep working on them without our guidance, he told his wife. Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi can't wait much longer. Let's strive to finish their expert mechs in 2 months. Gloriana looked uncertain. That is cutting it close. It's doable, I think. The hundreds of assistant mech designers haven't been doing nothing all this time. They have performed more than enough prep work to accelerate our own design tasks. I'm quite eager to get back in the saddle and complete this design round. Now that the Dark Zephyr and the other Larkinson expert mechs had been fixed, it was time for VS to make a decision about his future plans. Enough time had passed for the rest of the Larkinson clan and its allies to complete their own repairs. Many ships that had incurred major damage but managed to limp back to the Amswick system had received hasty and improvised repairs. Given that many of them were dispensable, their owners did not insist on bringing them back in peak condition. It was fine as long as the vessels lasted long enough to reach the gate system. Even a more critical starship like the Graveyard had to make do with jury-rigged repair work. The Larkinsons essentially prioritized haste by slapping makeshift plating onto the damaged hull sections. This caused the scrappy capital ship to look like an even messier patchwork vessel. Still, according to all of the calculations, the interim solutions should hold, so VS was willing to trust that the repairs were sufficient enough for the Graveyard to travel onwards. Even if something goes wrong and she gets lost in the higher dimensions, at least it won't affect me. I'll be staying safe and sound in the spirit of Bentheim. VS smirked. Yet before he could think about resuming the expeditionary fleet's journey to the Beyonder Gate, he still had to take care of another matter. He left the spirit of Bentheim and shuttled over to the blinding Banshee. The odd, thin capital ship always weirded him out. Her hull was so long and skinny that he was always afraid that it would snap in half one day. When VS stepped aboard the ship, Calabast and Arnold were already there to greet his arrival. "You can spare the pleasantries, Calabast," he said as he briskly strode forward. "You know why I'm here. Bring me to brig." "We have several brigs, VS." The spymaster smirked. "It might not look like it, but my ship can hold tens of thousands of prisons. We can even convert her into a hotel if you don't mind the lack of space." VS gave her another measured look. This time, she no longer teased him and brought him straight towards his desired destination. They entered a large but narrow brig compartment. Small and barren cells lined both sides of a narrow hallway. When VS walked up to one of the cells, he looked straight through the one-way energy screen to examine its current occupant. A listless dwarven mech pilot sat on his cot while he was bored out of his skull. Almost a month had gone by without anything happening. The boredom and isolation had long worn out his personality. VS grinned at the sight. There were hundreds more dwarven soldiers locked in the other cells on the blinding Banshee. That was plenty for what he had in mind. Hee. Chapter 3307 High Quality Stock. VS grinned so darkly that Calabast and Arnold both looked disturbed. The mutated beast shivered and used his 8 legs to crawl behind Calabast's boots. Squeak! After the clan patriarch finished indulging in himself, he quickly regained his composure. "How many prisoners?" he asked. "We are currently holding 734 feral servicemen in our cells," Calabast answered. "We used to hold several hundred more, but when our stealth shuttles and disguised rescue parties retrieved them from their broken mechs and ships, their condition was poor and our medical personnel failed to save them. The good news is that the survivors have all pulled through. Even the most heavily injured ones have returned to health after receiving intensive treatment from our lifer doctors. I'm not sure whether it was worth the expense to go so far, though. These dwarves..." VS smirked. "Oh, it's worth it. I need them in their best condition. I don't have much use for half-dead dwarven prisoners. This is the first time that I have high-quality experimental test subjects at my disposal. These proud, ferocious, disciplined soldiers are far superior to the pirates and scum that I used to work with. The stronger they are, the better my test results." "You..." He turned to the reluctant-looking woman by his side. "We've been cooperating for a long time, Calabast. I don't believe for a second that you don't know what I've been up to with my prisoners." "Hey, you're no fun." Calabast shrugged as she dropped her reluctant act. "As a matter of fact, I do have a good idea what goes on when prisoners enter your experimental chambers but never seem to come back out. I suggest that you keep me in the loop from now on. You don't have a security and intelligence background, so there are still gaps in the methods you use to prevent leakage of information." VS thought about it and didn't immediately reject it. The people who worked alongside him for years already knew he was unusual. Even if he did his best to hide his secrets, people like Calabast weren't stupid. "Very well then. You can accompany me this time and take care of security matters. What I'm about to do next is probably going to be so controversial and impactful that I really don't want anyone else to know my intentions." After they established this agreement, VS quickly returned to business. He moved over to another cell and spotted another listless dwarf. "Tell me more about the prisoners." "Of the 734 prisoners of the Feral Provincial Army, 212 of them consist of mech pilots, and 522 of them are ship personnel. The mix of ship personnel is fairly even, but the majority of captured dwarven mech pilots hail from the Molten Hammer and Hiver Roarer mech divisions." VS nodded in understanding. During the post-battle rescue operation, he had secretly ordered the Black Cats to go out and smuggle as many dwarven prisoners as they could underneath the noses of the enemy fleet. The black cat retrieval parties did not dare to travel too close to the intact enemy fleet. They could only scour the outskirts and the zones closer to the expeditionary fleet to fulfill their objectives. If the black cats didn't need to hide, then they could have easily captured double or triple the amount of prisoners. Do the ferals know we have their men? Calabas gave him a sidelong glance. If you're asking whether we will suffer any negative repercussions for capturing these prisoners, then no. My black cats have been discreet enough to avoid direct exposure. I can reasonably guess that the feral provincial army knows we took their men, but they shouldn't have any direct proof or they would have presented it already. After the end of the battle, the beaten dwarven mech divisions were too preoccupied with other matters to be on the lookout for anyone absconding with their own survivors. None of them expected that you would go after their own men. The unspoken implication was that Ves must be crazy to capture enemy prisoners when there was no apparent meaning to doing so. It was too bad that he didn't care. He had greater priorities in mind, and these precious dwarves would play an essential role in his next plan. As Ves and Calabas continued to walk through the narrow corridor, Ves continued to peer through the one-way screens that kept the dwarves locked in isolation. Have you done what I've asked? She nodded. We did. As soon as we took them into captivity, we began to pressure them in different ways. Aside from putting them in long-term isolation, we also stimulated them by limiting their food intake, varying the level of artificial gravity at random times, cutting off their light sources for days on end and broadcasting irritating noise in their cells. Although we have carefully controlled the intensity of these measures to avoid too many breakdowns, a number of dwarves failed to endure our trials. See here, for example. Calabas led Ves a few cells over. When they peered through the other side, they spotted a haggard-looking female dwarven mech pilot who was rocking on her cot like a bot whose programming had gone stuck. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. When Ves inspected the poor dwarven soldier with his other senses, he could sense the despair had broken what little spirit she possessed. It would take a disproportionate amount of effort to restore her sanity. A pity, Ves said with a touch of sadness. She's not as valuable in this condition. Still, you can't make an omelet unless you break some eggs. Do you have dwarves who have managed to do well in resisting their treatment? Of course. I'm actually impressed with these dwarven individuals. Their hatred and defiance has reached the level of elite soldiers. The feral provincial army has trained them well. Calabas brought him to another cell. The burly dwarven soldier with a beard that stretched to his knees looked completely different from the previous prisoner. Not only was he keeping himself in shape by performing push-ups, his eyes constantly burned towards the one-way screen. It was as if he was ready to escape at a moment's notice as soon as the restrictive barrier went down. Ves couldn't help but grin as he sensed the strong will and survival urge from this defiant Vulcanite serviceman. This fellow over here isn't anyone special, Calabas explained. He's an ordinary security officer who specializes in demolitions. One of our team managed to capture him when he was trapped aboard a crippled combat carrier that had drifted away from the main battlefield. He didn't catch our attention at first, but as our treatment continued to put pressure on the prisoners, he was one of a small group of dwarves who did not surrender to our attempts to break them down. Ves smiled. This was a truly valuable test subject. How many unbroken dwarven prisoners do we have? Of the feral servicemen who have managed to endure all of our trials, only 34 mech pilots and 56 support personnel did not succumb to them. Their psychological states are still strong, and it is unlikely that further deprivation will change that. These are the toughest dwarves that you can find. Good. Ves grinned. I need to examine and categorize all 734 prisoners in person. The data that you have on them is quite complete, but I need to make detailed observations in order to divide them into relevant groups. Very well. The prisoners aren't going anywhere, so you can examine them at your leisure. Ves spent several hours moving from cell to cell. He already opened up a new database file in his implant to register the properties of each individual dwarven prisoner. The month in captivity had not been kind to them. None of the dwarves looked happy and comfortable after they endured the friendly hospitality of the black cats. However, there were still enough professional soldiers who relied on their heart and will to resist. These rare individuals were all gems as far as Ves was concerned. He eagerly studied them and paid special attention to their spiritualities. After he completed his survey, Ves tallied his results. It turned out that 17 of the 34 unbroken mech pilots possessed spiritual potential. Of the non-mech pilots, just 13 of 53 possessed spiritual potential. Ves wasn't surprised by these results. Those with spiritual potential possessed advantages that others did not possess. It was easier for them to condense their will and cling on to their existing identities. Mech pilots were especially good at this because they always received the most training resources. The defiance and strength exuded by these spiritually activated dwarves was impressive considering how little hope they received during their month of captivity. Ves grew more and more excited when he thought about how he could make use of their strength. He silently composed a list that classified the dwarven prisoners into different categories before transmitting the file to Calabast. I need a large and absolutely secure experimental chamber to conduct some experiments. The blinding banshee will definitely be able to fulfill your needs, Calabast answered with a smile. How much space do you need? Ves thought about it for a moment. I need enough space to hold the dwarven prisoners. I also need enough room to accommodate a mech with plenty of space if possible. Calabast frowned. The former is doable, but the latter is more challenging. The blinding banshee is not designed to carry mechs or other large objects. We will need to empty a cargo bay and increase its security level. Do that then. In the meantime, I need your men to transport a number of high-value cargo from the Spirit of Bentheim to this ship to conduct my experiments. How long will this take? Calabast frowned. If you need several days to perform your activities, it will become harder to hide what you are doing. I don't intend to stay too long, so don't worry. According to my current experimental plans, I'll be done with the dwarves by the end of the day. Hopefully I can get back to the Spirit of Bentheim quickly enough to catch dinner with my wife. Calabast suspected that she wouldn't have to worry about bringing the dwarven prisoners back to their cells. Their current accommodation would no longer become occupied once Ves was done with his experiments. For a moment, she wanted to speak up and question what Ves was doing with the prisoners. Then, she thought about all of the success that Ves had achieved in the span of a couple of years and decided to remain silent. Power never came without a cost. Even if she harbored misgivings about her strategic partner's conduct, she couldn't argue with the results. From the moment she decided to hitch her wagon onto Ves, she already made a choice. It did not make sense to change her mind just because of her doubts. She had already gone too deep into the rabbit hole to go back. I will prepare the experimental environment according to your specifications and ready the prisoners with utmost discretion, Calabast promised to Ves. I'll be making use of as many secure and vetted systems as possible to minimize the amount of clansmen who get involved. It may take some time because I need to take action myself in order to secure the cargo bay to the best of my ability. You do that then. Make sure that there is as much separation between the prisoners and my experimental area. What I am about to do will probably affect a wide area, so I don't want any of my test subjects getting exposed ahead of schedule. Ves spent a few minutes passing on detailed instructions and specifications based on the schematic of one of the cargo bays of the Blinding Banshee. Though the espionage ship was a lot more cramped than other capital ships, she was still a sizable vessel in her own right. Soon enough, Ves was able to commence his first experiment for the day. Chapter 3308 Repeat Experiment. Controlling the dwarven prisoners aboard the blinding Banshee was easy. There was no chance for them to pull off an escape when they had nothing but their bodies to resist their captivity, but just to be sure, they had all been fitted with mechanical limb locks. These devices looked like dumbed-down versions of exoskeleton suits, and they were deliberately made to be as modest and low-tech as possible. After all, it was much easier to prevent improper tampering when the programming of the devices was simple. Despite their lack of complexity, the mechanical limb locks were strong enough to force every dwarf to move their limbs according to whoever held the controls. Dozens of cell barriers dropped at once. Though the captive dwarves briefly had the illusion that they were free for the first time in a month, their mechanical limb locks forced them to march out and move down a corridor without any deviation. Their mouths were not restrained though, so plenty of them began to speak as they were being moved. "I kill me. Thank you for answering my prayers, Vulcan. Captain Akora. You're alive. Wait, why are you here? We're free. We're free. We're free. You fool. We're all going to die. The tall folk are cruel and vicious people. Did you think they would extend any mercy to dwarves like us? Not even Vulcan can save us anymore." None of the dwarves knew what was going on, but many of them already suspected that their departure from their cells might not be a good change. Still, no matter what they thought or spoke, they could do nothing but march forward according to the instructions of the mechanical devices that had taken control over their limbs. Their resistance was futile and their pleas for help resulted in nothing. Ves and Calabas watched on as the closed holding chambers were being filled with dwarf after dwarf. The mechanical limb locks precisely positioned them into evenly spaced columns before keeping them in place. The lack of clues and eerie actions unnerved a lot of prisoners. They sought comfort in their fellow dwarves as they finally had an opportunity to interact with other people. Many of them exhibited strong emotions as they cried, laughed, talked, or remained patient for what was about to come. "It's time," Ves said as he took a remote control device from Calabas. "No matter what happens, don't disturb me when I am conducting my experiments." "I'll do my job while you do yours," the woman stated. Though she still had a lot to say, she possessed enough self-control to keep her mouth shut. Ves kept his secrets close to his chest and would likely respond adversely if she insisted on getting to the bottom of his experiments. It didn't matter. Ves trusted her enough to witness and guard over his experiments. Even if Calabas lacked the expertise to figure out what he was doing, she could still glean enough clues from what was about to happen. Ves slowly moved down to the deck as he approached the experimental stage that he prepared. He stood behind a control station and began to inspect all of the settings before he was satisfied that every device was working as intended. He briefly skimmed over the outline of his first experiment one last time in order to make sure he remembered every important detail. It was nothing special actually, as he conducted similar experiments in the past. The only actual difference was that his test subjects came from different stock. "Now that I have a batch of tough and well-trained soldiers, let's see whether they will be able to succeed where their predecessors have failed." Ves grinned. He manipulated the remote control and brought forward his first test subject. The fellow he chose to begin this session was the same defiant dwarven security officer who specialized in handling explosives. When the mechanical limb lock forced him to march out of the waiting chamber and walk over to the experimental area, the dwarven captive glared at the only tall folk in sight. His shackles even began to rattle as he exerted as much strength as possible to resist his forced motions. "It's you!" the dwarf angrily boomed. "You're the tall folk who dares blaspheme Vulcan! Let me out so that I can punch your face until your mother can't recognize anymore." VS became more pleased at the spirit shown by his test subject. The feistier they became, the higher the chance of success. To that end, he deliberately chose to expose his appearance to his captives so that they had a target to stimulate their emotions. The anger and unwillingness radiating from the dwarven security officer tasted as sweet as wine to VS. In order to push his first test subject's buttons even more, he drew out a hammer that instantly attracted the dwarf's attention. That hammer! That hammer! Let go of that hammer! It doesn't belong to you. Return it to Vulcan or risk his wrath. VS chuckled as he casually spun the hammer in his hand as if it was a toy. This hammer is mine, little dwarf. Your imaginary god can't do anything to me, and so can't you. If you truly want to rip this item from my grasp, then you need to become strong enough to break through your shackles. That will never happen, of course. Dwarves like you are stupid, pathetic brutes who only exist to slave away in mines. That was one of the worst things to say to a Vulcanite. You blasphemer! Tall folk like you must die! Get me out of these locks so that I can at $$ and at $and. VS ignored the dwarf's outburst as he activated a command that commenced his first test. The mechanical locks forced the dwarven prisoner to march forward until he crossed a clearly marked line. A large vertical container was placed a short distance away. It was large enough to accommodate a mech but didn't seem special in any way. Yet as soon as the dwarf was forced to come closer, a powerful external pressure immediately began to manipulate his emotions. His insults abruptly cut off as many of his emotions became dampened. Even his anger at the tall folk dialed down a bit, though the dwarven prisoner did his best to resist this strange influence. Only certain emotions escaped this effect. His desire to free himself and return to the Vulcan Empire became stronger, and so did his desire to gain strength. I need to become stronger. Oh. The glow that affected the dwarf amplified these emotions and desires to such an extent that they quickly exerted a growing amount of pressure on his mind. Meanwhile, VS was over the moon when he tracked the performance of the dwarven prisoner. Yes, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. You're already lasting longer than my previous best test subject. The pirates and other prisoners that VS had previously experimented on never lasted to this extent. He became fully confident that the quality of the individuals subjected to this experiment was a crucial variable to its success. Ha! I just knew I was on the right track this time. The stronger the test subject, the greater the likelihood that they will survive. The dwarven security officer finally couldn't endure the pressure any longer. His entire body exploded in a mist of red. If not for the energy screens containing the spread of expanding biomatter, the blood, flesh, and other biomatter would have contaminated an even larger area. Soon enough, a couple of cleaning bots flew over to clean up the mess with remarkable efficiency. Despite this bloody outcome, VS remained pleased as ever. He already expected the dwarf to blow up. The individual wasn't particularly exceptional aside from his strong will, so VS chose for him to go first in order to obtain some initial results. He had made some progress, at least. The dwarven soldier already lasted 23 seconds longer than the previous best performer. This was such a substantial improvement that VS could smell he was close to a breakthrough. I still have plenty more defiant dwarves, VS muttered as he tried his best to rein in his enthusiasm. Accomplishing this much progress was already good news, but it was not the ultimate prize that he was trying to obtain. He only has a limited amount of chances to achieve true success. Let's continue. VS continued to use up his strong-willed test subjects without mercy. Bodies after bodies blew apart as the aspect of transcendence continued to test their mettle. Each time the dwarves marched forth, Ves tried to prod them by insulting their people and showing off a hammer that looked as if it rightfully belonged to the dwarves. It worked every time. The more religious and fanatical believers of the dwarven god cult were especially easy to provoke. The only reason why he blocked the view to the aspect of transcendence was because he didn't want to break the minds of his test subjects. The aspect of transcendence looks so large and impressive that just looking at it might lead to unpredictable results. A good researcher controlled the experimental environment as much as possible. Dwarf after dwarf continued to march towards their moment of death or transcendence. So far, only the former took place, but Ves did not lose hope. He had controlled order so that the norms among the defiant dwarves went first. They were comparably weaker and less promising than the other strong-willed dwarves, so their chances of success were also the lowest. Still, as the fatalities began to rise, he began to wince. He had another experiment in mind where he had an excellent use of dwarves like these. Seeing their bodies explode over and over caused him to lament the increasing amount of losses he incurred. Test subjects were also assets. Still, as long as one of them is able to pull through, I will be able to earn a huge profit. Ves was essentially gambling at this moment. If he lost all of his high-quality stock without any success, then his chances of meeting his target in his subsequent experiment would likely drop. Come on, you can do it, dwarves! In the end, he used up all of the defiant dwarven support personnel who did not possess any spiritual potential. Though each of them exhibited a lot of emotions, they failed to transform their lives. Well, I can't say I did not see this coming. Ves sighed. He brought forward his next batch of test subjects. These ones weren't mech pilots either, but they differed from the last batch by possessing spiritual potential. If they were mech designers or traditional swordsmen, they had an opportunity to break through to journeyman or swordmaster. However, as far as he knew, none of these dwarves belonged to those known extraordinary professions. Ves wasn't sure what to expect for that reason, but he was willing to see what happened. Let's go. He only had 13 of these rare test subjects, so he paid a lot more attention to their mental states. Don't you want to kill me and take away this hammer? Ves taunted at a prisoner. Then do your best to grow strong enough. If not, I will trample upon your fellow Vulcanites and make sure to rob each and every one of them of their undeserved freedom. You filthy tall folk! I will kill you if it's the last thing I do! Hee hee! After sufficiently stimulating the test subjects, Ves subjected them to the aspect of transcendence's tender mercies. Initially, the outcome of these attempts was little different from before. The only noteworthy change was that the dwarves with spiritual potential lasted up to 30 seconds longer on average. This was a massive jump that signified that the mental resilience and tolerance of the latest batch was much stronger. A growing sense of anticipation built up as Ves continued to bring other dwarves forward. Eventually, the sixth angry dwarven prisoner managed to keep his body together for 87 seconds, which was an unprecedented duration. It was at this time that Ves sensed a spiritual explosion taking place in the dwarven individual's mind. The test subject's spiritual potential was experiencing a miraculous growth. Yes! He's breaking through! I knew this would happen! I finally have solid proof of my theory! A great moment had come to Ves. His experiment had finally succeeded. Chapter 3309 A Brilliant Plan. Now that he had achieved his first successful result, Ves quickly moved to preserve his first success. He quickly pressed a button that pulled the captive dwarf out of the danger zone. The strong gravity force only pulled the captive's body far enough to prevent the aspect of transcendence from continuing to exert its influence on the test subject. Ves did not want to take any risks. He needed his successful test subjects to remain alive. Though he was curious to know what would happen if an evolving test subject continued to be exposed to the aspect of transcendence's strong glow, that was an experiment for another time. Right now, he was more than happy that the dwarf succeeded where all of his other test subjects had failed. The breakthrough event did not drag on for long. Ves continued to remain in rapture as he eagerly observed all of the changes that took place in the dwarven serviceman's mind. Since the fellow wasn't a mech pilot, his will did not receive any exceptional empowerment. Instead, his previously inactive spiritual potential expanded in strength like a seed growing into a flower. The metamorphosis was unlike anything he had seen before. Neither mech designers, mech pilots nor swordsmen evolved in this manner. To be honest, Ves had no idea what he was looking at. Considering the dwarven captive used to serve as a warrant officer in charge of ammunition supplies aboard one of the derelict feral combat carriers, it was likely that the newly evolved dwarf did not gain any special abilities. Ves guessed that the boost the surviving test subject gained was probably general and unfocused. Perhaps he became a little smarter, a little faster, and a little stronger. What little reality-defying properties he gained were unlikely to be exceptional either. Still, the dwarf had taken his first step on the extraordinary road by becoming the equivalent of an expert candidate. If he broke through one more time, then just the strength of an expert pilot or journeyman was enough to turn him into an exceptional individual. 87 seconds! This was how long the dwarf lasted before his spiritual potential ignited into a stronger and more real form. Ves had a hunch that this was a critical number, and one that every other test subject had to attain in order to pass the aspect of transcendence's trial. Ves spent a few more minutes to check on the successful test subject's condition. His physical condition looks normal, but his mental condition is a lot more active than before. Interesting. In any other time, Ves would have dropped every other research project in order to study this dwarf's new properties. What had changed? What could he do? How had his personality shifted? Did he gain any new obsessions? What similarities did he share to other spiritual professions? Was he able to resist the aspect of transcendence's glow at his current stage? I don't have the time to seek these answers, Ves muttered as he shook his head. He had different goals in mind today. Now that he confirmed a number of key hypotheses and assumptions, he could perform more targeted experiments at a later date. I can make more test subjects like these now that I know what to look for, he grinned. In order to test whether lasting 87 seconds in the presence of the aspect of transcendence was the key to a successful breakthrough, Ves quickly used up the remainder of the current category of test subjects. Dwarf after dwarf screamed before their bodies blew up. Ves keenly paid attention to how well they endured the pressure. Those he thought were stronger managed to last longer than those with lower odds. None of them lasted all the way to 87 seconds, Ves disappointingly observed. The closest one came close. The female dwarf lasted all the way to 84.5 seconds while spending half her time insulting Ves before her body blew up like the rest of her colleagues. It wasn't until the second-to-last dwarf of this batch had her turn that the previous record was broken yet again. 88.2 seconds! The middle-aged female dwarf endured the pressure for a little longer before her spiritual potential ignited in a similar fashion as before. A gravitic projector quickly pulled her body away from the aspect of transcendence, allowing her to complete her breakthrough without any further risk. I can finally make comparisons! By collecting data on the second success case and comparing it to the first one, Ves was able to derive a lot of clues through comparative analysis. Still, he didn't spend too much time on these studies as his day was far from over. In the end, out of the 13 non-pilot dwarven prisoners with spiritual potential, 2 of them broke through. Although the survival rate was still abysmal, Ves was incredibly happy to achieve this result. A 15% success chance is much better than a 0% success chance. Though the 2 dwarves broke through at slightly different exposure times, Ves chalked it up to individual differences. The critical breakthrough point had to be around this range. None of the dwarves without spiritual potential lasted this long, Ves recalled. They only managed to hold on for 40 seconds or even 60 seconds before they succumbed. This was already a pretty good result compared to weaker-willed individuals. Much of the low-quality stock couldn't even hold themselves together for more than 20 seconds before their heads and bodies went poof. Now, let's see what the difference is between norms and mech pilots. He had to make some adjustments before he started with this phase of the session. A special cockpit was moved over which was meant to simulate the act of piloting a mech. It was distinctly designed to be as harmless as possible. After all, Ves didn't want to become one of those cliché scientists who succeeded in creating a monster only to get killed by his own success. Alright, let's start. Just like before, he first went through the test subjects who did not possess spiritual potential. Of the 17 test subjects of this category, none of them survived. Their survival time was a little better than their non-mech pilot counterparts on average. Now let's proceed with the most promising category of test subjects. Ves rubbed his palms before he began to subject the strong-willed dwarven mech pilots with spiritual potential to the aspect of transcendence. These captive dwarves were the most promising talents of their mech divisions. In another reality, they might have gone on to become expert candidates or expert pilots in their lifetimes. Now, their only fate was to devote their lives and spirits to provide more experimental data to Ves. Whether they succeeded or failed, Ves would forever honor their contributions to science by making good use of their test data. All of you are heroes. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. I will forever remember the great gift that you have given to me. This will become one of the greatest experiments of my life. It was too bad that the dwarves were unable to share his jubilation. Many of them were dead while the survivors had every reason to kill him with their bare hands. From the moment he began to put the first dwarven mech pilots with spiritual potential in the simulation cockpit, he already had a feeling that he would experience something remarkable. 78 seconds. 83 seconds. 86.3 seconds. Success. A little sooner than expected, the third test subject of this promising category succeeded in breaking through. A strong outburst of will erupted from the simulation cockpit as it began to glow and resonate according to the force of will of the lucky new expert candidate. Die, you false prophet! The Vulcan Empire belongs to the dwarves. An amused smile appeared on V's face. Well, this test subject has spunk, all right. It was too bad the new expert candidate was piloting a mech that didn't actually exist. His breakthrough was completely meaningless if he was not able to resonate with anything that could actually pose a threat against his captors. Once the breakthrough event had passed, Ves unceremoniously forced the successful test subject out of the simulation cockpit and moved him over to another waiting room. Let's see how the remainder fares. Several more breakthroughs took place in the next hour. Though there were plenty of failures, Ves was gratified to see that most of the test subjects of this batch lasted the longest on average. Those who lasted shorter generally possessed poorer qualifications according to the data. They were mostly individuals who were older, possessed lower genetic aptitudes, and performed worse during the Battle of Fort de la Zentra. Makes sense. In total, 6 out of 17 dwarven expert pilots with spiritual potential successfully advanced to expert candidate. This was a remarkable result considering that none of them had broken through in actual battle. A 35% success rate is not bad. If the price of failure wasn't death, I feel tempted to immediately put my Larkinson mech pilots through the same test. These weren't ordinary test subjects, though. The ones that Ves had experimented on so far only consisted of the toughest and most strong-willed dwarven captives aboard the blinding Banshee. There were hundreds more test subjects that he didn't even bother to bring out this time. They're too weak, he sighed. I can only use them to make up the numbers in my follow-up experiment. As he began to study the results he obtained so far, he was able to derive some reasonable conclusions. Ves guessed that the main reason why the mech pilots held out longer was because they were especially trained to endure great stresses in battle. A military mech pilot always had to maintain control over themselves. Mech pilots also possessed more innate pride and confidence. Their profession was celebrated and honored in the Age of Mechs. It shouldn't be a surprise that they refused to bow their head and succumb to adverse pressure. It's not enough, though. The mental resilience of those with no spiritual potential was too weak compared to those that did possess potential. The difference was quite substantial, as the pressure that people experienced from the aspect of transcendence was not constant and linear. Instead, it built up over time the longer they become exposed to the organic statue's glow. The difference in mental resilience from someone who lasted 80 seconds was much weaker than someone who lasted 7 seconds longer. This suggested to Ves that it was not easy to bridge this gap at the upper levels. It's probably impossible for most people to become strong enough to last 87 seconds in their lifetimes. Their resistance needs to reach a level that is beyond baseline human levels. Ves frowned. Of course, this only applied to artificially induced breakthroughs. Ves didn't think the conditions were so harsh for natural breakthroughs. Those were different circumstances that were much more normal. Using the aspect of transcendence to induce a breakthrough was a shortcut, so there were bound to be complications. Now that he used up his batch of strong-willed test subjects, Ves wrapped up this experiment and began to prepare for his next endeavor. He approached a large table and inspected all of the ingredients he prepared for his next experimental procedure. 1 complete vial of high-grade light-prolonging serum. Check. 1 unstable chaos essence gem. Check. 20 p-stones that Blinky has completely filled with my spiritual energy. Check. 1 p-stone that contains a minor spiritual fragment, the quint. Check. 1 p-stone that contains a minor spiritual fragment of the amaranto. Check. 1 p-stone that contains a moderate spiritual fragment of the unending one. Check. 1 p-stone that contains a shard of Lady Aisling Curver's design seed. Check. Ves briefly directed his gaze towards the waiting rooms that held both the newly advanced dwarven test subjects, as well as the hundreds of ordinary dwarven captives. 6 heavy gravity variant human expert candidates. Check. 2 heavy gravity variant human undefined preliminary transcendence. Check. 178 mundane heavy gravity variant human military mech pilots. Check. 466 mundane heavy gravity variant human military servicemen. Check. After confirming that all of his ingredients were present and in a usable state, he placed the final key object and catalyst on the table. Hammer of Brilliance. Check. The reason why this totem played a key role in his next experiment was because he harbored an ambitious plan. A devious grin appeared on V's face. Since you dwarves yearn for Vulcan so much, then let me give you what you want. He finally decided to make a design spirit based on Vulcan. The god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship did not exist. Not really. As far as Ves was concerned, he only existed in the imagination of the Vulcanites. Initially, Ves was fine in allowing the dwarves to stick to their false delusions. Everyone was entitled to their own beliefs as long as they didn't bother anyone else. It was too bad that the Feral Province decided to pick a fight with the Golden Skull Alliance. Did the Vulcanites really think that Ves wasn't going to retaliate for all of the Larkinsons they had slain? 1,400 Larkinson mech pilots and 6,000 other Larkinson servicemen have died at their hands. Ever since the Ferals took away those lives, Ves had always entertained thoughts of taking revenge. The difficulty was that the expeditionary fleet was no match against a dominant second-rate state. The Vulcan Empire was able to field so many mechs that the Larkinson clan would only drown if Ves dared to wage war against the dwarves. If he wanted to attack them and hit them where it hurt, he needed to undermine them in another fashion. In the past few weeks, he regularly talked with Shedarin and Calabas to learn how to harm the Vulcan Empire. Both of them told him that religion was a clear fault line in their state. The division between the traditional Vulcan faith and the upstart dwarven god cult had only grown more tense after the latest controversy had erupted. Once Ves learned about all of this, his active imagination came up with a brilliant plan to mess up the Vulcan Empire and provide him with a path for him to travel to the Paramount Province without getting attacked. "I'm just going to make another design spirit. A Vulcan design spirit." That wasn't all, though. A regular design spirit wasn't good enough for his liking. First, Ves had to make a choice whether he should turn Vulcan into a human or a dwarven incarnation. He couldn't decide, to be honest. That was why he came up with an unorthodox solution. "I'll just turn him into both a human and a dwarven design spirit." Who said that design spirits needed to come in a single form? Couldn't they take on multiple forms or identities at the same time? Trisk didn't even have a defined shape. Aside from being a bird, it could be both male or female, colorful or colorless, and big or small. This example proved that design spirits didn't need to adhere to a strict definition. They were bound by fewer limitations than corporeal existences. However, as soon as Ves thought about creating a design spirit based around Vulcan, he recalled another goal. "I always wanted to create a way for me to excel in craftsmanship." Ever since Master Willix lectured him about the importance of craftsmanship to mech designers, Ves yearned to improve his ability to create masterworks, and even higher quality works. Though he knew that steady accumulation was the name of the game, Ves wouldn't be Ves if he didn't think of a method to cheat the process. When he thought about how he could gain an advance, he came up with an interesting thought. "I've long been able to surpass my limitations by creating different spirits." An excellent example was Blinky. Before he created his own companion spirit, he didn't have an easy way to generate more spiritual energy. He was always wary of expending his own spiritual energy because it took too long to replenish it without the grand dynamo. Blinky's creation neatly solved this problem and expanded his own capabilities by a huge margin. Now, he was faced with a different problem. His success rate in creating new masterworks was too low. It was too difficult to produce a high-quality mech, and he was way too dependent on luck and serendipity to succeed. Though a journeyman like him was already far ahead of his peers in terms of creating masterworks, Ves wasn't satisfied. If he wanted to realize his design philosophy faster and increase his chances to become a star designer in a reasonable time frame, then he needed to go above and beyond in order to create his own success. "I'll just make a design spirit that excels in craftsmanship. Not only that, I will become that design spirit." That was right. Ves wasn't willing to allow any entity to become the patron saint of excellent craftsmanship. That would mean that he would have to borrow someone else's power whenever he wanted to fabricate a high-quality mech. He wanted to master this power for himself. In essence, I want to add craftsmanship to one of my domains. There was a problem, though. His spirituality was already based around life and mechs on an equal basis. Ves did not want to alter this balance just so that he could add craftsmanship to the mix. Besides, I doubt it would work since my domain is already locked in a solid design seed, he muttered. His solution? Create a design spirit that was a similar existence to that of Blinky. The Vulcan that he was about to create would exist both as a separate entity, but also serve as an extension of himself. To put it in simpler terms, Ves wanted to create a design spirit incarnation of himself. Haha! It's brilliant! I'll be able to get the best of both worlds. He clearly took inspiration from his mother's attempts to turn the superior mother into her incarnation, whatever that meant. Although Ves didn't have a clue about the mechanics of his mother's incarnation technique, that didn't stop him from going through with his plan. I'll just invent my own method of creating an incarnation. If my mother can pull it off, so can I, he confidently exclaimed. With all of these measures, Ves intended to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, I'll be able to improve my craftsmanship faster and allow me to invent new methods to consistently produce masterworks at a much more accelerated pace. Second, I can use my design spirit to mess up the Vulcan Empire and make them pay for killing my clansmen. Third, I'll become both a human mech designer and a design spirit at once. As a result, I can enjoy the advantages of both without giving up anything. Ves would truly be able to become the greatest mech designer if he succeeded in his next procedure. He cackled at the thought of all of the power he would be able to command. This is going to be brilliant! Chapter 33:10 Diversification Strategy. Ves wanted to become a design spirit. He had been thinking about it for years, actually. From the time when design spirits like the Solemn Guardian and the Superior Mother began to show that they were not only able to affect reality through sheer power, but also displayed a capability to perform unique and useful spiritual abilities, Ves hungered to obtain the same advantages. Of course, it's not that simple to live as a spiritual life form. The more he saw the galaxy, the more he came in touch with incorporeal life. If he set aside his artificially created spiritual products for a moment, each of them were remarkable existences who all managed to detach themselves from their mortal coils while still clinging on to their lives. What all of them have in common is their strong spirituality, Ves surmised. A weak person's spirituality will eventually dissipate from the material realm and end up elsewhere. The only way to prevent this transit from happening is to become strong enough to resist this natural force. He theorized that this was the key factor that allowed previously living and mortal entities to retain their existences in the material realm after their greatest anchor, their physical bodies, had expired. However, Ves also guessed that it cost quite a lot of effort to hang on to the material realm. It's like trying to stay alive while being dumped onto an ice planet without clothes or heating, he muttered. If you don't do anything to warm yourself up, you'll die from hypothermia. There were several ways to stay warm. A shivering individual could find a rare zone where it was warmer and contained a natural source of heat. The Nixian Gap was a good example of that. The barrier between the imaginary and material realms was thinner there, allowing his mother to expend less effort to maintain her existence in reality. The flaw of this method is quite obvious. Anyone who becomes dependent on a fixed source of warmth won't be able to leave without freezing to death. A person could generate heat by devouring food. This was not a solution for everyone, but Ves knew of at least 3 entities that could sustain themselves in this fashion. His mother, The unending one and Blinky could all grow and sustain themselves by devouring the spiritual energy of other entities without worrying about the heterogeneity of spiritual attributes. In an ecosystem, predators can only exist when there is a sufficient amount of prey within reach. If there isn't enough food around, the predators will begin to starve and die in droves. Someone who was freezing to death could also rely on another way to warm their bodies. He or she could stay warm by sharing the body warmth of other creatures. Although it sounded like an absurd solution in this analogy, this was the principal way in which the dark gods such as the Blinding One or Design Spirits, like the Illustrious One, maintained their power and existence. Anyone who learned about this method might mistake those spiritual entities as gods, but Ves didn't see it that way. To him, this interaction could easily be explained without resorting to superstition and religious claptrap. It's just a normal process of deriving spiritual feedback from a lot of living people who are aligned to the spiritual entity in question. A single human might not be able to provide a lot of spiritual tribute, but when there are millions of them, the influx becomes quite formidable. Each method of staying warm had its strengths and shortcomings, but Ves looked down on the last one the most. It was the simplest and most flawed method for a spiritual entity to stay alive. For example, the Superior Mother had quickly catapulted to become the strongest design spirit in V's collection due to the worship of trillions of fanatical hexers. But what would happen if those same people began to die in droves? What would happen if the Friday Coalition won the Komodo War and forced the defeated hexers to abandon their beliefs in the Superior Mother? The once mighty ancestral spirit would turn from a wealthy baroness into a begging granny on the streets. Well, it shouldn't be that bad for the Superior Mother, Ves estimated. Even if the hexadric hegemony collapses, she can still rely on the diaspora to get her spiritual feedback. The Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers, and many other hexer groups had left the hegemony as of late. This provided the Superior Mother a strong form of insurance. Even if this didn't work out, Ves was not going to stand by and let Cynthia's incarnation wither to death. Still, the fact I need to worry about this problem at all is highly concerning. Apparently, the Superior Mother did inherit Cynthia's ability to devour spiritual energy. The two existed as separate entities who possessed different personalities, domains, and abilities. Cynthia Larkinson possessed a primal, predatory life domain. The Superior Mother embodied and personified the 6 phases of existences. Yet it's exactly because they're different that they complement each other so well. After her supposed death, Cynthia apparently lived on as a spiritual ghost who had a lot of difficulty sustaining her continued existence due to lack of suitable prey. It was only by feeding on her own child that she managed to regain enough strength. This was why it was a brilliant idea to link Cynthia together with the Superior Mother. Even if this inseparable bond came about due to an accident on his part, Ves was still glad he managed to create a powerful incarnation for his mother. The Superior Mother's ability to derive spiritual feedback from normal humans granted Cynthia an alternate way to sustain her spiritual existence without needing to rely on Ves or other rare spiritual entities. Likewise, Cynthia was also capable of ensuring that her incarnation would never starve to death, as long as she had enough surplus spiritual energy. It's unlikely that the Superior Mother will lose all of her influence, so my mother is the one that truly benefits from this relationship, Ves muttered. Even so, this relationship was quite flawed in his eyes, as there were scenarios where Cynthia might get burdened by the need to keep 2 spiritual existences alive. If Ves wanted to accomplish something similar, then he would be a fool to retain this flaw. Since he was planning to make a spiritual incarnation of himself, he tried his best to put his designer mentality to work. Only a weak and unambitious creator would think about imitating natural phenomena and existing products. A true designer always sought to surpass the competition. If the superior mother is version 1.0, then my own spiritual incarnation should become the equivalent of version 2.0. Ves did not want to joke around with his life and future prospects. There were many ways his experimentation could go wrong, but he was confident he could succeed in this ambitious endeavor. By gaining the power of an improved design spirit without giving up his personality and identity as a human, Ves would be able to augment his mech design career by leveraging the advantages of spiritual incarnation that was centered around craftsmanship. Ves insisted on setting a couple of terms when he came up with this bold plan. First, my identity as Ves Larkinson, the human mech designer, must always maintain primacy. I am Ves, not Vulcan. He did not want to make the mistake of creating a replacement for himself. What if Vulcan slipped out of control and decided to devour his own human maker? Ves would only have himself to blame if he screwed up so badly. Fortunately, he already had experience in this matter. Blinky was a successful implementation of a semi-independent spirit that was derived from Ves, but always remained subordinate. With all of the precautions he set, there was no way that the spiritual cat would ever be able to take over. Second, Vulcan must be able to feed itself and sustain its existence through multiple means. It must never become vulnerable or beholden to a single source of feeding. The superior mother was always tied to hexers or those who adhered to her values, and that was a major restriction. Ves sought to address its flaws when he designed his own incarnation. Though Vulcan was supposed to be the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship, it did not have to be the patron saint of all three domains at once. Ves didn't care about the dwarves, but they could form a convenient source of spiritual feedback if Vulcan failed to gain traction among humans. After all, the success of the Vulcan faith and the explosive rise of the Vulcan Empire proved the allure of a false god that Ves had casually invented. Dwarves are too gullible compared to normal humans, he smirked. There were so many different religions in human space that competition was harsh. The pushback received by religious movements such as Hexism or the Ilvanan faith taught Ves that reckless expansion of belief systems would inevitably provoke a war. He would be a fool to create a new religion in order to compete for the belief of other humans. Instead of diving in that muddy ocean, I'll just find a neglected lake instead. No ruling power in the galaxy cared about the dwarves. Neither the Big Two, the first-rate superstates, or anyone else who held sway had ever shown genuine concern about heavy gravity variant humans. This made it a lot less riskier for Vulcan to claim their spiritual feedback. In fact, the Vulcan Empire is already a successful test case, Ves realized. Since the dwarves were allowed to worship Vulcan without any response from other churches, the danger is obviously a lot less serious. Though the population of dwarves in human space was minuscule compared to normal humans, they still amounted to a huge amount in absolute terms. With this huge population base as a strong and stable source of spiritual feedback, the Vulcan that Ves intended to create was unlikely to starve to death. Of course, Vulcan's main source of spiritual feedback will always come from acting as a design spirit for my mechs. This was a proven method of gathering spiritual feedback without entering the muddy waters of religion. As long as Ves designed a few mechs with Vulcan involved in some way, he would be able to provide him with many channels of sustenance that had nothing to do with dwarves. This was his diversification strategy. By relying on multiple sources of spiritual energy, his incarnation would never be rendered helpless. Even if dwarves ever become extinct and if mechs are no longer in use, Vulcan can still keep himself alive by directly devouring other sources of spiritual energy. This was one of the few rare cases where Ves was willing to use a fragment of the unending one as an ingredient. The only other time he did that was when he created Blinky. Both of them are extensions of myself, so I will always be able to control what they do with the power to devour and digest heterogeneous spiritual energy. He never thought about granting external spiritual entities this capability. It was too powerful and removed a limitation, making it more likely that his design spirits might go rogue one day. The scariest scenario that he could think of was if a design spirit began to prey on other design spirits. That would be incredibly bad for Ves, and it was something that he would never allow. The best way to remove a temptation is to deny the possibility of it happening in the first place, Ves muttered. None of my design spirits have the power of the unending one, and as far as I'm concerned it should stay this way. They were all herbivores, essentially. There was plenty of fodder for them to eat and enjoy. The spiritual incarnation that Ves had in mind was different. It was not a carnivore like Cynthia. Instead, Vulcan will become an omnivore, an adaptable design spirit that will never grow hungry. This was the basis of Vulcan's power. It not only ensured he would remain adaptable under vastly different circumstances, but also gave him the potential to surpass every other design spirit, including the superior mother. Ves grinned as he imagined how Vulcan would thrive in the future. I'm sorry, Mom, but my incarnation will become better than yours. With Vulcan's help, I'll eventually be able to surpass you in power. She would no longer be able to treat him like a kid once that happened. It would become his turn to dominate his mother. Chapter 33:11, Means to an End. Creating an omnivorous design spirit was just the basis of creating the most spiritual incarnation for himself. Ves did not pursue power for its own end. That was useless and counterproductive. Vulcan is just a means to an end. I should always remind myself that my main identity is a human and that my main profession is a mech designer. If whatever I'm doing is not conducive to my mech design ambitions, then I should just forget about messing with this stuff. If Ves wanted to obtain a sustainable source of spiritual power, then he could already rely on Blinky for the most part. At best, Vulcan could serve as a reliable and loyal source of input for the spiritual cat if his other design spirits were unwilling or unable to donate their reserves. What truly mattered to Ves was how Vulcan could augment his mech design capabilities. Ves already knew what he was strong at. He was able to imbue his mechs and potentially other products with life, causing them to develop greater power that was controlled by an independent consciousness. However, his focus on this aspect did not provide him with any advantages in physical mech design. Though he was able to compensate for this shortcoming by borrowing Gloriana's specialty and relying on his increasing affinity for mechs, it was exponentially harder to create even better transcendent works. There are so many master mech designers in human space, but the number of known star designers only amount to 100 or so, Ves stated. The greatest implication of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship is that the difficulty of climbing higher is unimaginably great. I don't even dare to bet that I am talented and capable enough to reach the third rung of the ladder by relying on my inherent talent and capabilities. If he assumed that one of the key requirements of becoming a star designer was to be able to create a grand work that qualitatively surpassed every masterwork, then Ves did not object to reaching this incredibly high standard through unorthodox means. This was how he always worked. Instead of following the crowd and hope that he was able to outperform everyone, he preferred to play his own game where he could easily skew the odds in his favor. This was the kind of lateral thinking that Ves had always relied upon to get ahead. He was confident in his ability to succeed not because he thought he was better than other mech designers, but because he was daring and creative enough to find alternative solutions to his problems. Perhaps other mech designers would think he had gone bonkers for coming up with an idea as radical as creating a spiritual incarnation of himself. This was also why he didn't bother to inform Gloriana of his ambitious plan. Other people are too confined by their own ignorance to understand my brilliance, The only way I can prove that I'm right is to succeed. To that end, Ves thought a lot about how Vulcan was supposed to express his power. Ves did not care about Vulcan's dwarf domain. He only included it because it was already a part of his existing portfolio and because dwarves were meant to serve as an extra source of spiritual feedback. A real god needs to take care of his flock because he will lose his source of spiritual sustenance if his believers forsake his belief. He smirked. My spiritual incarnation is different because he can just switch to other sources of spiritual feedback. It would be nice if more ignorant dwarves became hoodwinked into believing a false god, but it would never become a priority to Ves. This was why he placed a much greater emphasis on Vulcan's other two domains. A focus on both mechs and craftsmanship had the potential to synergize with his design philosophy. Vulcan could even replace the role that Gloriana played in his professional career. Of course, Ves loved Gloriana too much to push her aside if she ever became redundant. Vulcan and Gloriana contributions to his mech designs did not necessarily have to conflict. In fact, their effects can probably superimpose on each other, leading to even better results than if they are separate, Ves optimistically predicted. The main purpose that Vulcan was supposed to play in his mech designs was to increase the likelihood of copies turning into masterworks. He did not expect anything too unrealistic like a 100% success rate. However, if he was able to double, triple, or quadruple the current odds, Ves would have a bit more assurances that the upcoming Bulwark project or Chimera project would turn into masterworks. My current odds of success are too low. Ves shook his head. The Amaranto is already a fluke. I'm not confident enough that I can replicate this success so quickly without enough luck and accumulation. The existence of a design spirit like Vulcan was supposed to replace or even exceed the role of luck and accumulation. Ves wasn't sure about the exact mechanics behind these variables, but he had implemented several creative solutions in his spiritual incarnations design that should all contribute to this desired effect. The simplest way to describe Vulcan's role in creating masterworks was to consider the design spirit as an attempt to turn uncontrollable variables into controllable variables. Only when Ves was able to grasp more factors that determined the quality of a mech in production would he be able to accelerate his progression. Even if the ability to make more masterworks doesn't help with advancing or realizing my design philosophy, I can still derive a lot of benefits by making more of them. Each one is a treasure that I can use to empower my subordinates or trade away to others. He could boost Venerable Joshua's progression and provide him with a smooth ride to Ace Pilot by turning the Chimera project into a masterwork expert mech. He could receive the gratitude and protection of an Ace Pilot early by fulfilling Patriarch Reginald's request. There were countless other potential clients that would be willing to pay a fortune to obtain a masterwork mech tailored to their needs. His grand expedition in the Red Ocean would become a lot smoother if he was able to provide a valuable and indispensable service to all of the wealthy pioneers in the new frontier. Without a competitive edge, my clan and I will never gain a foothold in the Red Ocean. There are too many pioneers out there that are better than us in every other way. Whether it was designing mechs, harvesting phase water, or starting up colonies, the most powerful and ambitious players of human civilization were at least 100 times better prepared than a journeyman and an upstart clan. This was why Ves planned to create a new entity like Vulcan even if he never came into conflict with the Vulcan Empire. Perhaps he would have chosen a different identity for his craftsmanship-oriented design spirit, but the role remained the same. As Ves continued to stand before his collection of ingredients, he calmly ran through all of the steps he needed to take to create his desired spiritual incarnation. He could not be sloppy this time. The difficulty of creating Vulcan was much higher than creating a regular spiritual product. In the latter case, even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't affect him directly. Different from normal, Vulcan was supposed to be another extension of himself, so Ves had to exert much more control over the creation process than normal. "That's why I am using up so many ingredients at once," he sighed. "I would never be so extravagant with an ordinary design spirit." He had to save the best for himself, after all. By raising the quantity and quality ingredients, he would not only be able to exert greater control over Vulcan's capabilities, but also ensure he would start off stronger and more powerful than any other newly born spiritual entity. Ves carefully picked up the vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. "I've never used up so much universal life energy at once. I wonder how far Vulcan can go with this much juice." There was a considerable risk involved with accelerating Vulcan growth to such a massive extent. In order to prevent his design spirit from breaking loose from his control, he implemented many other safeguards, the most important of which was to pass on more himself to Vulcan than ever before. In that way, even if the unending one came back from the dead again, Ves would be able to overpower the Dark God by relying on brute force. This was why he gathered a whopping 20 p-stones that Blinky had spent many weeks filling with spiritual energy. They contained far more spiritual energy than Ves could hold in his mind. All of its spiritual attributes matched his own, and they also carried his own spiritual imprint, which ensured his control over all of that energy. "With this much raw strength, I don't believe that any rebellious strains can overpower my control." There were numerous other ingredients that played their own role, the most uncertain of which was his last unstable Chaos Essence gem that Lucky once produced in the Nixian Gap. Ves hesitated when he saw this gem. "Its effects are unpredictable, but they can also be quite potent." Ves adopted a gambler's mentality when he thought about using it. The riot benefited a lot from unstable Chaos Essence, but that was when the gem was used for its intended purpose. This time, Ves thought about infusing at least a portion of the energies contained in the gem to imbue Vulcan with greater power. The problem was that Ves had no idea what that would look like. He couldn't rely on his theories to make a prediction, and his intuition wasn't able to help him out either. Still, he was reasonably certain that adding a bit of unpredictability and chaos to an overly structured design spirit would do some good. It fit with his character and might even loosen some barriers to Vulcan's future progression. "No matter how Vulcan acts up, it will be fine as long as he remains under my control," Ves assured himself. The attraction of turning Vulcan into his strongest and most useful design spirit was too good to pass up. Ves just needed to possess enough confidence in his plans and precautions to go through with this risky choice. "Well, enough stalling. I've already made my decision, so let's not waste any more time." With the dwarven captives and his successful attempt to convert some of them into expert candidates and other transcendents, Ves had all of the ingredients he needed to create the so-called God of Dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Ves began to manipulate a number of controls that caused all of the dwarven captives to step out of the waiting rooms. Their mechanical limb locks forced them to move to the center of the cargo bay. Slowly, several expanding circles of dwarves stood still around a raised pillar. They looked as if they were about to take part in a sacred ceremony. The only problem was that their constant talking and shouting was ruining the atmosphere. "Free us, you dirty human! Death to the tall folk! Help me! I want to go home!" Ves didn't need to give away to channel their emotions anymore, so he activated a command that caused their mechanical limb locks to extend a mouth brace that gagged them shut. MFFFH. MFFFMFFFMFF. That's better. Ves smiled. He picked up the hammer of brilliance and threw it in the direction of the center. The living totem automatically flew forward until it hovered right above the pedestal. The eyes of every muffled dwarf focused on the mysterious hammer. The most fervent believers of Vulcan all felt an irresistible allure to the totem. Seeing how much the dwarves desired to obtain the Hammer of Brilliance made Ves grin. If a simple hammer can already mesmerize these stupid dwarves to this extent, then the Vulcan that I'm about to make will become even more irresistible to these people. Chapter 33:12 Dwarven Cooperation. Calebasse continued to observe what Ves was doing from above. She became more and more disturbed when many of the dwarves that were forced to step forward spontaneously exploded. Yet when she witnessed several miracles taking place in a short span of time, she completely understood why Ves did not hesitate to conduct these experiments. Though the price of failure was great, the payoff was even greater. Is it that easy for Ves to make expert candidates these days? Calebasse frowned. If my guess is right, his current results already surpass the best efforts of the MTA. Even if 2/3 of every mech pilot exposed to this experimental procedure will die in one of the most miserable ways that I have ever seen, it is still worth it if the remaining third successfully advance to the rank of expert candidate. It seemed that Ves had something else in mind, though. He hardly paid any attention to the dwarves who had successfully broken through. Instead, he spent a bit of time inspecting a lot of strange objects before setting a macabre-looking ritual. From the way Ves placed his strange hammer at the center to how he commanded hundreds of dwarven captives to position themselves in circles around the pedestal in the middle, Calebasse began to develop a bad feeling about what her strategic partner had in mind. "Don't you know how this looks to other people?" she softly spoke. "If other people ever catch you doing this, there will be no place for you anymore in civilized space." Despite being more aware of the risks than Ves, Calebasse didn't move to stop his clearly illegal and immoral experiments. She grinned. After all, it wasn't her committing these war crimes. If the Big Two ever caught on that Ves inhumanely slaughtered dwarves to achieve scientific progress, then their sights would solely be set on him rather than her. At worst, she would be deemed an accomplice to his crimes, which was much less severe than being branded a war criminal herself. Inventors don't necessarily get to reap the rewards of their own innovations. She crossed her arms as she continued observing. You're accomplishing great feats, Ves, but it takes much more than that to get ahead. While Calebasse was thinking how many crimes Ves was committing at the moment, the mech designer in question was finally ready to begin the creation process. He had moved to the center with his ingredients hovering behind him like a procession. The immobilized dwarven captives who were staring obsessively at the Hammer of Brilliance finally noticed the appearance of their captor and tormentor. MMFFF. MFFFMMFF. Though their mouths were forced shut, Ves could easily sense their fury and indignation towards him. It would not be good for his creation process if these dwarves kept acting up so much, so he decided to address his prisoners. I am Vulcan, Ves plainly stated to his audience. I'm aware it is difficult for you to believe this absurd-sounding statement, but it is the truth. The Vulcan that you have always worshipped is none other than myself. In order to emphasize this claim, he temporarily took back the Hammer of Brilliance and began to channel Vulcan's aura. Though many of the dwarves refused to acknowledge him as their god, what they just experienced caused most of them to pause. Ves smirked and stopped his act in order to conserve his energy. Now, as you can clearly see, I am human. I guess that most of you don't like that. That's fine. You see, my goal here today is to make a second Vulcan, one that is much more recognizable to you than my current form. You should all rejoice, because I intend to make use of each of you to form a dwarven version of Vulcan. What Ves just said shocked all of the dwarven captives. Though this claim sounded even more ridiculous to them, Ves had a very compelling way of speaking that appealed to their desires. They couldn't help but take the human seriously despite all of the ridiculous statements he made. Ves saw that he managed to hook the dwarves whose cooperation he needed to succeed in his upcoming process. This is a unique opportunity for each of you. What you are about to take part in will become a part of dwarven history. The dwarven god Vulcan does not exist at this time, but once this is over, he will come into existence with the help of your sacrifice. Each of you will die today, but through your earnest efforts a part of you shall always live on as you impart the new Vulcan with a portion of your dwarvenness. Whether they agreed with him or not, the majority of the dwarves felt that they had no choice but to believe in this narrative. If the evil human was right, a true dwarven god might be born today, and they would have made a crucial contribution that gave their deaths meaning. In any case, it was a much better alternative than dying while feeling they accomplished nothing worthwhile in their lives. What you need to do now is to focus your thoughts on Vulcan and what he should ideally be like according to you. Ves instructed as if he was talking to a group of loyal subordinates. He is known as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship, so you must do your best to concentrate on these 3 domains. Do not neglect any of them. As long as your impression of Vulcan is good enough, the god you have envisioned will come to life. Several dwarves became so enraptured by this possibility that their faces showed traces of fanaticism. Now that the dwarves not only ceased to resist their captivity, but also began to look eager to help Ves accomplish his objective, he smirked. Hoodwinking these dwarves was too easy. After performing one final check, Ves no longer delayed any further and began to create his most ambitious design spirit. First, the ingredients. Since Vulcan was supposed to become his incarnation, Ves did not rely too much on powerful external ingredients. The base ingredient was his own spiritual energy, lots of it. This was his strongest guarantee that his upcoming design spirit would always be under his control. Shatter! Ves drew a large solidified spiritual fragment from a peastone and shattered it with the help of the hammer of brilliance. Even though the hammer was a material object, it also functioned as a totem, which allowed it to interact with spiritual energy. This is quite convenient, actually. As long as Ves channeled his spiritual energy through the hammer of brilliance, he could use it as a mallet to smash spiritual fragments. After breaking one spiritual fragment, Ves quickly repeated this process 19 more times. It was a tedious chore, but Ves tried his best to make haste in order to prevent all of the broken spiritual shards from drifting away. It already took a lot of concentration for him to keep them all together. Blinky! I need your help. Make sure all of my ingredients stay together. Mro! The purple spiritual cat emerged from his mind and already started working on manipulating all of the loose spiritual shards. His power and control over spiritual energy was excellent, and he easily kept the huge quantity of shards in place. Next, my secondary ingredients. Ves successively drew out the spiritual fragments of both the quint and the amaranto. Since he was able to derive spiritual fragments from living entities like himself or his design spirits, he knew it was possible to take them from his mechs as well. They were alive, after all. Their spiritual foundation was similar to the spiritualities of living entities. Though chipping away at their spiritual foundation inflicted serious damage to them, Ves tried his best to take as little away as possible. I only need a little bit to guide my new design spirit into centering around craftsmanship. If possible, he would have wanted to use up spiritual fragments derived from his other masterworks, but neither the devil tiger nor the little angel were within reach. Once he blended the shards from the quint and the amaranto into his invisible cauldron, he moved on to putting in a shard of Ashling Curver's design seed. I just need you for your networking ability, Ves whispered. Blinky was able to derive a useful ability from this same ingredient, so Ves held higher expectations for a more powerful spirit like Vulcan. He soon slowed down a bit when he brought forward his next two ingredients. The spiritual fragment taken from the remains of the unending one was dangerous. Still, Ves had already instructed Blinky to thoroughly cleanse and purify it of all unwanted spiritual fragments. Only the elements related to devouring and digesting spiritual energy were left, so it should technically be clean. Ah well. I trust Blinky. Ves shattered the fragment of the unending one with the hammer of brilliance without any further hesitation. He quickly threw the dark shards into the mix before turning his attention to another dangerous ingredient. This one is trickier. The unstable Chaos Essence gem was not as hard and tough as Lucky's other gems. However, as long as it broke apart, it was capable of unleashing a violent spiritual explosion that would serenely mess up his creation process. He already thought up a solution to this problem, though. Ves smirked and tossed the dangerous gem towards Blinky. Eat! Mro! Blinky caught the gem with his mouth and began to swallow it whole. For a moment, Ves thought about how absurd it was for one cat to eat the waste product of another cat. He quickly shook his head. I can't let myself be distracted. Ves focused carefully on Blinky. He did not dare to take direct control because he didn't know how Blinky was supposed to handle the unstable Chaos Essence gem. Fortunately, his cat did not encounter any hindrances. After a dozen or so seconds, Blinky suddenly glowed as a disorienting kind of energy began to leak from his incorporeal body. Mro! Mro! Blinky looked so sick that he actually barfed all of the chaotic energy from his mouth. Like a fire-breathing dragon, the companion spirit continually disgorged the weirdest type of spiritual energy that Ves had ever encountered. He wasn't able to sense any coherent spiritual attributes or anything else, yet he also became impressed at the way this energy seemed to induce random distortions in the vicinity. Once it reached the other ingredients, the chaos energy immediately began to stick to the ingredients, merging with them without any conscious direction. Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. Once Blinky had emptied his entire stomach of chaos energy, he still looked sick. Mro. Cheer up. I bet you'll like what I am using next. Ves picked up the vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum and commanded Blinky to slowly draw out its potent universal life energy. A small but incredibly potent stream of concentrated spiritual energy emerged from the previous vial and soon began to melt and empower all of the prepared ingredients. Each of the shards gained a massive infusion of energy that directly improved their quality. Let's put the shards together, Blinky. Remember to adhere to my design. Mro mro. Though Blinky still had to feed the shards with concentrated universal life energy, he still had plenty of concentration left to begin with the most essential step of creating a design spirit. Since much of the ingredients were derived himself, Ves did not need to add any spiritual energy from himself to merge the shards together. He and Blinky were able to perform this process without exerting themselves. Though the huge quantity of ingredients was daunting, the ingredients weren't difficult to deal with. 10 minutes passed as Ves and his companion spirits slowly began to shape the largest and most powerful spiritual product to date. Though the captive dwarves who were forced to stare forward did not see anything, they slowly felt a grand presence taking shape at the center. If any of them possessed spiritual perception, then they would have noticed that the merged shards were being formed into a giant spiritual dwarf. With so much universal life energy pumping into this incomplete spiritual product, even the dullest dwarf was able to feel someone powerful coming into existence. V's ambitious design was actually coming to life. However, Only Ves knew that if he continued on like this, the Vulcan that he would make would just turn into an independent design spirit. This is not enough. It has to be tied to me in order to become my incarnation. It also lacks an ingredient related to dwarves. The latter was easy enough to solve. While Blinky continued to merge the shards into a greater and greater spiritual amalgamation, Ves turned around while holding the hammer of brilliance in his grip. He approached the nearest dwarf, who happened to be one of his surviving test subjects who succeeded in breaking through to expert candidate. Let me do you a favor and allow you to be the first to sacrifice your life to your god. With one powerful swing, Ves slammed the hammer of brilliance onto the helpless dwarf's skull. Chapter 33:13 Turning Point. It seemed like a normal day. The expeditionary fleet resided in the outer system of the Amswick star system for several weeks without incident. The hundreds of starships of the Larkinsons, glory seekers, and crossers recovered much of their condition after settling down in the port system. Though none of the vessels were sent to dry docks, as long as the space around them was calm enough, the repair crews could already perform a lot of external repairs without issue. The previous battle took a huge toll on the graveyard. The Larkinsons did not spare any expense to restore her space-worthiness, but without access to existing starship repair facilities, the repair crews had no choice but to rely on lots of manpower and loaned industrial equipment from local companies. Thousands of technical workers crawled over the hastily patched hull of the graveyard. Few of them performed any manual work as the parts and materials they handled were too heavy for them to move around. Instead, they controlled and directed various machines to restore the defensive integrity of the defensive ship. None of the workers noticed that something special was taking place. They were just ordinary clansmen who did not possess any remarkable traits. Even the rare worker with noticeable spiritual potential had yet to detect any disturbances. They weren't alone. Many other Larkinsons in the fleet performed their duties and went about their day without realizing the significance of what was taking place within their midst. The first individuals to notice the growing fluctuations spreading through space were not actually human. Instead, a pair of powerful mechs stored in different places began to stir. Ma'am! The Quint is activating! What? A chief technician dropped her multitool. According to the schedule, Commander Ingvar's training session doesn't begin in 3 hours. Did anyone sneak into the cockpit? One of our bots just checked the cockpit. There is no one sitting in the piloting chair. The Quint isn't interfacing with anyone. Several systems began to come online as parts of the Quint lit up as if it was undergoing a twisted activation sequence. Due to its extremely dense glow, no human dared to get close to the spiritually enhanced mech, but the chief technician quickly pulled back all of the bots and remote instruments that were crawling around its frame for fear of incurring damage. A lot of confusion and even alarm began to spread. The possibility that a mech had gone rogue somehow was a nightmare scenario. The crew members didn't run around aimlessly, though. While they never encountered a situation where a mech without a mech pilot had gone rogue, they performed regular drills where accidents like this took place. The clansmen all moved out as isolating barriers fell into place. Numerous powerful mechanical arms began to extend from the deck and bulkheads and forcibly clamp the Quint in place. Half a minute later, a pair of unarmed bright warriors briskly walked over and stood ready to press the rogue mech down should it exhibit further erratic behavior. Is the Quint doing anything? It doesn't appear to be moving for the moment. Please stand by and wait for our mech designers to arrive. Maybe they can tell us what is taking place. Aside from this masterwork mech, the Amaranto also exhibited similar behavior. Though the expert rifleman mech never fully activated on its own accord, the fact that it was halfway ready to move and fight alarmed many crew members serving aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. While the relevant personnel tried their best to control the situation and figure out why their two prized masterwork mechs were going out of control, certain people were already beginning to sense something amiss. Huh! Venerable Joshua looked distracted and stopped paying attention to the drama being broadcasted in the living area of his grand stateroom. What's wrong? Kitties asked as she cuddled next to him on the couch. There's something in the air, I think. Can't you feel it? He frowned. It's as if a storm is building up in the distance. Several moments passed by before the mech designer sensed something strange as well. I think I know what you're talking about. There's something funny going around. Others began to notice the growing anomaly as well. Venerable Tusa, Venerable Dice, Gloriana, Juliet, and so on all paused as they sensed a rising pressure in the distance. Even the expert candidates started to feel a hint of growing energy. As the Larkinson clan slowly realized that something significant was taking place, the blinding banshee turned into a wellspring of expanding energy. Calabast and many of the black cats serving on the espionage vessel started to slow down as a massive presence began to loom over their minds. Squeak! 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 Arnold was exhibiting a lot of distress as he sensed something much more powerful and enormous coming into existence in the center of the cargo bay. Damn it, VS! What are you trying to make? The spymaster said as she tried her best to keep herself upright. Even a spiritually dull woman like her had difficulty maintaining her wits in the presence of so much spiritual pressure. The dwarves who were locked into place had it even worse. They were all less than 100 meters away from the source of all of the invisible upheaval. If not for their mechanical limb locks holding them upright and in place, they would have collapsed or attempted to use their thick, stubby legs to run as far away as possible. MMFF. MFMF. MFMFMFMF. MMMFFFFFF. The dwarves all tried their best to scream out and move their limbs, but their metal bonds and gags had robbed them of all control over their physical bodies. Their strong and dense muscles that were designed to resist heavy gravity did not avail them at all against the power of technology. VS, the source of all of their suffering, completely ignored their distress. The average dwarven soldiers whose wills were already broken did not possess much value to him. They were completely expendable in his regard. It was already a great honor for these dwarves to be present in the same space where their god was about to be born. Whack. Only my successful test subjects have value. VS smiled as he cracked the skull of another dwarven expert candidate. The remarkable individual broke through just a short time ago, but already his force of will had bloomed to a remarkable degree. When VS caved in the dwarf's hardy skull with his even harder hammer, the death of the test subject in question caused his spirituality and force of will to unravel. If nothing happened, the incorporeal elements of the deceased dwarf would dissipate within minutes. That was a huge waste of valuable ingredients to VS. Since the design spirit he was making was not dwarf enough in his perception, he decided to sacrifice his dwarven captives to ensure that Vulcan would truly possess a dwarven character. VS took control of the dwarven expert candidate's spiritual remains and ground it apart. He threw his latest spiritual ingredients onto the giant spiritual form that began to look more and more like a dwarven version of himself. The most uncanny aspect about the dwarf's appearance was its majestic black beard. The addition of traditional dwarven-style facial hair onto a smooth but broad version of V's face caused him to look almost unrecognizable. Even I feel weird seeing myself like this, he muttered. Fortunately, the appearances of spiritual existences were a lot more malleable. Vulcan's current form was just one of its facets. There was no way that VS actually wanted to create an incarnation that was 100% dwarf. I can't inject too much dwarven essence in my developing spiritual product, he reminded himself. The largest proportion of ingredients come from myself, so the human character of Vulcan is dominant. His dwarven form is just a secondary form. At least, that was what he hoped. He wasn't sure if his elaborate design for Vulcan would work out the way he planned. Well, I need to quickly process these powerful dwarves and help Blinky complete the process. Blinky was doing a fantastic job at piecing the different shards together. As a spiritual life form that excelled at spiritual energy manipulation, the cat could pretty much complete this entire process by himself. It would be even better if Ves was personally involved as well. The combination of him and companion spirit working together delivered better results. In his earlier experiment, Ves managed to induce 8 breakthroughs. Their collective spiritualities and willpower had grown so strong in a short amount of time that they had become valuable ingredients. Whack! 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 Ves quickly struck his hammer against 8 more dwarven skulls. He had to exert all of his physical strength to do so because the skulls he was caving in were much harder and tougher than that of baseline humans. He even began to heave at the end as he exerted himself more than he expected. Bashing in dwarven heads is a lot more difficult than I thought. The effort was worth it. He smoothly managed to harvest the spiritualities of the test subjects without incurring much loss. They all went on to supplement the design spirit that was supposed to be their god. Ves briefly lifted his bloody hammer and directed his gaze at the remaining dwarves before shaking his head. It takes way too much time to hammer them all to death. The spiritualities of these weak-minded dwarves were too negligible. Besides, the increasing spiritual pressure from the center was already killing them anyway. Ves had inputted way more spiritual energy in Vulcan's creation than he had done for any other spiritual product. Boom! 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 At a certain point, the heads of the dwarven captives closest to the center failed to endure the pressure and violently exploded. The headless bodies remained upright even as there was nothing left above their necks, causing the survivors to feel they were only moments away from suffering the same fate. Strangely enough, only a small number of dwarves died in this fashion. Many more managed to keep their heads intact, though their minds became increasingly more scrambled. Blood and other biomatter began to spray across the bodies of the surviving dwarves. In the end, only several dozen prisoners had lost their heads. If Ves bothered to sweep these dwarven captives with his spiritual vision, he would have noticed that they all possessed spiritual potential. The quality that made it possible for them to surpass their mortal limits had also caused them to be more susceptible to dangerous spiritual influences. As death began to color the cargo bay in red, Ves had returned to the middle and put the hammer of brilliance back onto the pedestal. He gazed at Vulcan's increasingly more defined spiritual form and began to feel as if he had reached a turning point in his life. If he proceeded with his original plan, then he would create a new incarnation that would become inseparable from his life. No matter how Vulcan turned out in the future, Ves would have no choice but to support the design spirit as best as possible, because their existences had to be intertwined. When Vulcan was close to coming to life, Blinky no longer infused the near-complete design spirit with universal life energy. Ves inspected the vial and noticed that it only had around 20% of its potent energy left. It will have to do. I don't think Vulcan can absorb anymore. At this stage in its creation, Vulcan had become saturated with spiritual energy. Each and every part of his condensed shape radiated with power. Ves intuitively sensed that it was not wise to continue with injecting any further energy. His latest spiritual product had not experienced any growth over time, and needed to evolve on his own in order to increase his capacity. Well, it's okay. I need to save the remainder of this energy for myself. Ves had reached the most crucial step of the creation process. It was at this time that he would make a profound change in his life. In order to transform Vulcan from an independent design spirit to an interdependent incarnation of myself, I need to make a sacrifice as well. Nothing comes for free. He directed his gaze at Blinky. Mro. Ves smiled and nodded. Do it before I regret this decision. Mro. Ves closed his eyes just as Blinky dove into his head and attacked his mind. Since Ves deliberately lowered his defenses, his powerful companion spirit was able to tear out a small but significant chunk of his spirituality, causing him to feel as if his concentration was literally being torn into half. Ah! Chapter 33:14 Brute Force Surgery. What Ves had done was extremely risky. Though Ves had never figured out how his mother turned the superior mother into her incarnation, he could make a couple of guesses. The most likely theory he came up with was that Cynthia cut off a piece of her spiritual essence and transplanted it into the superior mother in a sophisticated manner. This was different from donating a portion of her free spiritual energy. Ves guessed that this technique was meant to establish a form of parasitism or mutualism between two different entities. Whether one side gained more advantages than the other was not entirely certain. All he knew was that the bond between the superior mother and Cynthia was not constantly active. The two largely existed as separate identities. Maybe it takes a lot of effort for my mother to descend upon the superior mother, Ves speculated. Regardless of what was going on, Ves believed this to be a flawed implementation of an incarnation. When he tried to invent his own version of this technique, Ves set a couple of goals for himself. First, Vulcan had to be completely under his control. Second, Vulcan needed to retain enough autonomy to operate independently. These goals largely contradicted each other. If Ves gave Vulcan too much autonomy, then he risked a scenario where his own incarnation might rebel one day. If Ves insisted on retaining too much control, then Vulcan would become a crippled design spirit that constantly needed someone to hold his hands. Neither of these scenarios were desirable. The ideal relationship between myself and Vulcan should resemble my relationship with Blinky, Ves concluded. He was highly satisfied with the way his companion spirit turned out. Although Blinky possessed an independent consciousness, the cat was also an inseparable part of himself because he originated from his own spirituality. To put it in simpler terms, Blinky was a split personality of Ves that had been injected with greater life. Since Blinky turned out so well, Ves wanted to form a similar relationship with Vulcan. It's too bad my capacity is already spent on accommodating my companion spirit. I don't have any room left for another spirit. Ves had already used up as much real estate in his mind as he could get away with. If he gave up anything further, he would likely impair his own consciousness and personality in a detrimental fashion. He needed to find a difficult solution to this problem. The model of a companion spirit was obviously not appropriate for someone who already possessed one. The incarnation that he had in mind must therefore be based on an independent, self-sustaining spiritual entity. That was enough to make for someone like Ves. The hard part was to ensure that the Vulcan he intended to create became an inseparable part of himself. He did not want to take any chances when it came to the loyalty of what would probably become a core part of his mech design capabilities. Ves was betting his future on the successful implementation of his Vulcan plan, and he did not want to open up any opportunities for his incarnation to disagree with its own progenitor. The only way that Ves came up with was to separate a core part of his spirituality and consciousness and implant it onto his ambitious design spirit. Only in this way would Ves be able to maintain solid control over Vulcan. The radical procedure was meant to give Ves an opportunity to assimilate the design spirit. If everything worked well, Vulcan would become a more powerful and independent version of a companion spirit. There was one huge flaw, though. Ves needed to transplant something truly important of himself in order to turn Vulcan into another part of himself. No matter how many solutions he came up with, he did not think that this gamble would work unless he bet something of great value. Much of the spiritual energy that Ves had injected into Vulcan so far was akin to his own blood. Blinky was an endless generator of this resource, so it was not scarce. Yet free-floating spiritual energy could not accomplish much by itself. What Ves needed to implant into Vulcan was a part of his core spirituality that formed the basis of his consciousness, identity, personality, design seed, and so on. This was a much more sensitive and crucial part of himself that could easily cause irreparable harm to himself if it got damaged. Cutting a portion of it away so that he could turn Vulcan into his incarnation sounded as crazy as slicing off a chunk of his brain matter only to graft it onto the brain of another human. There was no proof that this crazy idea could possibly work. However, Ves wasn't an average spiritual engineer. He created many design spirits and worked with all kinds of other spiritual phenomena. Even if his theoretical framework was still bare, he possessed a powerful intuition for life and could instinctively figure out whether an idea was viable. There were several reasons why he believed that this crazy step would yield success. He became so confident in his assumptions that he enacted his plan right away without even bothering to try it on other people. Ves couldn't bear to waste the ingredients needed to create an incarnation on other people. Just the price of using up an entire vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum was unbearable for any purpose other than empowering himself. He could only afford to perform this extravagant and risky procedure once, so he proceeded to pull the trigger without any second thought. "Affa! My head is splitting!" He didn't expect this step to be so painful, though. When Blinky tore a chunk of his spirituality from his mind, Ves felt as if he was dying. It took at least a dozen seconds for him to regain enough concentration to inspect his current condition. His mind and spirituality was in an awful state at the moment. Now that he had done the equivalent of slicing away a portion of his brain, Ves felt as if he had become incomplete in a way that could turn into a permanent impairment. This was the risk that Ves was afraid of. If he wasn't able to heal his spiritual injury, he would turn into a spiritual cripple. Not only would it become more difficult, or even impossible for him to advance to master, he might even end up in a condition similar to that of his mother where he was constantly leaking spiritual energy. "I can't let that happen!" Ves gritted his teeth. His current condition indeed looked bad. The terrible wound he inflicted on his spirituality caused him to feel as if he had shot himself in his head. Not only did he lose a portion of his brain, the hole in his head was also spurting out his lifeblood at a steady rate. Fortunately, the wound was still fresh and he was in his peak condition just a short moment ago. Ves predicted that he could remedy his injury as long as he acted quickly. While Ves was trying his best to resist the pain, Blinky was also affected by the damage he inflicted. The main reasons why the cat wasn't affected as much was because he was a different kind of life form, and because Ves bore most of the burden. Mro! Blinky knew he had a crucial role to play and did not delay in bringing the precious portion of V's spirituality to Vulcan. Once Blinky reached the design spirit, he began to launch another attack that sliced out a portion of Vulcan's head. After opening up a cavity, Blinky roughly pushed the spiritual essence taken from Ves into the hole and tried his best to merge it all together. Since Vulcan had not yet been born, this process went fairly smoothly. The reason why Blinky broke this crucial ingredient into shards was because it had to stay together in order to remain connected to Ves. Normally, it was not desirable for the sources of spiritual ingredients to maintain control over new spiritual products, but this was an exception. Even as Ves felt as if the missing portion of himself had found a new home, the constant pain caused him to feel as if 100 Glorianas were shouting in his ears at the same time. "Hurry up, Blinky! Mro mro!" Blinky quickly returned with a piece of Vulcan in his maw. He deftly entered V's mind and quickly inserted this piece into the gaping spiritual wound. Normally, this should never work. His spirituality should have rejected the foreign spiritual matter if it was strong enough. If it was weak, then the transplanted essence from Vulcan should have tried to take over its new host. Yet at this moment, the piece taken from Vulcan was not producing any of these reactions. Ves grinned even as his pain had intensified. "I knew this would happen!" The reason why the foreign matter did not try to assimilate his spirituality was because Vulcan was not alive yet. He was on the cusp of being born, but he was still offline in his uncompleted state. The reason why his spirituality did not generate any rejection against Vulcan was because the overwhelming majority of ingredients originated from Ves himself. "I'm merely reclaiming my own stuff." Of course, much of it had also been blended with other foreign matter, but the proportion of the latter was small enough that it did not pose a major risk. At best, Ves was just contaminating his own spirituality a little bit. "Blinky, let's merge it all together. This is the last step." "Mro mro mro." The companion spirit knew how crucial it was to succeed at this juncture. The cat split his concentration in half and focused his attention on both Ves and Vulcan. At this moment, the spiritual pieces torn from each other were merging in their homes. This was not a smooth procedure and shouldn't even work. Ves had already thought about it, though. He hypothesized that it would be possible to force the merger, as long as he employed brute force. "Use up all of the energy left in the vial, Blinky. Don't spare anything." The vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum only retained 20% of its potency. Now that Ves had issued the decisive command, Blinky did not hesitate in drawing out all of the remaining concentrated energy before allocating them equally to Ves and Vulcan. "Ah! It's hot!" Life was good, but too much of it was not necessarily a good thing. Ves felt as if Blinky was pouring molten lava straight into his brain cavity. He collapsed on the ground while clutching the sides of his head as the extremely potent universal life energy merged into the damaged portion of his spirituality in its rawest form. Though Blinky possessed excellent control and was able to make sure that the universal life energy was being used to merge the transplanted spiritual essence into their new homes, the process was anything but natural. Since Vulcan was not alive yet, he did not experience any pain. The design spirit became more and more complete as the final piece of the puzzle was being set. As for Ves, his spiritual injury was being treated in the most crudest fashion possible. He almost blanked out a few times, but tried his best to persist in order to make absolutely sure that the procedure was going as planned. By using up 10% of the energy left in the serum, the spiritual essence taken from an unborn design spirit successfully settled into V's spirituality. At the same time, an equal amount of highly potent energy successfully enabled the design spirit to integrate a human element in its spiritual makeup. Mro! Ves and Vulcan both opened their eyes. From the moment they did so, two powerful spiritual eruptions exploded their positions, and spread through the hull of the blinding Banshee. Everyone aboard the capital ship spontaneously lost consciousness. The twin waves continued to spread in space and engulfed the entire Larkinson fleet. The god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship had finally been born. Chapter 33:15 Emergency Response. I am Vulcan! Ves shouted as an overwhelming surge of power ran through his body, mind, and spirit. MROW. The twin eruptions that emerged from Ves and Blinky just spread out two overlapping waves of energy throughout the Larkinson fleet. The quantity of energy being released at once was much larger than a death wave attack released by a penitent sister battle formation. Though the eruption was not meant to be lethal, the heads of the hundreds of surviving dwarven captives in the cargo bay instantly exploded as their close proximity to the birth of Vulcan was too much for them to bear. Even as a huge amount of bloody explosions showered the center of the cargo bay in red, 3 different barriers quickly formed around the center and partially blocked the violent expansion. Naya! Goldie emerged from the Larkinson mandate that hung from Nita's armor and tried her best to form a golden barrier that would hopefully prevent the black cats serving aboard the blinding Banshee from getting killed. Kilankso emerged next to the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan and formed even a stronger barrier that bled away much of the dangerous energy. Finally, a giant human hand came into view and formed a barrier made out of hexagons. With the intervention of the 3 spirits, Calabast, the bodyguards, and every other human in the vicinity merely lost their consciousness. The weakened energy eruptions only retained 10% of their potency, which was enough to produce a lot of disruption but was no longer powerful enough to kill any Larkinsons. Once the 3 spirits had done their job, they both looked at Ves and Blinky's current state. Not all was well at the moment. The insane procedure that Ves had just completed had produced an unintentional reaction that caused Vulcan to pour an excessive amount of spiritual energy into his progenitor. Even Blinky became affected by the energies coursing through his body. The light trails running across his purple body glowed with so much power that it was as if the companion spirit was evolving into a higher state. If Ves still retained his awareness, he would have been able to figure out why he and Blinky were in this condition. When Ves turned Vulcan into his incarnation, an unbreakable spiritual channel had formed between the two. This had massive implications, and one of the most obvious ones was that a process of osmosis might ensue. It was like brewing a hot cup of tea. If the cup of tea was left on a table at room temperature, over time the heat levels of the tea and the room would equalize. It was impossible for the cup of tea to stay warmer than the rest of the room. Unless there was external intervention, then the heat contained in the tea would slowly warm up the room over time. Right now, something similar was happening to a lesser degree. Ves was a journeyman mech designer, which was a respectable amount of strength, but still put him close to the starting line of his transcendent life. He was roughly equivalent to an experienced low-tier expert pilot in his own estimation. Vulcan had absorbed so much potent universal life energy that he had already come close to matching the superior mother's strength level from the moment he was born. This level of strength was analogous to a senior ace pilot. Since Ves was so much weaker than Vulcan in spiritual terms, the latter was automatically strengthening the former. Of course, there was a limit to this equalization process. Ves was still a journeyman and could not exceed his limits. On the other hand, it was impossible for Vulcan to sacrifice half his strength, or more, in order to feed a weakling. Due to these limitations, the influx of energy pouring into Ves was already slowing down to a more reasonable level. Blinky was no longer burdened with trying to convert an excessive amount of spirituality now that Ves had reached saturation. Even so, it was apparent that there were still a couple of flaws with this arrangement. Vulcan continued to lose spiritual energy as if he was a leaking boat. Meanwhile, Blinky was constantly glowing as he had no other destination for all of the spiritual energy he continued to produce. Mro. Goldie flew close to Blinky and began to sniff the purple cat. She turned back to Kalangso and the giant hand and adopted a questioning expression. Nyaya? Kalangso shook her head and began to dissipate her spiritual manifestation. The superior mother, on the other hand, was not as helpless. The giant hand hovered closer and began to poke Vulcan's newborn incorporeal body. After a few seconds, the superior mother repeated the same move on V's head. Soon enough, all of the uncontrollable processes taking place in their bodies had died down. The giant hand stroked V's prone body one last time before disappearing. Nya! Goldie looked thankful and returned to the Larkinson mandate without any further concerns. NGH. VS woke up a couple of minutes later. He wearily shook his head and stared at his companion's spirit. I guess I succeeded. The procedure went exactly as planned. Mro. As soon as VS began to recover his strength, he realized that he had won the gamble. Ha ha! I did it! I pulled off my brilliant plan and gained the power of a design spirit. At the same time, his latest design spirit not only became his incarnation, but also gained a human element. This changed Vulcan's nature of existence in a fundamental way, but one that would hopefully allow him to surpass the limitations of other design spirits. VS could already sense a strong connection to Vulcan, but he was not able to glean anything useful due to all of the excessive strain he endured. The condition of his mind and spirituality were terrible. The latter was especially concerning. When VS inspected his own mind, he could see that the wound that Blinky had created and attempted to heal was still in a fragile and precarious state. If I overexert myself, I risk compromising the healing process, he determined. Even so, the spiritual essence taken from Vulcan had tentatively merged with his spirituality, just as he predicted. The huge amount of universal life energy had solved every compatibility issue through brute force. Even though this was a wasteful and inefficient way to perform a spiritual transplantation, VS felt it was more than worth it to use up the remaining energy in the vial of high-grade serum. When VS tentatively crawled to his knees and picked up the vial that had somehow dropped on the deck, he could sense that it no longer contained a scrap of life. It's completely spent, he spoke with a bit of distress. One vial represented one opportunity to enable someone old to gain another century of life. I only have 3 untouched vials and 1 half-expended vial left. Though it sounded as if he still had plenty of universal life energy left to play around with, only a year or so had passed since he obtained them from the Life Research Association. There were so many different ways he could make use of this useful resource that he would probably run out in a couple of years at this rate. I need to stop being so extravagant from now on, VS depreciating said to himself. He did not regret using up all of the potential contained in an entire vial. The serum was precious, but the value he obtained by using it along with other precious ingredients was worth at least 10 times as much in his subjective opinion. After all, he and his wife were still young and spry. It would take several centuries before they even needed to think about relying on high-grade serum to extend their lives. By that time, they would probably become so powerful that they could easily earn enough merits to obtain several vials. Compared to saving up an entire vial for several hundred years, VS vastly preferred to convert it into something of much greater value. a design spirit incarnation that complemented his mech design capabilities in several powerful ways was definitely worth the sacrifice. Vulcan. Once Ves directed his attention towards Vulcan, he felt as if he was looking at himself from another perspective. The two were definitely connected. Just as Ves was staring at Vulcan, the design spirit was also looking at his principal. When Ves raised his hand, so did Vulcan. Hey! This was weird. As Ves began to gain a bit of control over the bond he shared with Vulcan, he learned that design spirits were completely different existences. They did not possess regular human thoughts and emotions. They did not view reality in the same way as ordinary life. Their perception of the material realm was a lot dimmer than he thought. The more Ves tried to gain a sense of what Vulcan was experiencing, the less he comprehended. It's too weird. It was as if he was trying to talk to someone who spoke an alien language. Neither he nor his conversation partner possessed anything in common that could build up mutual understanding. The only way for him to figure out what the alien was talking about was to learn the latter's language. Ves had a sense that he needed to do something similar with regards to Vulcan. Even though he felt he could take direct control over Vulcan in the same way he could do with Blinky, it was pointless if he couldn't process the operation mode of his design spirit. Maybe the spiritual essence I've taken from Vulcan will help once it has fully merged with my spirituality, he muttered as he rubbed his head. Though Vulcan was immensely powerful in his current state, he was still a newborn as far as spirits went. Not only that, his sudden existence and his massively accelerated growth process had caused him to become a giant who wasn't even able to control his own body. Power was useless without sufficient control. Vulcan probably needed a long time to adapt and familiarize himself with his formidable strength and abilities. Ves was able to figure out that much through their unbreakable bond. Ves tiredly waved his hand. You should settle down. I don't need to borrow your powers immediately, so do your best to acclimatize to your new life. The giant spiritual dwarf silently nodded before he entered the Hammer of Brilliance. As soon as he did, the entire totem made out of unending alloy reacted as if it had absorbed a huge amount of energy. It not only radiated a powerful glow, but also began to glow as if it was an expert mech that was under the influence of true resonance. Ves tentatively waded through all of the dwarven blood and other foul matter that had splattered over the deck before reaching the center. He carefully picked up the Hammer of Brilliance and felt as if he was handling a hot piece of lava. I feel like I can create a masterwork with a single strike. It was just an illusion, of course. Ves soon reined in his exuberance and shook his head. He swept his gaze across his surroundings. The hundreds of dwarven captives had all lost their heads without exception. He frowned. What a waste of test subjects. I still have plenty of experiments in mind. Ves also noticed that Calabast and his honor guard had been knocked out as well. Only Arnold managed to maintain his consciousness. The chubby eight-legged exabeast was distressingly poking his nose against Calabast's forehead. Squeak! Squeak! Everything seemed fine to Ves. He could tell that the unconscious Larkinsons had just experienced a moderate spiritual shock. They would naturally be able to wake up as if they had just taken a short nap. Well, it looks like all is well. Ves tiredly grinned. Now that I have made my new incarnation, I can finally take revenge against the blasted Vulcan Empire. Chapter 33:16 Light Repercussions. The anomalous event that knocked out half of the clansmen in the Larkinson fleet could not be hidden. The shocking event had even triggered the highest level alert, causing the Larkinsons who were still awake to assume their battle stations and act as if they were under heavy attack. Thousands of mechs housed in ships that were stationed away from the blinding banshee disgorged into space and began to sweep the nearby areas for any threats. The spontaneous activity also alarmed other organizations. The Glory Seekers, Cross-Clan, and the numerous mercenary fleets that were hired to protect the expeditionary fleet scrambled their mechs as well. It took an entire hour for the confusion to die down. The Larkinsons, who had been rendered unconscious by an unexplainable event, eventually woke up and found they did not suffer any further maladies. Systems were being checked and spaces were being swept, but the befuddled clansmen found nothing suspicious. In fact, many Larkinsons already had an answer in their heart. The old-timers who had been with the clan since the early days didn't even need to make any further guesses. It's the Patriarch again. Weird things happen whenever he does something big. Just ignore it and move on. Stuff like this takes place every Tuesday. After experiencing so many odd shenanigans, the Larkinsons developed a tolerance for anomalies. In any case, getting hit by an invisible blast that robbed them of their consciousness was hardly more astounding than fighting against illegal warships or supposed dark gods. Some Larkinsons even speculated that their patriarch had developed a new superweapon. It was not hard to figure out the origin point of the strange event. Since it propagated like an expanded sphere, the potency of the strange effect was subject to the inverse square law. The people situated closer to the blinding banshee slept the longest. Those who were positioned further away only got a light tap. At a certain distance, the strange blast wave no longer possessed the strength to knock out anyone. Of course, once the clansmen figured out the origin point, they attempted to board the blinding banshee, which had fallen silent. The leaders of the clan still held a lot of concerns. What had happened on the capital ship? It's fine. Everything is okay here. Ves spoke to General Vril over the comm. It's all on me this time. I don't want anyone else poking around in the blinding banshee. The black cats can take care of themselves. Ves. General Vril gritted his teeth. It was no surprise that he was upset with this situation. No one had any warning that this might happen. The least Ves could do was to warn him and other important clan leaders in advance. Since they were talking on a remote channel, Ves didn't dare say too much. The general understood this concern as well, so he did not waste any further time on attempting to pry more information. Having dealt with Ves for a long time, he knew that the clan patriarch would only divulge information if it was useful to do so. As someone who came from an intelligence background himself, the general was used to remaining in the dark. I will do my best to cooperate with others to clean up your mess, General Vril said. You don't need to supply any answers. Even if people have questions, nothing will come out of it if there are no further disturbances. Don't worry. Ves smiled at the man's unspoken question. I'm pretty sure we won't suffer a repeat of the earlier incident. Fine. Take care and don't do anything drastic. Ves had to spend more time than he thought to handle much of the repercussions. He was already weary and exhausted from his earlier ordeal, but he had no choice but to keep talking to different people in order to prevent them from bursting into the cargo bay and noticing anything untowards. While that happened, he commanded various bots to clean up the mess his creation process had generated. The entire middle of the cargo had turned into a charnel house as the headless bodies of hundreds of dwarves were soaked in blood, shredded brains, and fragments of skull matter. Anyone stepping into this compartment would probably have nightmares once they laid their eyes on this horrible sight. Ves places his hands on his hips. A couple of cleaning bots aren't enough to remove this mess. Considering how bad it would be if anyone found out what happened here, Ves had already anticipated that he might have to resort to extreme measures. It was for that reason that he employed bots armed with flamethrowers to burn everything. Everything in the cargo bay was being scoured by hot and purifying flame. Every single piece of biological remains were instantly burned to such an extent that even the deck began to melt to an extent. Once Calabast woke up, she also assisted with the cleanup. She employed special solutions to sanitize and purify every single cell, compartment, and corridor where the secret dwarven captives had been housed. Not a single hair follicle or dead skin cell was allowed to remain intact in case investigators came to search the blinding banshee. She even went as far as to destroy all of the bots and systems used to remove all of the evidence. "I've already prepared for the scenario in advance," she said to Ves after they were done with the cleanup operation. "I had a feeling you didn't intend to redeem our prisoners back to the Vulcan Empire, though I didn't expect that all of them would lose their lives in such a violent fashion. What in the galaxy were you trying to accomplish, Ves?" He could only shrug in response. "I can't explain it to you yet. I still have to explore all of the results I've obtained from this experiment. I can only tell you that I have gained a huge amount of power that will hopefully give me a powerful boost in my subsequent mech design projects. It's too early to tell what that will look like, and I will probably need a long time to adapt to all of the power that I have gained. The potential should be high, though. It has to be considering the extravagant amount of resources I've used to give myself this boost." "Does it have anything to do with that glowing hammer of yours?" Calabast gestured to the hammer that Ves had attached to his tool belt. "Its glow is a lot stronger than before." "Oh? What are you feeling from it?" Ves curiously asked. "It is difficult to explain." Calabast frowned. She raised her hands. "I feel the urge to do something with my hands. I'm thinking about going back to my office to fold origami paper or service my personal firearms. I even feel inspired to make my own gadgets despite not being good at it. This is one of the most unusual glows you've made. I can see why you claim that it can boost your work." Ves was intrigued by her description. Vulcan was supposed to have a combat application as well, but it wasn't obvious at the moment. This was no surprise to him, as Vulcan's primary duty was to enhance his craftsmanship. Every other function was secondary as far as he was concerned. "You're not involved in any production jobs, so Vulcan's effect on you isn't that compelling," he guessed. "The effect should be stronger on mech designers, crafters, and similar professionals. Even I feel inspired to make something." He was subjected to the strongest degree of influence. Not only was he carrying the hammer of brilliance on his person, but he also possessed an unbreakable spiritual channel that directly connected him to Vulcan. At this moment, this new channel was constantly exerting a strange kind of pressure on his spirituality. The difference in strengths between himself and his new incarnation caused some kind of osmosis effect where his spirituality was constantly being stimulated to grow stronger. He had already obtained an immediate jump in strength since he created Vulcan. Not only that, he felt that he would automatically grow stronger even if he didn't do anything else except lie in bed all day. This was just one of the side effects of creating a new incarnation. Ves hadn't even explored the main functions that Vulcan brought to his life. He grinned. He already felt he had succeeded today. Though the gamble he made could have crippled him or endanger his life, he just knew that he could pull off his elaborate and ambitious plan. Calabast could clearly tell that he was reveling in his success, so she gave him plenty of time to process his euphoria. "What are your plans now that you have accomplished what you have set out to do?" she carefully asked. "From what I can glean from your actions, you don't appear to be in a hurry to move on and travel to the gate system." Ves smirked. "I'm not finished with the Vulcan Empire yet. I'm aware that our clansmen and our allies are sick and tired of the dwarves, but I won't leave until I have completed my mission." Calabast realized something significant. "Those discussions we held on how to undermine the Vulcan Empire, you were being serious. You actually planned to topple an entire second-rate state all by yourself." "Ha! Exactly. I don't think it as crazy as it sounds. The Vulcan Empire is in its most precarious state in decades. It has a fearsome reputation, but its short heritage and flawed ideologies has produced a lot of fault lines. While it is not that easy for others to exploit these vulnerabilities, I'm different, because I'm Vulcan. Calabas didn't know whether to take his claims seriously or not. She could tell that Ves wouldn't be deterred unless he had an opportunity to pull off his scheme. If it worked out, then that was great. If his dubious plan fell through, then she and the other advisors would insist he move on and hurry up to the Red Ocean. Once Ves issued a couple of instructions to Calabas, he finally left the blinding banshee and returned to the Spirit of Bentheim. As soon as he returned to his grand stateroom, his pregnant wife was already waiting for him inside. "Hello, dear. How's our baby?" Ves tried to act as nonchalant as possible. It was too bad his act didn't fool Gloriana for a second. She walked over and grabbed the hammer on his tool belt. "What's this? You created a new proto-god, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me? Is this Vulcan?" "Calm down, honey. I'll explain everything to you." Ves lied as he tried to calm her down. He gave her a basic story that skipped many details. He declined to tell her that he sacrificed a lot of dwarves for science, and that he almost came close to losing his own life. He also hid the fact that Vulcan was his permanent incarnation. The only information that he truly passed on was that Vulcan was supposed to help them in their work. "How exactly?" she wondered. "That's what we'll find out." Ves smirked. "I don't know what my new design spirit can do either, but I think he will definitely play a useful role once we fabricate the Bulwark Project and Chimera Project. Craftsmanship is one of Vulcan's strengths, remember?" That caused her to become intrigued. She had already experienced how much help a spirit could bring during her work after Blinky made use of his networking ability. If Vulcan was able to provide her with a different form of utility during her design or fabrication work, then she would come closer to fulfilling her ambitions. Her eyes turned starry as she struggled to hold the dense and heavy hammer. Even though Vulcan was yet another male proto-god, Gloriana already began to feel inspired by its glow. "I feel like I can make a masterwork mech with this hammer." That was exactly what Ves thought as well when he came in touch with Vulcan's glow for the first time. Chapter 33:17 Massive Potential. Once Ves enjoyed a good, long rest, he recovered most of his condition the next day. He was surprised by that. He would have thought that tearing out a portion of his core spirituality only to fill up the gap with semi-foreign spiritual matter would debilitate him for at least weeks. "It looks like I can recover faster than usual." The crudely healed wound already looked a lot better than yesterday. He attributed this fast recovery to his life domain and Blinky's excellent spiritual control. Ves had a reasonable estimate of how much damage other people's spiritualities could endure. The threshold was quite low as most individuals easily became affected by distortions. His own resilience was higher because he already subjected himself to a lot of torment. He only realized now that his life domain had definitely strengthened his spiritual resilience and recovery rate. "I can't use myself as a benchmark for others," he reminded himself. "I can get away with a lot more shenanigans than anyone else." He had a hunch that if he wasn't as resilient as now, he would have never survived the act of breaking off a piece of his own core spirituality. He performed a thorough inspection of his current state. Though there were several unusual changes, nothing looked threatening. His spirit wound was healing nicely, and his new spiritual channel to Vulcan did not unduly affect his mind. At worst, Ves gained a greater desire to create something with his hands. "I need to figure out what Vulcan can do before I do anything else," he decided. When Ves picked up the Hammer of Brilliance and inspected his incarnation, he could sense the power and potential that Vulcan was exuding. Ves expended an entire vial of life-grade serum to create the dwarven design spirit. This allowed Vulcan to begin his life at a much higher starting point than other spiritual products. The downside to accelerating his growth to this extent was that there was a horrible lack of adaptation time. Vulcan gained a lot of strength and capabilities without ever exercising one of them. This was one of the biggest downsides to his artificial growth process. He's not like Trisk or Arnold, who started off weak but get to practice and master their respective abilities as they grow over time. This was the most ideal progression for a design spirit. While their power level was not impressive at the beginning, over time they became more valuable as they grew in strength while developing their abilities in the directions that were most suitable to them. Different experiences and environmental stimuli made sure their evolution constantly adapted to their current needs. Vulcan missed all of that. The dwarven design spirit was like a clueless kid sitting in front of the helm of a capital ship. He understood nothing about what was going on. If he pulled a random level, he might cause the ship to pitch uncontrollably and crash into a planet or something. Therefore, Ves already understood that just because Vulcan had almost become as strong as the superior mother right after his birth, the latter could easily overpower the former because the Hexer ancestral spirit possessed a much higher mastery over her own strength and abilities. Ves was not upset by this. He already expected this to happen and that it might take years for Vulcan to familiarize himself with his prodigious capabilities. This doesn't sound much different from letting a design spirit start off weak but grow stronger step by step. This was the growth trajectory of many of his other spiritual products, such as Trisk and his unborn daughter's companion spirit. The reason why Ves was willing to make Vulcan stronger straight away was because he theorized that a high starting point would give his design spirit a higher growth ceiling. If my guess is correct, then Vulcan will have a much easier time breaking through his bottleneck than other comparable spirits. From what he could observe, it was not so easy for spirits to break through to the next level. All of his strongest ones had reached a height that Ves thought was comparable to that of a senior ace pilot. Though he had never seen an actual ace pilot in person, he did not think that Kalankso and the superior mother had any chance against an actual god pilot. It was not without reason that many people thought that god pilots were able to defeat battleships. The scarcity of star designers and god pilots throughout the galaxy already told Ves that reaching this level of strength was difficult for every kind of existence, not just mech designers and mech pilots. If nothing special happens, then many of my design spirits will get stuck at the same ceiling for a long time. He could already deduce that entities like the superior mother, who could no longer grow their raw strength, spent their energies on refining their abilities. By developing new techniques and deepening their existing ones, they could accomplish more with the same degree of power. This was the only viable way to increase their effective performance. As for Vulcan, the difficulty of reaching that level is insanely difficult. Ves tried to temper his expectations. I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. Even if Vulcan has better prospects, it will still take decades or even centuries to notice the difference. However, if Vulcan succeeded, his power level would surpass that of any other design spirit. Ves even suspected that his incarnation's strength would become comparable to that of a powerful spiritual sorcerer that he had once witnessed in person. Back during the battle against the Abyss, Ves had become terrified at the might shown by Temple Protector Aramid Dista. The way he could knock everyone unconscious with his massive spiritual presence, and his ability to fight against mechs and worse without relying on any mechs or external weapons was so mind-boggling that he had to have been comparable to a god pilot. If Vulcan advanced to that level ahead of me, then will my own chances of becoming a star designer be even greater? Ves wondered. The osmosis effect suggested that this might be the case. At least some of Vulcan's high-level energy flowed back to Ves through their permanent spiritual bond. It reminded him a lot of the interaction between high-ranking mech pilots and mechs of exceptional quality. Masterwork mechs and higher quality mechs were able to promote the development of expert pilots to a drastic degree. Part of that was because a powerful mech had a tendency to lift a mech pilot up to their level. There's a flip side, though. If the quality of the mech was lower, then an expert pilot or an ace pilot would find it much more difficult to grow their strength and break through their bottlenecks. Ves feared that this might be the case with his relationship with Vulcan as well. I don't have to worry too much for now, he consoled himself. Vulcan will not form an anchor as long as he is stronger than me. At his current level, I would have to attain the rank of Master Mech Designer before this can even pose a problem to me. If Vulcan becomes comparable to a god pilot, then I will still enjoy an advantage. The major concern happened once he became a star designer. From what Willix alluded to, every star designer was trying to climb up to the mythical fourth rung of the craftsmanship ladder. This suggested that the MTA believed that there was a rank above star designer. It's highly likely that this applies to other transcendent professions and existences. There had to be a rank above god pilot. However, if Vulcan remained stuck at the god pilot level, then he might form an anchor that prevented Ves from surpassing the limitations of a star designer. At that point, Ves seriously needed to consider whether it was worthwhile to keep his incarnation. As long as Vulcan isn't useful to me anymore, I need to find a way to get rid of him. That's going to be troublesome. Ves and Vulcan's lives were intertwined. If one of them suffered, the other one suffered as well. This was one of the many prices that Ves had paid in order to obtain the power of a design spirit. Still, Ves was capable of accomplishing a lot of seemingly impossible feats. If he truly wanted to get rid of his incarnation, he predicted he could develop a method that wouldn't result in his own death. It will likely take centuries before I need to consider such solutions. By then, I can do much more than I can ever imagine at this time. Ves no longer thought about the long-term implications of gaining an incarnation. Instead, he was eager to explore his short-term gains. Even if Vulcan hardly knows what to do with his power, just a shallow application should be enough to yield a powerful effect. He held the hammer of brilliance, and tried to attune himself to the artifact and the design spirit resting inside. The experience was quite deep and profound, especially since he was able to experience Vulcan's perspective as well. Even though the latter was so weird and alien that Ves couldn't understand anything, the combination of sensory experiences somehow gave him a couple of clues. I should start with making something. Ves moved to his personal workshop and immediately started off with a simple job. He grabbed a multi-tool and a few spare pieces of metal and quickly completed a handcrafted mug. His expression became mixed. There's hardly any difference. Mugs were simple objects by nature, and it was not that easy to increase their quality. Their complexity resulted in a lack of variables that Ves could manipulate in order to improve the fundamental nature of an object. I see. Vulcan's glow doesn't help me out that much if I engage in something simple. Then let's increase the level of complexity. Ves took out more tools and materials and spent an hour making a lovely mech figurine based on the Valkyrie Redeemer. This was not an average toy. Ves had made sure to incorporate more parts than scale models of this size ordinarily possessed. The challenge of putting this intricate puzzle together provided him with considerably more satisfaction than before. Is this one of the effects of Vulcan's glow? The quality level of the Valkyrie Redeemer figurine was quite high. Ves knew that it was possible for him to reach this level if he tried his best, but the odds were not high. Was this a fluke, or did Vulcan truly improve his craftsmanship? It was rather hard to figure out the exact cause and effect considering that he wasn't able to perform detailed sensor readings on spiritual phenomena. He was already able to make a couple of preliminary conclusions based on his 2 crafting attempts. I don't think my work has magically gone up in quality because of Vulcan's presence, Ves speculated as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. It's much more likely that Vulcan's glow exerts an influence on my mental state that causes me to become more sensitive and attentive to details related to good craftsmanship. When I was making my mech figurine, I noticed that I was working slower and more meticulously than before. This was the most likely explanation of what was happening. It was a much more logical and realistic explanation of how Vulcan was able to promote people's craftsmanship. After all, the creator was the biggest variable in determining the quality of a product. This effect also matches my expectations. However, Ves had only scratched the surface of what Vulcan could do. His incarnation possessed a lot more potential that was just begging to be tapped. The problem was finding the right method to draw out Vulcan's massive potential. As Ves kept thinking, he suddenly came up with an odd idea. It didn't seem possible, but Vulcan was an existence that ought to be powerful enough to distort reality. Can I? He didn't know why he thought this might work, but his intuition hinted to him that something would definitely happen. Ves picked up the hammer of brilliance and lightly tapped the flat end onto the surface of his newly crafted figurine. A small amount of energy flowed from the hammer to the miniature Valkyrie Redeemer. Vulcan also instinctively took action, causing him to do something that caused the mech figurine to glow in the same bronze light as the hammer of brilliance. A connection had formed. Chapter 33:18 It's Hammer Time. Ves didn't know what was going on, but the light show didn't last long. Only half a dozen seconds had passed after he had tapped his hammer against the mech figurine before the strange glow disappeared. What has changed? The quality of the mech figurine didn't seem to have improved. The life it contained didn't grow any stronger either. Ves became more confused as he picked up the figurine and turned it around in his hands. What the hell did you do, Vulcan? His incarnation failed to supply him with an answer. Vulcan was so unfamiliar with his powers that he couldn't explain his instinctual action. Ves palmed his face. I think you've broken the record of being the stupidest design spirit at your strength level. This is embarrassing, you know that? I know you're just a day old, but how can you possess so little control over yourself? Maybe you need to go back to school. As soon as you stabilize your current condition, you should approach Kalankso and the Superior Mother for lessons on how to utilize your power. Is the Superior Mother your mother? That's a good question. On one hand, Ves was inclined to say no, because Vulcan's ingredients did not contain any spiritual fragments derived from the Superior Mother. On the other hand, Vulcan was his incarnation while the Superior Mother was Cynthia's incarnation. This turned Vulcan into the Superior Mother's son in a twisted way. However, Ves had a feeling that his mother would not be amused if her son was a dwarf. Ugh, that's not important. You're all on the same side, so the other design spirits will definitely lend you a hand. Ves remembered that Goldie spent a lot of time with Kalankso in her early days to master her own capabilities. Spiritual products were different from natural spiritual entities who once existed as living mutated beasts. The latter developed their powerful spiritualities over a lifetime as real organisms. This kind of background provided entities such as Kalankso with deep foundations that were closely anchored to reality. It also helped that Kalankso was able to exercise her potent spiritual abilities for several centuries. None of his spiritual products could ever catch up to the big lizard in terms of accumulation. Yeah, you do that. Ves turned his attention back to the mech figurine. He had hoped that tapping it with his hammer would instantly increase its quality level in the same way as integrating it with a gem, but it turned out that he was being too optimistic. This isn't magic. The problem was that Ves still hadn't obtained any clues after inspecting his work for 20 minutes. He even disassembled the mech figurine in order to inspect the parts. When he reassembled the miniature Valkyrie Redeemer, he tried his best to do even better, only to find that nothing had changed. He scratched his head. What the hell? What did all of that energy do? Where did it all go? It shouldn't have disappeared without performing some kind of work. If tapping the hammer onto the mech figurine merely caused the spiritual energy released by Vulcan to go to waste, then Ves would have been able to notice all of it flowing away. That hadn't happened. Instead, Vulcan instinctively employed an unknown ability that caused all of the spiritual energy to be spent on accomplishing something. He eventually grew so frustrated that he tossed the mech figurine aside. This is a dead end. I should look at Vulcan's capabilities from a different angle. Vulcan should have been capable of doing so much more. Ves had programmed many different potential functions into his design. Though Ves didn't think that all of them became possible, his incarnation was designed to be versatile. He was similar to the superior mother in that regard. Ves invested a lot of different and powerful ingredients in both of them. This allowed him to provide them with multiple different ways to express their power. Vulcan was akin to another spiritual toolbox. While Ves already built up quite a formidable spiritual toolbox based on his own capabilities, it was always better to gain another set of tools, especially if they were different from his existing ones. It doesn't mean that I should always make use of these additional tools, but it is quite handy to have them at my disposal than otherwise. His current frustration stemmed from the fact that Ves hadn't deciphered any of the new tools in his new toolbox. He let out a breath in frustration and swung the hammer around in his hand. What can I do with you exactly, Vulcan? Perhaps he was being impatient and expected too much from an entity that was just a day old. It also wasn't wise to mess around with a powerful design spirit that had no control over his own power. Though Vulcan was not supposed to be a destructive design spirit, who knew whether an accident could prove fatal? Speaking of accidents, a strange idea popped up in his mind. Ves lifted the hammer of brilliance in front of his face and adopted a speculative expression. Should I? He struggled with his decision for a moment before he decided to just pull the trigger and see what happened as a result. Well, I'll use myself as a test subject this time. He raised his hammer above his head and slowly whacked the flat end against his head. As soon as the hammer made contact with his skull, its bronze glow flared as it spread to his entire head. Ves momentarily felt as if he was flooded by Vulcan's essence. A myriad of different sensations ran through his mind that caused him to feel much more active than before. As soon as the light show had passed, Ves looked around his environment in wonder. The way he looked at reality had become a lot more special than before. When he looked at his mech figurine, he suddenly felt displeased at its quality, and thought that he could make something better if he made a couple of minor adjustments that aligned his design style better with such a small but intricate object. Ves retrieved another batch of raw materials, and hungrily began to make another mech figurine. This time, he was making the same miniature Valkyrie Redeemer as before, but his state of mind was much different this time. Not only did he become a lot more invested in this trivial project, he also saw more than before and came up with numerous interesting ideas that he never thought of previously. When he finally finished his second figurine, he stopped and stared at it with a stupendous expression. It's a masterwork. Ves couldn't believe it. Although it was theoretically a lot easier to create a masterwork of a small and simple crafted object, he didn't think it was likely for him to make a masterwork mech figurine with his current capabilities. Though Ves created 4 different masterwork mechs which made it easier for him to produce subsequent masterworks, this was only a minor boost. At this level, the effect was still too slim. My odds of making a masterwork mech figurine under normal conditions shouldn't be high, especially because it is just a toy instead of an actual mech, Ves muttered as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. If I have to define the probability, then I would say that I only have a 0.1% chance of making a masterwork mech figurine. Did he happen to hit the jackpot this time, or did tapping his head with his hammer cause him to cheat? Ves thought back on the state he was previously in, while he made his masterwork mech figurine. He felt so much joy and pleasure at the beginning that it reminded him of a highly precious state of mind that he had once experienced in his career. His thoughts went back on the days he fabricated the Devil Tiger. He committed so much love and effort to his first passion project that when he was finally able to realize his tiger mech design, something within his mind had burst, causing him to put together his mech with an unprecedented amount of desire and motivation. I recall now. His eyes lit up. My mentality just an hour ago is similar to that of the inspired state that I was in when I fabricated the Devil Tiger. This was a state of mind that he had always been chasing after since he created his first masterwork mech. Just the notion that whacking his head with his own hammer would enable him to enter an inspired state on demand was enough to change his life. His breath grew heavier as he greedily eyed the hammer of brilliance. Let's try again. Ves struck the hammer against his head a little harder this time. Perhaps applying more force would strengthen the effect. Ouch! My head! Unfortunately, other than giving him a new headache, the hammer didn't accomplish anything. Why not? After a bit of puzzling, Ves eventually came to the guess that there was a limit to this ability. Is it me or Vulcan? Maybe Vulcan had just expended a scarce resource that needed to be replenished first. It could also be that Ves had exhausted his potential for the day and needed time before he became receptive to this artificial mind state again. Limitations or not, this is still a powerful ability. As Ves began to spend more time on comparing the different times he was in an inspired state, he realized that the hammer-induced one was not as good as the real deal. It not only lasted shorter and tapered off sooner, but also provided him with less drastic inspiration. There were many possible explanations why this was the case. Ves had long assumed that inspired states represented a psychological breakthrough after a long period of work accumulation. If he forced himself to enter an inspired state, while not building up much of an accumulation by performing his routine work, then he wasn't really qualified to enter this state of mind. It was only logical that the improvement wouldn't be so drastic. Perhaps the lesser boost was enough to turn a simple mech figurine into a masterwork mech, but he was much less optimistic about making a real masterwork mech. There are other potential explanations as well. It could be that Vulcan simply didn't possess enough proficiency to employ this capability in a skillful manner. Ves was able to sense that Vulcan completely relied on his instincts to perform his active abilities. According to this theory, as long as Vulcan exercised his skills and became more proficient with wielding the power he commanded, the artificial inspired state that he was able to induce upon people would become a lot stronger than now. The difference might be as great as night and day. When Ves thought about how many more masterwork mechs he could build with this capability at his fingertips, his eyes grew hot when he stared at his glowing hammer. I can't allow anyone else to use you like this, he concluded. You're too powerful to lend this ability to others. Aside from me and anyone I choose, don't empower them in this manner, you got that, Vulcan? Especially don't bless any dwarves. What do you mean they're your compatriots? You serve me, not the Vulcanites. You're not supposed to be an actual god to the dwarves. That's just a fake title. As an incarnation, Vulcan still possessed a personality that deviated substantially from that of Ves. Due to using several spiritually activated dwarves as ingredients, the newly born design spirit somehow acquired some of the personality traits of Vulcanites. Fortunately, they weren't too strong. Vulcan possessed both a human and dwarven side, and it was up to the beholder to determine which form he took. Vulcan, come out for a second. A small spiritual manifestation of Vulcan emerged out of the hammer of brilliance. The dwarf looked like a short and stocky version of Ves. His muscles were large and thick, but not to a ridiculous degree. The design spirit's most notable visual trait was his long, bushy, braided and majestic beard that Ves had styled after the statues commissioned by the dwarven god cult. Vulcan also wore a leather blacksmith's apron and some other embellished articles that made him look like a down-to-earth god. An entire minute passed by as Ves kept staring at this warped version of himself. "Why do you look like a dwarf to me?" he eventually asked. "You're supposed to look like a human. Hurry up and grow taller." "What do you mean you can't?" "You lie. It's not because of me. It's your fault somehow. You're defective." Chapter 33:19 Differences of Opinion. "I don't understand why we aren't leaving yet," Gloriana flatly said as she and her husband sat in the lounge of their grand stateroom. "You'll see." Ves smiled at her as he reached out and rubbed her growing belly. "Everything I do is for the sake of our future and our baby. It doesn't matter if we delay our journey into the Red Ocean by a couple of months. The advantages that I am trying to gain here far outweighs reaching the new frontier sooner." He had begun his revenge against the Vulcan Empire after he created his dwarven design spirit. Now that Vulcan had become a real entity, the dwarves in the smiling Samuel Star sector were about to find out what it truly meant to worship a cruel and unforgiving god. Meow. Clixie rubbed her head against Ves, causing him to rub her back as well. Meow. Lucky yawned as he floated over to Gloriana, prompting her to hold him against her chest and admire his sparkling green eyes. Despite their high workload, the wedded couple always tried to find time together. There was more to life than their jobs, and they needed to keep their marriage healthy over the long term. Once they started raising children, both of them had already decided to cut back on their work hours so that they could give their sons and daughters the attention that they truly deserved. It was not an easy compromise to make, but a child only grew up once. Ves also took the time to check up on the spiritual condition of his wife and unborn child. Having reached halfway of her pregnancy, his wife had undergone a subtle shift in demeanor. Ves had the impression that she matured in a few ways. She became calmer, became more considerate for others, and didn't raise her voice as much. Of course, Gloriana was still Gloriana. Her imperious personality and her high expectations still remained the same. Sometimes they even flared up. She spent more time planning out her future daughter's entire life trajectory than anything else. "Do you think we should send our daughter to a first-class academy in the Red Ocean for a couple of years?" she wondered as she kept pampering Lucky with her fingers. "I've heard that the first-rate superstates have already set up affiliates of their renowned educational institutions at their most well-protected star systems. If anything happens to our fleet, our daughter would still be okay." Ves furrowed his brows. Her baby hadn't even left her womb, and she was already thinking at least a decade ahead. Who knew whether they could afford the tuition and whether their daughter met the entry qualifications? It was notoriously difficult to enter into any of these elite galaxy-level schools. "I think it's better to raise her within our clan," he softly replied as he scratched Clixie's belly. "I'm sure those first-class institutions deserve their reputation, but if we send any of our children there, Would they still remain a Larkinson when they come back? Schools aren't just passing on knowledge, you know. They also propagate specific cultural norms and values that will no doubt be different from what our clan believes in. I don't want to be confronted by a stranger when our kids return home. I want the best for our daughter, Ves. I want the best for all of them. If she can enter the first-class circle and make friends with future movers and shakers among the Terrans or Rebarthans, she will obtain a ticket straight to the top of human society. Something like this is unthinkable in the Milky Way, but since all of the old factions are so compressed in the human-controlled territories of the Red Ocean, it has become easier than ever to get in touch with the highest class of people in advance. This was one of the reasons why Gloriana didn't object so much to entering the Red Ocean. She was upset with remaining in a backwater like the galactic rim and yearned to stand equal to the same people who originated from the galactic center. "All in good time, Gloriana," he said as he held her hand. "The best way for us to be taken seriously is to earn it. We may be born on the wrong side of the galaxy, but as long as we become good enough at our jobs, all of those first-raters will respect us sooner or later. Until we are powerful enough to stand equal to them, I don't think it is wise to associate ourselves with such dangerous people." "What about our daughter? Don't you want to give her a head start?" "If she's going to be as good as you think, then she doesn't need the help," he answered. Since he used her own logic against her, Gloriana couldn't refute his argument. Both of them thought highly of their daughter's future for different reasons. With the help of her parents, there was no way her future accomplishments would be mediocre. "Maybe you're right, Ves. The Red Ocean is still in flux. So many colonies are being developed at the moment that it will look completely different after a decade. Maybe there will be more options available for our growing girl. I don't think it's a good idea for us to associate too much with the Terrans and Rebarthans to begin with," Ves cautioned. "The two first-rate superstates are playing dangerous games. They're not only competing against each other, but also stand up to the big two. Approaching either of them will only turn our clan into a disposable chess piece. Preserving our sovereignty is one of our bottom lines." "You're still insisting that we join the Red Ocean Union? Why do you make it sound so bad?" "Because that's exactly what it is. It offers the least benefits and there's little to no cohesion among its members. Without a strong guiding hand, the Red Ocean Union will certainly fall behind the Terran Alliance and the Rebarthan Pact." Ves shook his head. "You're only looking at the downsides. To me, a lack of direction is exactly what I want. I don't want pompous leaders over my head who can force us to do what they say. I've been trying to avoid that since I founded our clan. There are still ways to get ahead in the Red Ocean Union. A lack of structure translates into greater autonomy. You just need to take the initiative and proactively seek out opportunities since no one is forcing them upon you. As long as we have choice, we can pick the directions that are most suitable for us and our clan." His wife didn't look convinced. "Look, I admit that the demands of the Terran Alliance are too harsh, but the Rebarthan Pact offers us many advantages over the Red Ocean Union." "Like what?" "We can obtain the backing of a powerful Rebarthan prince, which actually means something and will offer our daughter the greatest possible safety. We can gain immediate entry into the regional Rebarthan mech market and mech industry. This will not only allow us to conduct business at a greater scale, but also enable us to get in touch with and collaborate alongside some of the talented mech designers of human civilization. I can mention more advantages to you, but that will take all day." Ves scoffed. He reached out and squeezed her nose, which elicited an indignant shout from his wife. "None of these privileges come for free. One of the biggest reasons why the Rebarthan Pact tries to solicit pioneers with these nice-sounding benefits is because it has to compete against the Terran Alliance. Do the Rebarthans actually care about the pioneers aligned to them? Nope. The only way for that to change is to show our value to them, and that requires us to become their foot soldiers in their competitions against their rivals." His wife sighed even as Lucky and Clixie wandered off after they received enough pets. I am not the only person in the clan who thinks it is wiser to shelter under a greater tree, Ves. The Red Ocean is a dangerous place, but we can mitigate a substantial amount of risk by aligning ourselves with the Rebarthans. From what I've heard about them in the Red Ocean, they're not as overbearing as the Terrans, and they offer more channels for pioneers to stand out and earn their favor. Those first raiders are all the same. Ves stubbornly shook his head. As long as they hold a superior attitude towards their lessers, we will never become their friends. At best, we'll turn into assets that they are not as willing to discard as their other commodities. I don't want to get under the thumb of someone who thinks we don't exist at the same level. I much prefer to work alongside equal partners who truly respect us and need us as much as we need them. The Red Ocean Union is full of pioneers like that who we can befriend without subjecting ourselves at their mercy. He thought that Gloriana was too naive to trust the Rebarthans. Though he had never interacted with them in person, he heard plenty of stories about them. They were not so different from their arch-rivals, and he happened to know exactly what the Terrans were like. Though Gloriana still insisted that it was best for the Larkinson clan to cozy up to the Rebarthan faction in the Red Ocean, she had no power to push this decision through. Ves still intended to go through with his original plan because he was confident that his clan would be able to navigate the waters of the Red Ocean Union. With an excellent diplomat like Minister Shadarin Prness at his disposal, Ves believed that they could slowly build up the Golden Skull Alliance into a modest but close-knit gathering centered around the Larkinson clan. The couple eventually moved on to discussing other matters. Gloriana exhibited a lot of curiosity towards Vulcan. You've been spending a lot of time tinkering in your workshop the last few days, she pointed out. What is so important to you that is making you spend less time in the design lab? The Bulwark project and the Chimera project still need your attention if we want to complete them in a timely manner. Ves casually waved his hand. I'm making something important. I've also been experimenting with my latest design spirit, although right now he doesn't actually function as one. Regardless, I'm doing my best to explore what Vulcan can do so that we can gain additional assistance when it is time for us to fabricate our remaining expert mechs. He did not dare to make any solid claims when he had yet to figure out the rules, mechanisms, and limitations of Vulcan's productivity-oriented abilities. It was too tempting for him to boast about his latest accomplishment, but he refrained from doing so because he did not want to hype Gloriana up only for Vulcan to fall flat during a crucial moment. Though his wife had made a lot of guesses, as long as Ves didn't give her an answer, she wouldn't build up any unrealistic expectations. His current examinations and experiments already told Ves that Vulcan was not able to guarantee the creation of a masterwork on demand. Its effects were much more modest, especially when it came to larger and more complex creations, so Ves still had to perform a lot of trials in order to develop an accurate estimation on how much Vulcan could contribute to the projects that were truly important. I'm beginning to feel I'm missing out on these proto-gods that you are playing around with. Gloriana pouted. When will you give me a useful pet like Blinky? Please be patient. It's not that simple to make a cat like Blinky. Don't you love me, Ves? Oh, of course, he stammered. Why would you think I don't? Then give me a new cat. Chapter 33:20 Two Vulcans. Were the Larkinsons truly yearning to align themselves with the Rebarthans once they reached the Red Ocean? Ves kept wondering about this issue. He thought he had already made the clan's future direction clear when he announced his intention to join the Red Ocean Union. Our people already have a taste of what it is like to exist without a strong government or organization protecting our rights, Gavin told him during a morning briefing. It turns out that not having a big brother watching over us is not that great. Sure, we don't have to abide by anyone's laws and directives except for the ones imposed by the Big Two, but that has also left us bereft from shelter when we need it the most. I bet the Vulcan Empire wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack us if we were aligned with a powerful state. Ves stared at the masterwork mech figurine that he had placed on his display shelf in his office. The miniature Valkyrie Redeemer fit well with the Ilvanan nutrient pack wrapper and the blooming prosperity tree. You're making the same mistake as my wife, Benny. You only look at the upsides of such an association and never pay enough attention at the price we need to pay. If we join the Rebarthan Pact, we'll either be forced or advised to do something that we don't want. The danger we'll be subjected to will be at least as great as if we tried to make our own fortune. Doesn't that make this a better deal, boss? Look, if we happen to plunge to our deaths, then at least we should be able to pick where we jump from. As long as we retain enough control, we can still find ways to avoid these outcomes. It is a lot harder to do so when we are forced to take part in a war or intrigue action. It was all about control to Ves. The problem was that not every clansman lived through the same experiences as him. Many of the newer clansmen used to be loyal citizens of various powerful second-rate states. Even if those states weren't always well-run, the people who lived there never thought about living without the backing of powerful governments. This was how most modern people lived. They were incapable of imagining any scenario where they had to stand up for themselves without the benefit of an existing structure to lean on. Ves found that rather sad. He expected better from his people. His assistant was one of the first followers of Ves, so Gavin understood exactly why his boss insisted on keeping the clan independent. On the other hand, he frequently got in touch with other people in the clan, so he had a pretty good grasp of the overall sentiment throughout the fleet. Not everyone is as successful and confident as you, boss. They're still average people in many regards. Their ambitions are not as great as yours and their risk tolerance is not as extreme either. The Battle of Reckoning and the Battle of Fordilla Zentra have both brought us close to extinction. Even if we made it through somehow, there are still a lot of survivors who are having second thoughts about this whole going-it-alone business. The more painful battles we go through, the greater the amount of Larkin's sons who think it isn't a bad idea to exchange control for protection. Fools! Ves banged his fist against his desk. From the onset, our clan has always been about trying to rise up through our own efforts. I am not going to change my mind just because we've encountered a couple of setbacks. The sacrifices we make in the early days shall pave the way to a glorious future where people will have to answer to us instead of the other way around. Despite his insistence, he could not change other people's opinions so easily. There was only so much Goldie and his propagandists could do without crossing some unsavory lines. Ves understood that the only way to prevent more people from losing their courage was to lead them to greater success. In particular, the Larkinson army needed to become a lot stronger in order to win its battles without being pushed to the limit. Well, I'll take care of that later, he muttered to himself. First, I have Vulcan business to take care of. The dwarves won't be enjoying their peace for long. Once he finished his morning briefing, Ves moved down to his personal workshop, which had become filled with various crates and materials. Ves reached one of his workbenches and picked up a recently completed statue of Vulcan. It was a simple totem that Ves had designed for speedy construction rather than lifelike accuracy. Regardless, the statue was still a totem that bore a small amount of life. Though its glow was weak compared to his mechs, most of the dwarves never came into touch with this phenomenon. Ves was certain that this small statue would make an incredibly strong impression on the more devout worshippers of Vulcan. Ves grinned as he admired his own handicraft. As long as it is convincing enough to hoodwink a portion of the dwarven population, the Vulcan Empire will definitely turn into a mess. The reason for that was quite simple. The statue he currently held happened to be based on an image of Vulcan as a dwarven deity. The gunmetal gray object did not possess any ambiguity in that regard. Any dwarf who was convinced that Vulcan was like them would become completely convinced their beliefs were absolutely right. He put the dwarven statue down once he was satisfied with his inspection. Stoking the flames of fanaticism of the dwarven god cult worshippers was not the extent of his plan. He also prepared a counterpart. His hand reached out to pick up a taller, slimmer statue. The statue roughly shared his build but possessed a more ambiguous face. This was the traditional depiction of Vulcan among the dwarves. The statue exuded almost the exact same glow as the previous statue. The differences were relatively modest, and mostly related to reinforcing the human or dwarven nature of their depictions. Ves had designed this human statue to give those affected by its glow the impression that Vulcan was unquestionably human. It also gave the impression that it stood for truth, and that it would be blasphemy to mistake the god as a dwarf. Of course, the dwarven depiction of Vulcan made the opposite impression. The dwarven statue possessed a more aggressive character, and made it seem as if mistaking Vulcan as a human god was an unforgivable mistake. The statues were never designed to convince non-believers and those from the opposite camp to their respective stances. Ves intended them to fall into the hands of those who were already predisposed to believe in one version of Vulcan or another. The more fanatical they are, the more they'll fall into my trap, he grinned. He continued to inspect more of his finished work. All of the statues he made came in either a human version or a dwarven version, and came in different quality levels. The least valuable ones were relatively mundane that any traditional metal worker could make. The more notable ones were so high in quality that they had almost reached masterwork level. The surprisingly wide range in quality levels was due to his frequent attempts to explore Vulcan's abilities. Though Ves failed to sniff out a lot of new abilities, he at least figured out the rules behind Vulcan's more basic abilities. He brought out the Hammer of Brilliance and softly tapped it onto his best statue, which happened to depict a human version of Vulcan. Upon contact, the hammer's glow spread to the statue, causing it to glow as Vulcan's spiritual energy ran throughout its entire structure. Ves had figured out that Vulcan was analyzing the design and construction of any object that the hammer had deliberately tapped. He didn't have to worry about the hammer randomly trying to analyze a deck or table if he set it down somewhere. The design spirit responded to the intentions of the wielder, and only analyzed inorganic objects. It was a lot easier for Vulcan to analyze smaller objects than larger ones. Once he analyzed a specific sample, he would store a permanent record of the design in his memories. Strictly speaking, Ves did not need to tap the statue with his hammer as Vulcan already possessed a record of its design. The reason why Ves tapped his hammer at the statue anyway was because he wanted to update its record so that Vulcan registered a higher quality version of this model. The strange thing about Vulcan is that he doesn't store designs. He stores impressions of real objects. This had several implications which made the Hammer of Brilliance a lot more useful when fabricating mass-produced mechs and less useful for fabrication custom mechs. Of course, even if Ves did not analyze an existing mech, he would still be able to employ the hammer's second functionality. It just wouldn't be as strong. Once the hammer finished its analysis, Ves did not hesitate to give himself a soft tap with the flat end. Bonk. He already learned the hard way that the amount of force he put into his blows did not make the effects stronger. His head began to glow as Vulcan began to act on his mind. Several new thoughts and impulses surged up, and he quickly put down his hammer in order to fabricate a second human statue. He let out a sigh, though. I haven't entered into a false-inspired state in 3 days. It appeared that Ves wouldn't be able to employ Vulcan's most impactful ability as often as he wished. He needed to cherish the opportunity, and had to save it up until he truly needed the boost. That said, there is still some use to hitting myself on the head. The state he was in right now did not inspire him to develop new solutions, but it allowed him to be more mindful of existing details. Every material was a little different. His mental and physical state also differed from time to time. All of these variables and more affected the quality of his output. Once he finished his new statue, he put it alongside the reference copy he just used and compared them to each other. The quality of my latest work is higher than average, but it falls short of my best attempt. He did not look surprised at this result. He already sensed that this would be the case once he came close to finishing his new statue. The crafting-oriented insights provided by Vulcan were based on the specific set of circumstances in which the reference copy had been made. Merely transplanting all of these parameters onto another work did not yield an identical product. The variables were slightly different. For example, the time was different. Ves might be a little hungry, and the batch of materials he used contained a little more impurities. If the input was different, the output would be different as well. It was impossible to replicate an earlier success. It's not completely useless, though. Ves felt that this function was a lot more useful to less competent and skilled craftsmen. If they were whacked over the head with his hammer, they would be able to learn about many new insights on how to produce a higher quality version of an existing work. It's a way of teaching them on how to reach the standard of quality that I have reached on my own, he realized. It is too impractical to teach other people all of the details they need to pay attention to. It's much better for Vulcan to dump all of that stuff directly into their minds. The only way to truly master work was to make crucial decisions on the spot. Ves couldn't accomplish that by relying solely on obtaining Vulcan's insights on an existing record. This is where inspired states can help. Of course, even that was just a crutch. The most certain and reliable way to make a masterwork was to develop his foundation to the point where he no longer had to rely on any gimmicks like serendipity or Lucky's gem to make a masterwork. That was something that Vulcan couldn't deliver. Chapter 33:21 Fast Shipping. Ves continued to spend much of his days making statue after statue. He stopped experimenting with Vulcan and the Hammer of Brilliance once he figured out their basic parameters. The analysis record and false inspiration abilities formed the bread and butter of Vulcan's productive capabilities. Ves was sure his incarnation could do more, but the current circumstances were not right. It appeared that he had to expose Vulcan to different situations in order to draw out his other capabilities. It's fine. Neither of the two known abilities provided much use to Ves at the moment. The statues he was making were so simple that he only needed to employ the analysis record a few times to understand most of the nuances he needed to take into account to maintain a consistently high standard of quality. The gap between good and masterwork could not be solved by following a checklist or formula. Ves still needed to rely on his own skill, judgment, intuition, and luck to create a work that surpassed the physical limitations of a design. Miracles aren't called that way when they can be mass-produced, Ves depreciatingly observed. Aside from relying on occasional flukes, the few times where he was able to put himself in a false inspired state enabled him to figure out new insights that he had previously missed. Ves predicted that if he continued hitting himself in the head every 4 days or so while he constantly produced the same item, he could eventually master its creation to such an extent that he could pump out masterworks on a reliable basis. The only problem is that I have to hit myself in the head way too many times for that to happen. Based on the current pattern, Ves estimated he needed to put himself in a false inspired state at least a dozen times before he figured out how to control for every variable. Was it worth it to do so for a single version of his Vulcan statue? Not to him. He also had to do the same for the other version of Vulcan's depictions, though the similarities between the two undoubtedly allowed him to borrow many of his previous gains. The issue here is that it takes a lot more wax for me to do the same for my mechs. A metal statue he could hold in his hand was much less daunting than a fully functional statue that could tower over him. The amount of variables that VS had to take into account multiplied by at least 1,000,000 times, and that was only for the simpler products. The more complex ones, such as expert mechs, were even more finicky and complicated to fabricate. Of course, many of these variables and parameters weren't unique. In practice, mech designers and other technical professionals were able to condense them into a smaller number of groups or categories where a standard solution or formula was enough to account for most of the details. That doesn't make it much better, though. Given that each false-inspired state provided him with a relatively limited amount of insights per session, VS would probably have to bonk his head with his hammer at least 1,000 times before he fully mastered a design like the Bright Warrior. This would turn into a long-term process that could stretch on for years before VS attained his ultimate reward. Well, at least I will constantly see improvements over time. It's not like I have to wait until the end to notice the difference. VS didn't see much point in employing this ability unless he had a mass-production mech model that held its value over the long term. As soon as he updated its design, so many parameters would change that he would have to start over at least part of the way. In that regard, the false inspiration that the Hammer of Brilliance was able to bestow was more useful as a learning tool. VS focused less on Vulcan as he continued to make batches and batches of statues. He only stopped once he made 1,000 copies of each of the two versions. Now that I've made them, I need to put them in the hands of the dwarves. Doing that was fairly challenging, but the trade between the Vulcan Empire and the rest of the Fermi star cluster had never dried up. Even with the recent tensions, greedy trading companies found several ways to circumvent the blockade on foreign traffic. VS had already instructed Minister Shadarin to prepare a solution. The foreign minister did not spend his time in vain and contracted numerous courier companies on both the human and dwarven side of the border to ship the specialty products to numerous prominent destinations in the Vulcan Empire. "Are you sure the goods won't end up stolen or confiscated?" he asked. "We're not engaging in smuggling, sir. Not technically," the old man calmly replied. "As long as the handover takes place in the border region, it is unlikely that the nearby patrols will step in. The Lost and the Vulcanites pay much more attention to the people moving through their territories. As for goods, simple inspections can easily warn them if there is anything wrong." That was a slight complication because the glows around the statues were quite noticeable at close range. VS had to invent a simple spiritual mechanism where the glows of the statues remained inactive until they were taken out of their packaging. Once the recipients took his gifts out of their boxes, the statues would bloom to life and create an unforgettable first impression. VS briefly checked the date. "I need to see quick results. We've been delaying our main journey long enough. I have contracted the fastest courier shipping companies that are willing to enter into business with us. I've even set up shell companies and acted under a different identity in order to gain the cooperation of dwarven companies. By the way, I have also signed a contract with the Persham Chamber of Commerce. The Pershams are honored to ship our goods to the Paramount Province." "The Pershams?" "Yes, the third-class dwarven traders we've met during our initial foray into the Vulcan Empire." VS hadn't heard that name in a while. He still remembered the friendly dwarves that he exchanged with. If the crazier Vulcans didn't launch an attack on the expeditionary fleet, maybe he would have been able to forge a better bond with Director Olivier Persham. Unfortunately, history didn't progress this way. VS had no stomach to befriend any Vulcanites after the Battle of Fort de la Zentra. Though he still thought the Pershams were okay people, they might not like him anymore if they learned what he was attempting to do with the cargo they were commissioned to transport. VS sighed. "You don't have to treat them differently. The next time we enter the Vulcan Empire, we won't need their guidance anymore." Well, those were certainly ominous words. As someone who helped VS flesh out his devious plan, Shedaren was aware that this was not an empty boast. Well, regardless of who we've entered business with, you should be able to see the first results in little over a week. Since our cargo takes up relatively little space, we can put them in the cargo holds of the fastest courier vessels that are especially employed to transport small, high-value parcels from one region to another. The transportation infrastructure of the Vulcan Empire is still working normally with relatively few disruptions. Courier vessels designed for speed and reach instead of cargo capacity could cover much more distance than other starships. On a proportional basis, their FTL drives and propulsion systems were much larger than bigger ships such as combat carriers. Some were so extreme that it was not wrong to describe them as FTL drives wrapped in a metal shell. Even though these corvette-sized vessels were small, they were not exactly cheap. The operational costs were high relative to the small amount of cargo capacity they possessed, so the transportation fees could easily be hundreds or thousands of times higher than regulation transportation. There was plenty of demand for their services, though. Whether it was a CEO who urgently needed to travel to a distant company branch or a biolab transferring time-sensitive experimental materials to another lab, there were plenty of people and companies who were willing to pay the equivalent of millions of hex credits just to get a package delivered a week sooner. Do you intend to ship out additional goods to the Vulcan Empire? Shedaren asked. VS shook his head. No. I've already made enough. I'm already sick and tired of the statues I've made. Even if I employed a bit of automation to speed up production, I can't keep making the same simple products over and over again. Perhaps he might hold a different opinion if he was stuck making mechs, but that was not the case at the moment. After making sure that the statues he made would ship towards their respective destinations, VS temporarily put this issue aside. What happened next did not require any more actions on his part. He just needed to wait and enjoy the results. VS decided to allocate all of his available time on completing his remaining expert mech design projects. Now that he wasn't distracted by his side projects anymore, he was able to make more refinements to the designs. It was a pity that the Hammer of Brilliance wasn't particularly useful in the design phase of a project. VS tried experimenting with it by whacking it on the heads of different people. For some reason, no one appreciated receiving a tap from his glowing hammer. Can you please put that thing away? I'm afraid it will cave in my skull, an assistant mech designer begged. Don't worry. I have excellent control over my strength. I know exactly how much force is needed to break through a skull, and I'll make sure my tap is well below that threshold. Using the hammer on other mech designers achieved negligible results. Aside from not being assigned to any hands-on production work, Inspired States simply didn't provide as much benefits to them because of their limited knowledge and experience. One day, VS decided to try it out on Kedis. He nonchalantly walked up to her workstation and lifted his hammer above her head while she was engrossed in fine-tuning the sword-fighting capabilities of the Chimera project. As soon as his hammer came close to bonking his student on the head, Kedis' bloodzinger suddenly surged forth and parried the attempted strike. Nice try, VS, but I could feel you coming a long time ago. The woman smirked as she swiveled around her chair. Here's a tip for you. Never sneak up to a trained soldier. Others could have responded a lot more violently. VS awkwardly coughed. It's not an attack, Kedis. I was just trying to help you out. You've seen me hitting other people with this hammer before, haven't you? They all gained something out of the experience. She still looked skeptical. She didn't look particularly impressed at the hammer either. It was too clumsy to function as a proper weapon, and it was too large and unwieldy to serve as a primitive work tool. Just give me a chain. I just want to see what happens. Fine. Don't hit me over the head, though. Give me the hammer and I'll do it myself. Kedis was the first person who made this request. Now that Ves thought about it, he never attempted to see what happened if others used the Hammer of Brilliance. Here you go. Once Kedis received the artifact, she attempted to resonate with it. This didn't go too well as the hammer was not a sword. She even commanded Sharpet to leave Bloodsinger and see whether it could enter the Hammer of Brilliance. It turned out that he couldn't. Swish, swish. It was worth a try. She shrugged. She gently lifted the implement and carefully controlled her strength so that she could hit herself with the lightest of taps. Her head began to glow bronze, but nothing else happened. Vulcan says you need to lower your mental defenses. He can't get in, Ves relayed. That's easier said than done, Ves. I don't normally like to make myself vulnerable. Just do your best. It took a bit of time, but Vulcan was finally able to exert his influence on Kedis. So, do you feel anything different? Ves said after a while. I don't think so. When I look back at my work, I think about the same things as before. I haven't gained any new ideas or anything. What? Ves became confused. Chapter 33-22, Grand Regent Habita's Aiden. A crisis raged in the Vulcan Empire. After the Pharaoh provincial army tried and failed to defeat a visiting human fleet that had obtained official sanction from the MTA, many dwarves were appalled at the consequences. The unprovoked attack would have led to an upheaval in Vulcanite space regardless of victory or loss, but the way it turned out failed to build up momentum for the dwarven god cult. This left the two major religious factions of the Vulcan people in an awkward position. The dwarven god cult had slowly achieved consistent gains over the last decade and was about to overtake the traditional Vulcan faith sooner or later. A victory against a notable human fleet should have proved to every Vulcanite that Dwarvenkind was superior to the tall folk and that it was their destiny to overtake the galaxy. Today, we take over the Fermi star cluster. Tomorrow, we'll sweep across the entire galactic rim. Those expectations were way overblown in hindsight. It turned out that dwarven technology wasn't superior to human technology, and that dwarven skill could not single-handedly accomplish victory. A lot of radical and influential dwarven god cultists had egg on their face. What was worse for the Vulcanites was that they had already released the arrow from their bow. They could not take back their egregious attack that affected the lives of not just the radicals, but also the traditionalists who never asked to restart their struggle against the tall folk in the first place. Do you know what you have just done? The humans will crush us all for what we have done. You fools! War isn't a game. For every glorious battle, there are 10 awful tragedies. The dwarven bodies that will stack up as a result of your mistakes will form a monument of your folly. Tensions between different groups of Vulcanites intensified. Radicals against traditionalists. The younger generation against the older generation. Militarists against pacifists. Second-raters against third-raters. Every division became more polarized and consensus was nowhere to be seen. The adherents of the traditional Vulcan faith who still clung to the stuffy belief of a human Vulcan had gained enough wind in their sails to form a proper resistance against the radical dwarven god cultists. In the weeks that passed since the battle, this had led to numerous reversals. Far from providing greater momentum to the dwarven god cult, the disastrous engagement stopped their progress entirely, forcing them to clash more openly against the old fogies who they long accused of holding back Dwarvenkind. What was even worse was that the Vulcan Empire stood to lose their hidden guarantee of independence from the MTA. The proof that the Vulcan Empire ignored the MTA's own rules was indisputable. This was not a minor slip-up such as implementing unsafe neural interfaces into mechs, but a direct attack against third parties that had been offered safe passage. It did not matter if the attack was launched by a rogue faction or a fringe group within the Vulcan Empire. The consequences of this action affected the entire dwarven state, which was exactly what the attackers set out to accomplish. Grand Regent Habitas Aiden, the leader of the Vulcan Empire, was beset with the gravest crisis of his life. A part of him already acknowledged that the dwarven god cult would become the new truth to the citizens of the Vulcan Empire. Even if he didn't like the shift, there was little he could do to prevent this popular strain from attracting more believers. Yet the self-destructive attack its adherents had launched against the human fleet showed that the dwarven god cultists weren't qualified to rule the Vulcan Empire. What do they know of responsibility? They will burn our dwarven state if they keep provoking the tall folks. Many other Vulcanites of the old guard formed the same conclusion as well. Before, they just thought that the extreme statements of the dwarven god cult was mere hyperbole. As long as their jingoistic behavior was confined to boasting, there was little harm in letting them talk. Yet now that they had actually taken action, a lot of traditionalists, and those on the fence became abhorred at the direction the dwarven god cultists wanted to take the Vulcan Empire. It was fine if the crazies in their state wanted to board a starship and commit suicide by flying straight into a star. The problem was that the starship accommodated other passengers as well. Many Vulcanites who remembered the rebellion or grew up hearing stories about it from their parents and teachers did not want to get implicated by the actions of their fellow dwarves. The Grand Regent had to confront two major challenges. The first was to help the Vulcan faith push back against the dwarven god cult and inject some much-needed sanity in their great state. The second was to convince the Mech Trade Association not to revoke its guarantee of protection. Grand Regent Aiden personally presided over the official meetings with the representatives of the MTA. Though the powerful human organization had yet to make a final decision, the unofficial tribunal that happened behind closed doors was not going well for the dwarves. The association did not let the Vulcanites rely on the excuse that the unprovoked attack had been launched by a single rogue group that did not represent the greater will of the Vulcan Empire. "These are not terrorists, Mr. Aiden," an imperious and officious-looking woman declared as she sat on the other side of the long table. "The Feral Provincial Army is an official military institution of your state. Your lack of control of your attack dogs does not absolve your state from responsibility. The severity of your crime is even greater once I bring up the fact that Patriarch Ves Larkinson is a 10th-tier galactic citizen and a contributor of restricted technology. From our own investigations, these factors did not deter your men from attacking his fleet. On the contrary, your soldiers sounded eager to defeat an affiliate of our association. What do you have to say for yourself, Grand Regent?" The middle-aged dwarf, whose majestic blonde beard was bedecked with exotic jewelry, looked discomfited. There was no way for him to hide his difficulties. Habitas Aiden did not believe the MTA had been unaware that elements of his own state were plotting to attack the human fleet. With the power the Meshers possessed, they could have easily employed 100 different solutions to prevent the attack from happening in the first place. Given these circumstances, why did the MTA refuse to step in and prevent the worst from happening? It was unfortunate that it was not wise for the dwarven leader to voice this question out loud. The motives of the MTA were unfathomable, and Aiden was quite aware that the massive transgalactic organization was divided into many factions. Who knew which one was in charge in this region at the moment? "We are more than willing to compensate the Golden Skull Alliance for all of the losses they have suffered, financial or otherwise." The Grand Regent spoke in a modest voice. "We are also prepared to pay a penalty fee to your association on behalf of the extremists who have attempted to plunge trillions of innocent dwarven civilians into the abyss." The stern-faced human woman shook her head and tapped her finger against the table. The surface caved in as the fingernail dug straight through the hard wood material as if it was butter. "The act committed by your state is too severe to be made up with an ordinary fine. Actions have consequences, Mr. Aiden. Our association has a reputation to uphold. With the way these talks were going, the Grand Regent could already foresee the MTA revoking its support for the Vulcan Empire. The Vulcan Empire and the MTA had long maintained an implicit understanding. The dwarves were allowed to keep an entire star sector to themselves in exchange for serving as proof that the association was tolerant and supportive towards minorities. Even if the Vulcanites were not that pleasant in reality, the secret agreement was beneficial to the MTA's goal of maintaining their legitimacy as the guardian and hegemon of human civilization. However, now that the Vulcan Empire's extremism became more prominent, it became a lot less appealing to provide support for its toxic people. What the Grand Regent had been trying to do all this time was to convince the MTA's representative that the Vulcanites still possessed redeeming traits. As long as the Vulcan faith was able to take advantage of the dwarven god cult's embarrassment, the traditional and more conservative dwarves might be able to take back much of the gains made by the radicals. The only job the Grand Regent and his team of diplomats needed to do was to buy time. As long as the MTA had yet to issue its verdict, there was still a chance the Vulcan Empire could return to normal. In fact, the current crisis also caused many officials aligned with the dwarven god cult to waver. While their belief in Vulcan as a dwarf was still absolute, that did not necessarily mean they had to support all of the stances of the cult leaders. Flame Herald Yuvan Yellowshoe was known as a firebrand, much like his father who had laid the seeds of the cult's meteoric rise. Yet as one of the most powerful and influential dwarves of the Vulcan Empire, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily on him as well. Perhaps we should not launch a war against the tall folk so soon. He had never doubted his cause and beliefs more at any point in his life than now, though he frequently exhorted his flock to rid themselves of their fear against the tall folk. Pushing the Vulcan Empire into a very real war against the tall folk at its current level of strength might not be as optimistic as he thought. As he rewatched the footage of the Battle of Fordilla Zentra over and over again, he realized that the tall folk were not as feeble in battle as he thought. "Their evil gods are too powerful," he privately exclaimed. "Vulcan is the most powerful god in the galaxy, but is he strong enough to resist all of the human gods at once?" This was a blasphemous question, yet the footage provided clear proof that Vulcan's blessing could not grant his chosen the victory they deserved. As the highest authority of the dwarven god cult actually began to doubt the strength of the master he served with all of his devotion, one of his assistants urgently requested to enter his office. "What is the matter, Deacon Ezek?" "Vulcan has blessed us with his great craft," the older dwarf in priestly robes shouted as he walked up to the Flame Herald's desk. "2 days ago, one of our local temples received a curious parcel from an unknown sender. When they opened it up, they encountered an artifact that had enlightened them to Vulcan's truth." The deacon did not spend much time explaining what happened afterwards. As more and more devout dwarven god cultists encountered Vulcan's gift, their convictions had all grown stronger. The incident attracted so much attention that Deacon Ezek eventually decided that the head of the cult needed to know about this miracle. A short time later, a humble but ecstatic-looking dwarf brought forth a small metal statue of their god. As soon as its glow enveloped Yuvan Yellowshoe, the leader of the dwarven god cult closed his eyes. 30 seconds passed before they opened up again. This time, the Flame Herald exhibited no more doubt. "I see now. The truth has always been in front of me. Dwarvenkind is truly superior. Though our numbers are less and our territory is paltry, our people will always find a way. A single defeat does not determine that we are weak. As long as our cause is just, victory shall be ours. For Vulcan! For Vulcan!" Chapter 33-23 The Ultimate Truth. Over the course of several weeks, many notable and influential Vulcanites received mysterious parcels. Word began to spread of the divine gifts contained within the untraceable packages. The first couple of recipients had already spoken of the blessings that they received. In fact, their claims sounded so exaggerated that most Vulcanites initially dismissed the news as idle rumors. More people started to receive the parcels, though. When they or a member of their staff all opened them up, they instantly became enlightened by Vulcan's glory. The dwarves had never experienced Vulcan's presence in such a direct and wondrous manner. It was especially amazing considering that every form of scanning and examination revealed that the statues were merely solid blocks of normal metal. Only Vulcan can bless these statues with his divinity. Our God has answered our calls in our darkest hour. Our deliverance is at hand. From generals to priests, those who held sway and those who commanded the attention of the dwarven people all obtained a much-coveted parcel with no return address. Word of mouth continued to explode throughout the Vulcan Empire. While there were a minority of cautious dwarves who got spooked by the statues and had them destroyed, there were still well over 1,900 statues that had each obtained a place of honor among their new owners. Many different Vulcanites reacted differently to these divine objects. The presence they exuded specifically appealed to their beliefs in a way that was more direct and personal than anything they experienced. The glow they exuded were not that strong compared to the mechs that Ves had designed. The glow also didn't actually compel the dwarves to do anything. All it did was to project the presence of a human or dwarven version of Vulcan depending on the specific statue. It did nothing else, and that was a deliberate choice. When Ves revealed his plan to Shadarin and Calabast, the two advisors sternly warned him that he could easily cross a line and get on the bad side of the MTA. This was why he made sure to minimize his criminal liability. Perhaps the Vulcan Empire had to spend a lot of effort to trace where the parcels came from, but he was not stupid enough to assume the MTA was also clueless. Fortunately, Ves had interacted with the MTA enough times to roughly know what he could get away with. If Ves wanted to avoid an unwelcome visit from one of their representatives, he had to possess enough plausible deniability. This was why he refrained from inserting any specific values or emotions when he made his statues. He simply portrayed Vulcan in the most authentic manner possible. According to Minister Shadarin, this was more than enough to achieve the desired effect. The Vulcanites are deeply flawed, more so than other humans, the old man explained one day. Many human states are more mature and better run because their citizens benefit from an enormous accumulation of societal development. From antiquity onwards, numerous advancements such as the abolition of slavery to the prohibition of the current taboos have all contributed to the common prosperity of many states. What makes the Vulcan Empire different, then? Ves curiously asked. The dwarven state is not as connected to human civilization as other states. It is more insular than usual as its citizens explicitly reject the galactic consensus. They believe it is too human-centric, you see. While this has allowed the Vulcanites to build up their own pride and confidence in their culture, it has also produced severe flaws that have made them vulnerable to threats that would otherwise not work. Like what? Let me describe the Vulcan Empire's ailments in a manner that a mech designer like you should be able to comprehend. Think of a normal state like the Bright Warrior. It is a decent, modern, and competitive state that is not excellent at anything but is stable, reliable, and open. Ves twitched his mouth when he heard that description. Even a diplomat didn't hold the highest opinion of one of his works. Compared to a normal state, the Vulcan Empire is akin to a second-class mech that is 2 generations older than the Bright Warrior model. Maybe this other mech appears stronger to many people because it is more expensive and incorporates better materials, but its shortcomings cannot be denied. As long as a competent opponent can recognize one of these vulnerabilities, it takes less effort to defeat it than it should. Ves understood the analogy. The Vulcan Empire might look strong and powerful compared to its regional rivals, but its dwarven citizens were too insular and biased. This caused their cultural and institutional development to fall behind in many different aspects, which meant the dwarven state was vulnerable to an attack that targeted its weak points. It was clear to Ves and Shadarin that religion was one of its major weaknesses. While there were many states where different religions were dominant, those that withstood the test of time always tempered their extremism to a degree. At the very least, they needed to recognize that the rest of the galaxy didn't always welcome their faith, and that their forceful attempts at convincing others that they were spreading the truth might not be appreciated by their audience. This was a lesson that even the Hexer people had learned. Seeing that Ves understood his point, Minister Shadarin wrapped up his explanation. The Vulcanites are too flawed and their society is too young. The rapid growth of their empire has caused them to become ignorant of their own flaws. After all, they only look at their own success and fail to see the dangers that they have yet to address. This is a rather common problem to many insular states. Always remember that a state or organization is strongest when it remains in touch with the rest of human society. Ves had the sense that Shadarin was not just talking about the Vulcan Empire when he spoke those words. In any case, Ves sent out so many different statues that at least some of them should be able to yield the desired results. He simply kept working on his mech design projects while keeping a close eye on the regional news. He felt more and more gratified when the dwarven news portals started to praise his work. Though the mass-produced totems were relatively trivial objects, Ves was still a creator, and he always gained satisfaction when his customers enjoyed his work. Of course, he became extra satisfied this time because his customers happened to be Vulcanites this time. He. Ves deviously grinned as he kept reading the headlines related to his work. Keep embracing my totems. Vulcan is truly on your side, just not your side. He. Many dwarves who became exposed to the statues felt as if their questions had been answered and that their doubts had been resolved. Vulcan is a dwarven god! A leader of the dwarven god cult exclaimed as he lifted up the statue of a dwarf. The Grand Regent, the High Priestess, and their lackeys have been wrong all of this time. No. Their crimes are worse. They and their predecessors have covered up the truth all of this time. They knew that Vulcan was a dwarf but deliberately lied about it to deprive us of Vulcan's favor. The Grand Regent and his cabal of cowards and parasites are all liars. Tear them down and restore the truth. Restore the truth, a large audience responded. For the dwarven god! For the dwarven god! Many scenes such as this took place throughout the Vulcan Empire. The priests and the most devout Vulcanites all gained certainty in their beliefs. Each of them felt more connected to their god than ever and thought that their rivals and opponents were unquestionably wrong. It wasn't just the dwarven god cultists that had become more righteous and fanatical about their cause. The older Vulcan faith that had failed to keep up with the times and risked losing relevance suddenly underwent a revival. The statues of the human god that ended up in the hands of various priests and respected leaders were no less effective in reinforcing their beliefs. Many of them felt as if they had been right all along. The cult that had managed to sway the younger generations was not just wrong, but outright heretical for claiming that Vulcan was a dwarven god. Our ancestors and heroes were right all along, a provincial governor concluded as her eyes fervently stared at the simple human statue. We have been too remiss in allowing the dwarven god cult to deceive our citizens and distort Vulcan's image. Even though we all want him to be a fellow dwarf, the truth must never be allowed to disappear. Under the influence of the statues, people such as this provincial governor did not just embrace their new certainty. They wanted to make sure that everyone else embraced their revelation as well. Let me issue a new decree. From tomorrow onwards, the dwarven god cult must cease to exist. The cult and its followers are no longer allowed to spread their false claims and ideologies within our borders. Our administration shall mobilize all of our policing and peacekeeping forces to enforce our new rules. Sir, you can't issue such a drastic decree. You're overreaching your authority, and I doubt our lawmakers will agree to pass a corresponding emergency directive. Even if we implement your new decree, over 30% of our population has already defected to the dwarven god cult. Many of them will not convert back to the Vulcan faith and will resist fiercely against any enforcement attempts. The truth cannot be denied. Schedule an emergency meeting with our senators. Make sure they come in person. They must witness Vulcan's glory up close in order to be enlightened to the truth. With scenes like this happening in many different provinces, it did not take long before the first incidents of open violence broke out throughout the state. These cultists have gone too far, a leader exclaimed as a mob of angry dwarves tried to invade the governor's mansion. This is no longer a protest. This is an act of rebellion. When the mob started to employ heavy weapons against the riot police, the latter received orders to respond as fiercely as possible. Gunfire and screams rang throughout the air as the well-armed peacekeeping forces tried to disperse and punish the deluded cultists in the clearest manner possible. To each of them, Vulcan was a human god, and it was blasphemy to claim otherwise. These ignorant cultists needed to learn that righteousness was not on their side. Of course, the opposition was not deterred by the government's response. Elsewhere in the provincial capital, an influential priest of the dwarven god cult prayed in front of the statue of the dwarven god. The totem's divine glow caused the priest to feel no guilt or loss at the suffering of his followers. Instead, the priest became more convinced that the corrupt officials were trying to maintain a falsehood so that they could keep exercising their power without having to answer to their god. If the governor thinks that he can suppress the truth and prevent Vulcan's rise, then he is sorely mistaken. The priest gritted his teeth as he turned to his followers. Call your men and get ready for battle. If our words cannot convince the corrupt politicians to recant their lies, then we shall force the truth down their throats with our guns and mechs. To arms, my brothers! For Vulcan! When one side began to resort to mechs, the other side quickly followed. Even though most battles ended one-sidedly due to regional differences in strength, a line had been crossed once the Vulcantes employed their weapons against their citizens. Take down the corrupt leeches! Suppress the deluded rebels! Though the bloodshed only affected a few hundred hotspots, the rest of the Vulcan Empire began to destabilize at a rapid tempo. Even the star systems dominated by one faction or another began to gear up for war. It became increasingly harder for the remaining dwarves to stay neutral. The schism between the two factions grew more violent with each passing day. Chapter 33-24 Blind Old Men. When the more fanatical citizens of the Vulcan Empire began to clash against those they perceived to be their opponents, the public order in many parts of the state began to deteriorate. On some planets, the conflict was limited to groups of protesters yelling curses at each other. On other planets, the militants among the two factions had taken up arms. When the rivalry descended into violent actions, the fighting rarely stopped at the level of infantry combat. Damn these heretics! They've deployed way too many goons with guns. If that's how they're going to play the game, then let's bring in a couple of mechs and see how those peacekeepers like it when we've got the bigger guns for once. The rebels have escalated their insurrection. We can still control them when they gather in mobs, but we cannot protect the people if they begin to deploy mechs. Mobilize our riot mechs and stop the rebels from destroying our city. Of course, with each response, the scale of the fighting hadn't dropped. Instead, it kept growing larger and more intense. On some planets, even military units had taken action. There were many mech regiments and mech divisions that were largely composed of believers in one faith or another. The servicemen who aligned themselves to the dwarven god cult were much more fanatical and much less hesitant to break their neutrality and side with their fellow compatriots on the streets. "Our time has come!" Venerable Mech Bulferon shouted in front of an unauthorized parade of Hiverroars. "Ever since we returned home in defeat, the generals stripped our honors and threw us in this remote field base. They thought to push our heads down and force us to recant our faith. I say no longer. Vulcan is a dwarven god and he has returned to reveal the truth to us all. The lies espoused by the conspirators at the top have been exposed, but still our corrupt rulers usurp the authority that rightfully belongs to our god. Is this justice? No!" Venerable Mech sneered as he rubbed his thick fingers against his smooth and broad chin. "Our heretical commanding officers are afraid of us. Why else did they force us all to shave our beards? They can take away our hair, but they cannot deny our righteous cause. Fellow brothers, answer my call and take your mechs to the capital where we must fight to save the Vulcan Empire from the deception that has brought us further away from Vulcan's light. Let us barge our way into the governor's mansion and pull out the beards of everyone who is inside. Let's see how they like it when they lose their badge of honor. For the Empire! For the Empire! For Vulcan! For Vulcan!" With military units rebelling or taking action on their own accord, the dwarven state truly began to slide into civil war. Open conflict erupted on the surface of more and more planets as an increasing number of Vulcanites got caught up in the rising polarization between the two factions. It became increasingly harder for ordinary people to remain on the sidelines, not when their leaders and role models called them into action. Vulcan does not forgive those who remain silent. Show your devotion now or risk eternal damnation. If you do not donate to our charitable fund, you're a heretic and a traitor. A simple donation of 1,000 hammers is enough to absolve you of your sins. Donate now and support our freedom fighters on the front. Withhold your funds and be prepared to answer for your inaction. Of course, not every citizen of the Vulcan Empire fell under the sway of sectarian strife. There were plenty of dwarves who lived in quiet, rural planets who largely missed out on the struggle. There were also dwarves who were not as religious as others and did not get fooled by the conflict triggered by the strange statues. In one quiet mansion, General Iker Kebranor slowly walked into a peaceful garden. Several bots neatly trimmed the bushes and other plants while a trio of dogs ran around while chasing each other's tails. The disgraced general approached a dwarf who was sitting on a simple wooden chair built with dwarven proportions in mind. "Orthox," Kebranor greeted with a respectful nod. "I can't get used to seeing you without your beard." The Hiter expert pilot directed his gaze away from his dogs and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "I do not mind my new look, to be honest. It's easier to lift my head these days. Our beards have weighed us down for so many decades that we have been looking in the wrong direction all this time." The old general, whose chin was also hairless, responded with a grim smile. "I am glad to see you taking your suspension in good grace." "I wouldn't call it that, sir. I am merely embracing the reality that I have grown too old to change anything. We are fossils, General." The expert pilot exuded a somber and listless vibe. He had not lost against Patriarch Reginald Cross, but he had failed to protect his fellow dwarven soldiers. The deaths of all of his comrades still weighed heavily on shoulders. The general slowly sat down on another nearby wooden chair. "Maybe you're right, but I like to assume that the Vulcan Empire still needs our services. The people don't want to see us again," Venerable Orthox remarked. "The people are in confusion, and it is all because of our enemy." The expert pilot looked up to his friend and superior. "What are you talking about, Kebranor?" "Let me show you, Orthox." With a wave of his hand, a bot flew over and deposited two different statues onto a nearby table. Both of them were clearly made in the likeness of Vulcan. The difference was that one statue interpreted Vulcan as a human, while the other depicted him as a dwarf. As soon as the two statues came close, Venerable Orthox already felt the familiar sensations. His eyes sparked as he straightened his short but powerful back. This sensation! He recognized the vibe exuded by the two metal idols. The dwarven expert pilot grabbed the human statue and tried to compare the sensation he felt to those he experienced during his last battle. It's the same. It's exactly the same. The auras these statues possess are identical to the so-called glows of those Larkinson mechs. General Cabrinor grimly nodded. While I have not had the pleasure of experiencing the glows of our opponents, I have already asked many of our fellow Molten Hammer mech pilots whether they recognize the effect of these statuettes. Their answers concur with yours. Every soldier who has fought against the Larkinson clan up close is able to recognize our enemy's signature tech in these deceptively simple objects. The alarmed expert pilot began to think back on the news of the last few days. Statues identical to the two brought by General Cabrinor had suspiciously ended up in the hands of many agitators who promptly gained divine inspiration from gifts that they believed came from Vulcan himself. Yet those who remained skeptical of Vulcan regardless of his form saw more from this sequence of events. If the statues were all made by a certain human clan leader who had good reason to hate the Vulcanites, then this was likely part of a dangerous conspiracy. It's a trap. Venerable Orthox gasped as his protective will came back to life. Our empire is under attack by outside human forces, but hardly any dwarf realizes we're being fooled. Do you see why I have come to you today? Disgraced or not, we cannot stand by and allow Patriarch Larkinson to cleave our state in half. The sabotage he perpetrated on our society must be dismantled, and the first step to doing that is to expose his conspiracy. What do you want us to do, sir? Come with me and convince our brothers to recognize that we are all being played. General Cabrinor and Venerable Orthox left the mansion and sought out the soldiers that had already taken up arms. When they finally managed to meet with Venerable Marek Bulferon, the two Molten Hammers tried to convince their battle brother to stop dancing to the enemy's tune. Open your eyes, Marek! Orthox boomed as he slammed the two statues on a table in front of the other expert pilot. We're being manipulated by the human leader who we fought against. The glows these statues possess is similar to the ones carried by the human mechs we've previously met. You dueled against their expert swordsman mech, so you should know that these items are made by the same enemy who claimed to be Vulcan himself. Venerable Marek stared into Orthox's eyes for a moment before he settled his gaze onto the human statue. How dare you bring a representation of the Great Lie in my presence? Though I respect your contributions during the rebellion, you have obviously grown too senile for your own good. Both Orthox and Cabrinor looked shocked at the Hiver-Roarer expert pilot. Have you been listening to any word I've said, Marek? Neither of these statues are authentic. They are both fake. Just look at them and feel how equal they are. Aside from their stature and their facial hair, they are identical. You're blind, Orthox. Pardon? I said you're blind? Marek repeated. Your old war wounds have caused your senses to dull. They're not equal at all. One of them is authentic while the other one is clearly a pathetic attempt to deceive our people. What? How can you say that when the glows of the two statues are the same? You disappoint me, Orthox. I have told you several times that this dwarven statue is the correct one. The other one is a heretical piece of work that needs to be destroyed on sight. It eventually dawned on Cabrinor and Orthox that their perception of the two idols differed from that of Marek. To the latter, his strong belief in the dwarven god cult caused him to feel a lot of validation from the dwarven statue. In contrast, the human statue prompted him to feel disgusted towards it. Marek simply couldn't recognize any similarities between this object and the one he admired the most. The two veterans of the molten hammers looked increasingly more appalled. They realized that this trap was much more sophisticated than they thought. To them, the two statues did appeal to them in some way, but did not find much purchase in their minds. Neither of the two possessed any religious tendencies and couldn't comprehend how any dwarf thought that one was clearly more authentic than the other. Yet with a fellow expert pilot exhibiting the same kind of bias even when they were able to make direct comparisons, it seemed that it was much harder to shake the believers out of their delusions. Venerable Orthox let out a frustrated grunt. "Why can't you connect the dots, Marek? Even if we ignore this human statue, you should at least recognize that this glow is the modus operandi of our most recent enemy. Our empire is being attacked by humans, but instead of recognizing this existential threat to our people, you're still thinking about fighting against Vulcanites." A restless air surrounded Venerable Marek. Despite Orthox's best attempts, the Hiver-Roarer expert pilot remained deaf to the older man's pleas. "I used to look up to you," Marek softly told Orthox. "No longer. Please get out of my sight. I will not let myself be swayed by the tools of the corrupt liars who deny the true Vulcan." "We're not on the side of the Vulcan faith," Venerable Orthox angrily roared. "We're standing up on behalf of the innocent dwarves who are suffering and dying from all of the infighting that people like you are engaged in. Wake up, Marek! I don't give a rat's beard whether Vulcan is a human or a dwarf, but if he is driving our fellow citizens to commit suicide, then I would rather tear him down myself." Boom! Venerable Orthox widened his eyes as his shield generator came to life and blocked a powerful kinetic projectile fired by the other expert pilot's Gauss pistol. "What are you doing, Marek? You just shot against your own." A hateful expression emerged on Marek's face as his finger came close to pressing the trigger again. "You are not my brother! Your blasphemy against Vulcan is unforgivable. You should thank our God that you are carrying a shield generator, Orthox. If you say one more word against Vulcan, I will make sure you will never be able to spread heresy again." "You..." General Kebernor looked outraged. "You've fallen too deep into the trap. You don't even realize that you are dancing to the tune of our greatest enemy." "Shut up, you failure! Both of you are lost in the glories of your past. Times have changed. Your fight is over now. Go home and stay put in your cages. Our people don't need your protection. Our people have to be protected against you." Venerable Orthox grew pale at this remark. Chapter 3325 Modern Tribalism. The rapidly escalating upheaval taking place in the Vulcan Empire did not pass by unnoticed. Many people outside of the smiling Samuel Star sector paid rapt attention to the news emerging from the powerful Dwarven Empire. Few humans expressed sympathy for the turmoil taking place in the Vulcan Empire. In fact, it was a lot more common to encounter expressions of glee and schadenfreude among the people who lived in fear next to the dwarves. The Empire of the Lost was particularly filled with humans who had either lost their homes and took great satisfaction in seeing the dwarves beat each other up over the silly question whether their god is a human or a dwarf. "Who cares whether he is tall or short? As long as he doesn't show up, these crazy dwarves will keep killing each other. I don't think this will go on. No one is that stupid. Both sides believe in the same god. It's not worth it to kill anyone else just because they believe that Vulcan looks like them or their enemies. This is all a trap. The Vulcanites are just pretending to fight against each other so they can lure us all in. Don't fall for it. As soon as one of us shows up, the dwarves will stop with their charade and unite forces in order to get a win over us humans." "Wait a minute. Don't these strange statues have the same features as the mechs fielded by that traveling clan? Maybe it has taken revenge." A lot of speculation circulated throughout the star cluster. A lot of news portals who had previously paid attention to the Battle of Fort de la Zentra and its participants soon connected the dots between the mysterious statues of Vulcan and the living mechs of the Larkinson clan. Those familiar with the infamous clan from the Komodo Star sector even knew that their clan patriarch had a penchant for getting involved with various religions. In fact, a lot of nosy journalists even dug up his notorious deeds in the Ilvain Protectorate. This guy has a track record of exploiting religion to his own advantage. Just look at the amount of states he visited that just happened to get ruined after his visits. Oh. He and his clan have currently been squatting in the Amswick system for quite some time. We need to get rid of him before he ruins the Empire of the Lost as well. Though Ves already attracted a fair amount of attention after the Battle of Fort de la Zentra, the crisis he single-handedly sparked in the Vulcan Empire put a spotlight on him. People were either happy or horrified at his clear act of revenge against the dwarves. Just as expected, a lot of journalists and government officials really wanted to talk to Ves. If not, they at least wanted to obtain an explanation from the Larkinson clan. "It's not me, Benny!" Ves threw his hands up. "I'm not at fault." His personal assistant looked skeptical. "Really, boss? Then why do those two statue models work exactly like your mechs, your loyalty medallions, your various statues, your Larkinson mandate, and most notably your new hammer? Anyone could replicate or imitate my glows as long as they have the necessary know-how," Ves lamely replied. "There is an endless variety of technology available. Who knows whether a secret group used a fancy tech to make something that is similar to my glows? I'm being falsely accused here. Don't believe in the stories. It's all fake news." Gavin crossed his arms. "I don't see why you need to perpetuate your denial. No one is accusing you of any crimes. The Empire of the Lost would be crazy to show any disapproval. Its citizens will skin their own leaders alive if that happens." "I'm not worried about the Empire of the Lost. What I'm really concerned about is the MTA. I'm not responsible, just to be clear, but if the measures fell for the false narrative as well, I don't want to be taken into account." "If you are responsible, you at least have a valid casus belli. You could argue that the Larkinson clan and the Vulcan Empire is unofficially at war since both of our military forces fought a frontal battle. Although the laws and such are probably a lot more tangled, no one will blame you for lashing out. The dwarves had it coming." Ves smiled. "That's nice to hear, Benny, but it's not me. Don't get me wrong. I'm celebrating what is happening over there as well, but I'm just an innocent, uninvolved bystander. The only thing I can do is cheer and pat whoever is responsible for making and distributing those statues. You know, self-congratulation is a typical sign of narcissism. Only vain people keep patting themselves on the back all the time. That's an interesting but ultimately irrelevant curiosity. By the way, the amount of official and unofficial inquiries has gone through the roof. It is becoming increasingly harder for our press department to stonewall all of the requests we've received in the last couple of days. Do you know how many preposterous rumors are flying around due to a lack of clarification? We've found that a number of rumors are even spread as a deliberate attempt to discredit or besmirch our clan. As long as you hold a single official press conference, you can lay all of this unfounded gossip to rest. We urgently need to control the narrative." "We don't need to do anything, Benny," Ves scoffed. "We owe nothing to the public. Just remain silent. Don't confirm or deny any allegations. Ever since we've returned to the Amswick system, we have done nothing but sit around while we wait for our repair jobs to finish. That's all. There's no reason to poke into our business any further." Seeing that Ves stubbornly stuck to his denials, Gavin no longer pressed the matter further and addressed the next item on the agenda. Later onwards, Minister Shadarin Pernes stopped by the same office. Ves was a lot less reticent this time. "What are your thoughts on the current developments in the Vulcan Empire?" Ves shiftily asked while he laid Blinky on his lap and started stroking his spiritual pet. Mro. If Lucky was here, Ves would have pampered him instead, but Gem Cat had been wandering around more often as of late. The reactions exhibited by the Vulcanites so far have mostly matched my predictions. Shadarin smugly smiled as he settled down on a chair. The traditionalists have started to crack down on the radicals while the latter have escalated their attempted takeover of the state. Everything would have gone a lot more peacefully if the citizens of the Vulcan Empire were more mature and capable of critical thinking, but these two traits are sorely lacking in insular states. What are the chances that the dwarves regain their sanity and succeed in toning down the infighting in their state? Without external intervention, the chances are low, the foreign minister brutally opined. What I have witnessed up to this point only reinforces my judgment that the Vulcanites are too immature to run a state. Their statecraft is too primitive and they have failed to maintain a proper separation between church and state. They already set themselves up for failure from the beginning. We are just the ones to push them over a cliff. Will the dwarves fall to their death, or will the more competent among them be able to deploy their anti-grav clothing? That's an interesting question. Shadarin looked intrigued. There are certainly wise and clear-minded individuals in the dwarven state who are aware of the greater truth behind your statues and their effect on the Vulcanites. That does not mean that our plan will fall through. The defining trait of fanatics is that they are highly committed to their respective causes or camps. Think of the two sides in this internal conflict as tribes. No matter whether a tribe is wrong, evil, or at fault, its members will stand up for it and fight to the death to prove that they are right. Modern tribalism was one of the worst impulses of humankind. It distracted the population and encouraged people to treat their fellow citizens as enemies of the state instead of peers who just happened to hold a different opinion. Many states had met their downfall throughout the long history of human civilization. Whether the Vulcan Empire would join this long and ignoble list still remained to be seen. There were still factors that could hinder the dwarven state's collapse. I am paying attention to a number of actors, both Vulcanite and foreign, Minister Shadarin mentioned. The decisions they make and the stances they adopt will decide the future of the Vulcan Empire. The most powerful and influential actor that can single-handedly stop or accelerate the dwarven state's collapse is the Mech Trade Association. In normal cases, the association does not intervene in the rise and fall of states. This is not a normal case, though, Ves pointed out. You are correct in that, sir. The Mech Trade Association has its rules, but you can never completely predict their response. That said, my read on the situation is that the Vulcan Empire has become more of a liability than an asset to the association. As long as that is the case, the Meshers do not have a reason to relieve the Vulcanites of a crisis of their own making. In other words, the dwarves were more trouble than they were worth. Their example showed that it was never a good idea to piss off a patron or guardian. As the days went by, it became more obvious to other people that the dwarves weren't easily able to disentangle themselves from their sectarian strife. Both sides believed in the same God, but they vehemently disagreed with each other on how to interpret him. Regular humans simply couldn't comprehend why such a detail was worth fighting and killing for. The escalating political and religious struggle in the Vulcan Empire seemed farcical if not for the fact that real lives were being lost with each passing day. Ves instructed Minister Shadarin to pay careful attention to any news concerning the MTA's unspoken support for the Vulcan Empire. However, any mention of this topic was firmly left out of the public sphere. Though the charming old man had made a lot of friends during the time the Larkinson clan stayed in Amswick, his contacts mostly consisted of other humans. None of them had access to any insider news. All they heard was that the MTA and the highest levels of the Vulcan Empire's central administration held talks for many weeks. It appeared that the decision to preserve or revoke the MTA's guarantee was not a simple matter that could be decided by a single person on the spot. This implied that there were a lot more interests involved than expected. Ves could not conceive of many reasons why this was the case. He shrugged. Oh well. If they wanted to save the Vulcan Empire, they shouldn't have dragged on the talks for so long. The MTA's current behavior at least indicated that it was dissatisfied with the Vulcanites. Ves predicted that the ongoing religious turmoil taking place in the Smiling Samuel Star sector would only weaken the Vulcan Empire's case. Everyone knew that the Mech Trade Association took a dim view on religions. The science-oriented organization might not be able to stop space peasants from falling for superstition, but it would never go out of its way to encourage its spread. The sectarian strife that had engulfed the Vulcan Empire was one of the best examples why the MTA didn't want people to get caught up in religion. Warfare and conflict might be an intrinsic part of human nature, but there were far better things to fight about than trying to prove an imaginary point. If these dwarves have any brains, they should have realized that gods aren't always benevolent.